Actually.
Recording time on the card. So I'm sure run this one out slightly bigger for you, right?
No, I'm not feeling bad. I can't believe that we elected you.
Wait, did you get a vote?
98%.
You got the highest
No,
vote.
I can't fucking have. Second year in a row.
You got many more than Tanner did.
It's really easy number. I'm so close. Maybe, but not the number. Oh, not the number one. No, the number one. Yes.
I'm also
That one, Sasha. That's JP.
Oh,
I don't know.
You okay? No, I didn't vote.
I'm not doing it ever again. I'm just gonna run Senate how I want to run Senate. But I think next week's order.
Yeah, you really trust him?
I'm gonna go to
Yeah. Well, that's why I think we're not going.
You have been involved here for a while.
Well, like that's also the reason why we're kind of because they were just that like fine or here. Yeah. No, from
I'm actually not sick. I'm just sluggish. Let's go.
Casey's not here.
Are you all leaving? Are you seriously all leaving? Okay. I would kill you all. Thank you.
Wait, we're leaving?
I'm winning.
I'm
Open
feeling
with a
sick.
nice
Oh no, I'm gonna have
I really don't. Well, then maybe what you
Oh my god, my leg. It was cardio.
No, our pizza's coming too.
probably totally over.
Well, we didn't learn about it.
That's good classroom. We had annual budget officer. Zero, Brian Hopkins.
Can the camera can't see me from sitting here, right? Is the volume gonna be working?
I can get the top of your head.
That's why I sit back there.
But I'm
Debating about blonde or brunette. I say you're brunette. They're saying you're blonde. During the summer, I'm blonde.
What?
During the summer, I'm blonde.
I'm red.
But right now, you're what? It's summer, I guess. Oh, man.
Is Victoria Wall here?
Motion to approve budget by unanimous consent. Yes. Yes. Good. I had
It's probably not worth saying something like, whereas DSG sounds like a positive. Whereas all
I
these
saw
things
Florida earlier and I don't know.
pressing the ear or space. Like not as
Sunday?
there's
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I just have a meeting at 3. But I can make sure it's after.
we're not starting this meeting if we don't have it.
I don't know if we did.
we done it.
And Gotham is not. You're not a senator, right?
I'm not a senator.
How about that? I think the
Martha, we have 29 people here.
You have to call.
motion to call for the world.
I think it's
There's one more. There's one in Jacqueline's out there.
and Shivani went to go get her attack.
It says 32.
Bella's also on her way.
33. What is more? Alana, what's more?
We're gonna need Martha. I'll do 35.
We talked about
Let's do it.
Come on, let's do it.
What are you?
Let's wait on the side of the house.
What are you asking?
Call of the house.
What the hell
Well,
about
if you
that?
guys know people who should be here but have no real excuse.
If not, the
What?
meeting before LDOC will go.
That doesn't help us with the meeting, though.
Yeah.
That doesn't help us with the meeting, though.
Unconvene this meeting and then immediately convene another one.
Okay, so you don't really care about how the system's supposed to work.
What'd you say?
That destroys the purpose of having any quorum, ever.
The way the call of the house works, is everyone.
I think they have more.
Everyone is forced to attend. People who don't attend are placed in bad standing. Can we suspend the rules? We can't. Because we can't even vote to suspend the rules. Well, so we do a poll of the house. Everyone who's not here is placed in quote unquote bad standing in like a special sense.
Yeah. Hey,
In that
everyone,
place they don't
can you
count
take your
towards
seats
quorum.
so I can count and make sure you guys
Tanner,
are
you
happy?
Quorum to begin with.
None of us want
So
to.
poorly written.
Then we could have like
And
5
Norwalk
people
is
here
back
and just
here.
have 5 people.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, that's not how
we should do that.
It's a
Luke, sit
problem,
momentarily.
but like it is.
That's the rule.
Okay. Fuck, I was counting counts. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31.
Tanner and Kushal.
I got them. They're 30, 31.
Wait, we have 31 people?
And me, 32.
Alright, we have a quorum. Remember we kicked off a few senators?
You're welcome for that.
We took off enough.
We have 60 total now, which means being 31, which means
We're good.
You're welcome.
Yeah! But is everyone like to score?
With that said, I need silence. Guys, take your seats. Attendance will be starting now. Everyone else.
Here.
Center, shh, everyone. Shh. To the left, to the right. Senator Brown. All right. Absent. Senator Gilbert. Absent. He's here. Senator Gottlieb. Here. Senator Jane. Absent. Senator Netta.
Here.
Senator Sullivan. Senator Sullivan, I saw you here. Where are you? All right. Absent. Senator Katzen. Here. Senator Speed.
Here.
Senator Shaw. Senator Gambardella.
He's here. He's here.
Senator Torno.
She's on her way.
Senator Hardy.
Here.
Senator Smith.
Here.
Senator Kadakia.
Here.
Senator Carrington.
On our way, so late.
All right. Senator Key.
Here.
Senator Dellinger.
Here.
Senator Angopassi.
Here.
Senator Lintz. Senator Taranchik.
Here.
Senator Picarera.
Here.
Senator Moore.
Here.
Senator Good.
Here.
That's good. Senator Palmisano. All right. Senator Buller.
Here.
Senator Ganguly.
Here.
Senator Shum. Senator Uriah. Senator Hess.
Here.
Senator Letty.
Here.
Senator Bartlett.
Here.
Senator Seif. Absent. Congratulations. Senator Yearley.
Yeah.
Hey!
Senator Wayne. Senator Wayne. All right. Senator Torges. Senator Fogel. Senator Bernetti.
Here.
Senator Skoufis. Senator Thompson.
Here.
Senator Caldwell.
Here.
Senator Maddock. Senator Maddock. Senator Kamara. Senator Milchchuk. Senator Kipelov. Senate Pro Tem Hopkins.
Here.
Vice President Lukachi.
Here.
Vice President Norwalk. Here. Vice President Gonzalez. President Gonzalez.
She's running late.
Vice President Wiseman.
Here.
Vice President Lockett.
Here.
Vice President Elgard.
Hello.
Vice President Dinner.
I'm here. Good for you.
Alright. That is everyone. The Executive Secretary Blog is yet to upload the minutes, in which case, if she arrives here, we will go over that. But with that said, we will now be moving on to announcements. We will be undergoing the second reading of the annual budgeting process, as well as the several different financial oversight and appeals committee appeals towards the annual budget. Shh. Everyone got that?
Yeah.
All right. Why would you speak about the cabinet?
Yeah. Okay. So Tara and I are trying to fill the executive cabinet. We have a bunch of spots open. We are collecting applications. We're doing interviews. They're on the DSG page and on the group. We're looking for policy advisors, communications people, all sorts of roles to fill. If you're really good at organization and scheduling, we'd like a person who's really good at organization and scheduling. If you want to be the person collecting minutes and doing all these interviews, that'd be really exciting. So if you're not returning to Senate but still want to be involved in DSG, have a little less of a commitment, that'd be a good role for you. Any questions, forward them over to me. So that's my one announcement, and those are due tomorrow at midnight. We'll probably extend the deadline a little bit. So any questions, just forward them over to me. Second thing, last week was terrible. I was extraordinarily disappointed in your behavior. Please remain quiet and courteous of each other and of anyone up at front. We do not want to be here until 2 in the morning. We will stop and wait until you are silent and stay as long as we need to get through this annual budget. We talk a lot about how DSG needs to be more accountable and how we need to respond to the students, and this is the time to do that. Annual budgeting is arguably the most important thing we do all year because we are setting the budget, we are setting the student activities and student life on campus for the next year. It's incredibly important that you pay attention, engage, and debate when we're talking about this. So please be respectful, please listen, and please engage. And if you need to talk, go outside and then come back in. All right. Cool.
Any further announcements? Does anyone else have any further announcements at this point? Vice President Lockett.
Hey all, I'm sure everybody kind of knows what's up with the Chanticleer referendum, but over the course of the next week or so, there's probably going to be emails out via DSG listserv / on the Facebook page with like office hours and information to discuss what that vote's going to look like in the coming week. So sort of think critically about that before you come to Senate next week. The editor-in-chief is here somewhere. If you want to introduce yourself really fast, maybe like share contact info if people want to reach out. Would that be okay? Cool.
Hi, I'm Megan Fox. Like I said, I'm the editor-in-chief of Chanticleer this year. I can be reached either if you message the Facebook page, you can message me on Facebook, Megan with an H. If you search Megan Fox, it doesn't show up. Or you can do meghan.fox@duke.edu. Usually email is a good way to contact me, and I will happily answer any questions. If you want to meet, that's less efficient, but happy to do that also.
Yeah, so just keep a lookout for the big vote. Obviously, it's a lot of money, very important. I think election results are definitely something to check out if you haven't yet, but that's it. So just
Right. And for anyone who doesn't know, the Chanticleer referendum passed with yes with 80%. Okay. Does anyone else have any further announcements?
Say that again?
80%.
80%?
That's what we were told. Any further announcements? Okay. Is anyone here for public forum? Bryce?
yes.
Please do not.
Would it be best if I present up front, or would you like me to? Probably. Thank
What is it? Oh, rain a while? That's pretty. Sure. Confirmation. Oh, is it a confirmation? Yeah.
They're speaking or?
Rain a while is nice. Watch this. It's so pretty.
Hi all, my name is Bryce Maxier. I'm the newly elected, as of about 6 days ago, president of the Duke National Relations Association. I, as well as a cohort of my branch heads, are here to petition for an increase in our funding from the annual budget. Our funding was decreased by about $2,500 from last year's budget allotment, and we have filed a petition with FOAC. Was rejected, and now therefore we are appealing to you, DSG, as well as we will be going to the second round of petitions on Sunday. And so I just wanted to sort of present a little bit about what DERA is, who we are, and why we serve the student body of Duke University. DERA is the Duke International Relations Association. We have 4 branches: the away team, the DUMUNC conference for high schoolers, the discount conference for college students, as well as our communications and marketing, which is essentially creating events for broad on-campus events, all things from international relations discussions and panels. And the reason we are asking for this funding is because we are an organization that competes around the United States, as well as host conferences here on campus. And to do these things, to create the financial capacity for our members to go and compete, we need annual budget funding. We do not have any endowments or any large grants or donors, as other organizations like I believe Mock Trial or Duke State have. And while they get larger budgets, they are far more selective, and we are less selective and serve about 24 members for our away team, 50 members for our high school conference, and about 60 for our high school conference and 50 for our collegiate conference. Now, the reason why we are requesting this funding is that because without this funding, every student who participates in the competition team would have to pay their way there. I personally am a student on financial aid, and the reason why I joined this club is because I knew that I want to compete, I want to be involved in international relations. I wanted to learn about the UN and other organizations that do things similarly, like NGOs and governmental organizations. And the MUN team, through DERA, was able to fund my way and my participation in this experience through the student activities fees and the annual budget. Without that, I would not be able to go and have this opportunity and the opportunity that DERA allows the students and its members. And so when we requested our amendment to, or when we appealed for our finances, because I am the newly elected president about 6 days ago, there were things that we requested in the budget that we requested that were not in the initial budget, including funding for a conference that I guess was not in there because that was not transferred to me. But there are 2 other conferences that we had requested beforehand that are in Virginia, and then as well as in Connecticut that would serve about 16 members or so if we were allowed to have those funds. There's also something for our capital expenditures for one of our high school conferences. But that being said, I want to hand it over to my branch head for the high school conference.
How you doing? My name is Ruben Jane. I'm branch head for G-Month, which is our high school conference. The main capital expenditure that we're going to be talking about is the $3,500 expenditure for projectors. For those of you who have not done a lot of UN, just like this committee right here, we need projectors like that for all of the committees that we have. And projectors are really, really expensive if you don't have them in an auditorium. So we needed $3,500 for that. And so one of the main things that DEER really tries to do, as Bryce noted, is try to remain revenue neutral. We don't try to make any money off the conferences that we do. We always try to make sure that's for the community, not just the Duke community, but also the community around Durham and North Carolina as a whole. So we try to make it cheap and we try to make it as accessible for everyone to come. And with that, that means we have to not make money off our things, so we can't really pay for our projectors by delegate fees, right? Because we're trying to keep them as low as possible. Therefore, if we don't have that money from you guys to pay for projectors, we have to cut back on other things. So particularly this last conference, we had someone burgle a couple of laptops, right? And that doesn't look good for Duke, that doesn't look good for here, that doesn't look good for DSG as a whole. And so we really need that money in order to not only be able to pay that security, but also pay for the things that we really need. And so with your influx of cash of $3,500, we will be able to not only host the best conference that DEER has ever seen, but also one that will really represent Duke on a larger scale.
And my name is Natina. I'm here representing Campus Affairs, which is the branch that primarily serves the Duke community as a whole and kind of links DEER to the rest of the students that might not explicitly be in the organization. So while a lot of the funding that's being petitioned for tonight goes towards the away team for our GMUP conference, the main argument here is that whenever all our other branches do well, Campus Affairs does well. And this is really significant because Campus Affairs is explicitly here to link all that DEER has to offer to the Duke community. There are 900 people on our listserv. Our conferences are staffed by around 70 students, and there are about 100 active members in DEER as a whole. So you can immediately see how the organization serves a lot of students, and really increased funding goes to a huge array of students that otherwise wouldn't necessarily be able to engage in topics surrounding IR due to the fact that there's no other active organization, and there's also no majors. So students who might otherwise have had an academic opportunity to engage in other schools don't have that opportunity here at Duke, which leaves us with a really exciting role, but also large shoes to fill, which is kind of why we're here petitioning for funding.
Are there any questions? Senator Farrell.
How many conferences are you currently being funded for?
Currently, we're being funded for 3 conferences. What we try to do every single year is to get our members to 3 conferences per semester, so a total of 6. We were funded for only 3 or half that. Particularly, we were not funded for the local conference, which is VIX, that's in Virginia, and the local conferences are the ones that are also the most expedient in terms of capping, will send the most members for the lowest cost. And so that's something that we're requesting right now, funding for the VIX conference.
Any other questions? Senator Gilbert.
You mentioned other public trial outside source of funding. What efforts have y'all made to find outside source of funding from departments around you other than DSG?
Yes, so we are always on the search for extra funding, including like the Webby Grant Fund, which normally we were able to apply to, and we've been getting less and less money through that as well. As the years have gone on, we're looking at the poli-sci department, we're looking at the ICS department, as well as working with other organizations on and around campus. Again, we were also the newly elected about 6 days ago, so we're in the process of sort of putting those things together, but we know that we want to start off with a very, very strong base. And without this initial source of funding, we don't know how the rest of our club will function, especially if those outside sources of funding don't come through.
Senator Gilbert.
Could you elaborate on what role the Duke students play at the high school conference that you're hosting in Nicholson?
Yeah, so Bryce actually misspoke, it's actually 70 Duke students, and so the majority of those are actually freshmen. So we have around 35 freshmen, 35 upperclassmen. the main idea, as Tina was saying, is try to engage kids in IR discussions, right? Because, as she said, there's no academic space on campus except for what the role that we fill. And so by allowing these students, which again is non-selective, unlike many other groups, we allow everyone to join, so it's very inclusive. We allow them to, really wet their shoes when it comes to international relations, really have them get an experience that they may not have otherwise.
Yeah. These are the students preparing, managing the conference. They're the ones that are running the conference. They're the ones writing the papers about the international relations issues, about the California drought issues, about women's health issues internationally. They're the ones running and setting up the entire conference. And that's an educational experience in itself that oftentimes you don't have to do because of the lack of an IR major.
Further questions? Senator Farrell.
How much do you guys make generally off of the, I know you don't profit from it, but how much goes to your budget?
So last year, we were not revenue neutral, we were revenue negative, so we were back $1,500. And this year, I believe we made, or in the process of making, I think, $2,000, I believe. Yeah, we're still waiting on delegate fees to come in and certain expenditures to go out, and we're working with UCAE right now to make sure that all things will be covered, so probably a little bit less.
Any further questions? The chair recognizes Mr. Gilbert.
Yeah, I have a few questions. One, how much do you know how much is in your town right now?
I believe that if you mean what has been allocated to us currently?
Yeah, what is it currently the balance?
Currently, we have been allocated for the next year.
No, the balance of your account right now.
The balance of our account right now, we are vacillating between, I think, $2,000 with the hopeful look of about $3,000. Speaking of my treasure right
so you have around $2,400 in your account right now. In the past 3 years, would you say you've averaged $3,000 in grants from the Weatherby Fund?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Again, we're still working through the financing on that.
Okay, and we funded you $2,500 less this year.
About $2,500.
Okay. I was just confirming that. That's it.
All right, any further questions? Thank you. One more?
You said that in the thing, we need the projectors at the conference center because there are too many people hitting on Duke. What is the maximum size conference that you could have at Duke?
Let's see. Well, our discount conference, the one that we host for the collegiate members, we get about 150, and then
General conflict of interest item at DisCon. This year we had 200 attendees and then about 80 staffers over on East Campus. And then we had a couple of other people cycling, maybe about 300 total.
In terms of rooms and stuff, do you feel comfortable with that extra space, or did you feel like things were really getting crowded?
Oh, so we usually call a conference on campus.
Yeah, I mean on campus.
Oh my God, there's no room. To have everyone in one place, there's absolutely no room because we can't afford to work $50,000.
Also, logistically, it's just much safer and much simpler to have everyone in the same hotel because it's 600 high school kids running around. You don't want that at Duke, you want that somewhere else.
Because the immediate walking from your hotel room down to the Durham Conference Center.
Because otherwise you invite so much liability.
Any further questions? Vice President.
Sorry, what's the weather refund that you guys get $3,000 from every year?
Yeah, the Whitley Fund is a fund for international relations as well as sort of diplomatic and debate organizations. And so we apply to it as well as some of the other sort of debate-oriented organizations. And we average about $3,000 per year from that.
Oh, I thought that you had said that you guys get no other sources of funding.
Yeah, I said we don't get very much, and it's something that we have to apply to every year, and it's never guaranteed.
Okay.
Anyone else?
But have you got it confirmed for next year?
No, we have not. It's something that we have to apply to in August or September.
But historically, you get it every year.
For the past 2 years that I have been a part of DERA, we have, yes.
So is it safe to assume that you'll, in all likelihood, get that $3,000 next year?
It is not safe to assume that we'll get the entire amount. It has also been decreased from, I think, $3,500 to $3,000 this year, and so we don't know what the status of that would be next year. If we get anything at all, we get $2,500. If we'll get $2,000, so that is always something that's up in the air.
So given that that's up in the air, would it be debilitating to DERA to subtract that from what you get budgeted now? And if on the off chance you guys don't get the money from the Weatherby Fund come September or October, then apply through programming so that we don't over allocate you money that you're going to be receiving anyway?
Yes, it would be debilitating because a lot of the conferences that we're planning on going to are things that we're requesting funds through UCAE right now, so we can be paying them so that we can prepare prepared so that we can prepare for them, and so that we can make sure that we have our entire year scheduled in advance, because most of these NUN conferences are already up and running. We can already start paying for registration fees and delegate fees, and it's something that we try to act on very, very quickly, because those fees also increase the longer we wait. It's sort of early harder than we help that.
I'm just sorry.
Let's get the back and forth unless someone else has a question.
It's just also on the same line of. I think I'm just a little bit confused by the arithmetic. So if you guys get the money that you're requesting tonight, and you get the weather refund, you'll have a surplus of some $3,000.
No, that is not the case. We won't have a surplus. We spend everything. And so the weather fund is something that we hope to depend on, but if we don't have it, that means we're going to have to cut back on other services or other things for our program and for the DERA members in general.
And also something else to point out is currently to go to conferences, we have delegate fees that each delegate must pay in order to attend. Those have historically been around $100, which for certain students, that's still a problem. And so even though we're just funding, at some points it's conferences, but one of our goals would probably be to also eliminate that barrier for other students that's been historically problematic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to harp on this. I'm just wondering, so if it would be debilitating, why aren't you requesting $3,000 in additional to what you're requesting right now?
So
if you're not confident that you're going to get the weather.
Yeah, a reason why a lot of requests that we wish we could have had are not in there is because the previous executive board, which we were not a part of, requested the current funding for the next year. And at least through my conversations with SOC and FOAC, we shouldn't or cannot request things that are not in our initial budget. If that information is wrong, then I'd love to know it. Because again, we have been put in this position about 6 days ago, and we've been trying to educate ourselves as much as possible to request what we can through the process, through the procedures that we have.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Thank you. Special presentations and reports. Will Senator
Let me know the answer to this. If you're registering for like 2 classes at the same time, can you do that? And we'll be intending on dropping one, we haven't decided yet. You can't do that.
There can't be any overlap. Yeah, that's a bummer.
You spared me some suffering tomorrow. So I'm probably going to do that. And then
tomorrow morning.
Shit, I'm filled up now. So I made that mistake.
Is that business? Yes. Hi everyone. So this is about, I'm basically giving you a small presentation for this project that has been worked on all year and summer. I'm creating a sexual health resource center that's going to be planned in the fall, and I'm asking for a budgetary statute today. So before I do that, I want to explain a little bit about the center. It's going to be called PASH, which stands for Peer Advocacy for Sexual Health, and the tagline is, "Are you ready to get passionate?" So I hope everyone is ready to get passionate.
I am.
Cool. So this summer I went to the Stanford Sexual Health Resource Center to shadow their center, and I was very pleasantly surprised to see it was a completely student-run model. And based on I basically got funding to do a research project there, so and try and bring that similar model here. So if anyone's interested, check out their website. It's Stanford Sexual Health Peer Resource Center. It's called Shipwreck. It's a really cool center that is has really changed their campus environment. I hope to bring it here. Basically, it's a very small center. Actually, as I said, we're going to be piloting in the fall. We have a small couch area, and behind that desk, there's a sexual health peer educator who staffs the center 1 hour a week. And over here, there's products for both sexual pleasure and for sexual health in order to foster a better environment for sexual health after school. So how it works at Stanford is basically they get a subsidy, which is a $3 credit, just to entice people to actually come to the center. And the products, when they actually go to the center, the products are heavily subsidized. So for example, everyone has a $3 credit they can go, but condoms there in order to get one is 10 cents. This is very different for us because we have the wellness center that already passes those for free. So our budget is very different. And let me see what else I have here. So basically, we've started doing a lot of things that they do. Students train other students. Right now, Alana and I are teaching a house course, and by the fall, we're going to have 15 peer educators that are trained by CSGD, Women's Center, Title IX Office, CAPS, Student Health, and Know Your Status also has come for an experimentation. So it has been endorsed by all those places on campus. and wellness center, of course. We're working with wellness center. So services that they provide is like pregnancy counseling, STI counseling, birth control counseling. And one of the big things and like one of the worries that a lot of people had about the center that I want to address right away is that yes, these students are trained, but they're often giving referrals out and really encouraging encouraging students to reach out to the resources that we already have. One of the things that I noticed is after going to Stanford, I was all gung-ho and like guns up, ready to come to Duke, be like, we don't do anything. And the second I started talking to faculty, I realized that faculty here does so much. There's just no recognition or enough advertisement or like outreach to students, and people don't know about it. So this is a really great middleman kind of situation where students would be learning about different resources and actually be connected to the very trained and experienced faculty that we have on campus. And one of the big things that I liked about their slogan is "You do you." Like it's the whole point of this is to create a very non-judgmental, sex-positive environment at their school, and they've done a really good job of it. So their funding, don't get alarmed. I'm not asking for this much money. Their funding is $66,000 annually. It's been a little more in the past, but this was their most recent budget. You'll notice a lot of the things here that we're not going to need. One of the things is condoms, because the Wellness Center would be providing them, although we would still give it in like Alana and I are figuring this out just to incentivize people to come. The credit system is just like making people want to come and be like, oh, I have money here, it's free, like I should come use it. So we're going to figure out how to do that, but yeah, again, these will be free. Event services, right now we're not in a position that we're going to be running events. Instead, we're really going to be promoting the Wellness Center's events, which already has been done with people in the class, like attending different things and being part of like sexual health education at Duke. Again, it's called PASH. Yeah. It's called PASH, and piloting in the fall of 2016, we finally have space in the Oasis where the Wellness Center is going to be moved, and there are going to be 15 trained peer educators. So what we need in terms of budget. So this budget and like what we need in terms of like figuring that out was decided with the Wellness Center. Tom Siggy, the director of the Wellness Center. So we need money for first year costs. We need money for sexual health products. We need money for marketing. And this is just for the first year because in the future we're going to apply to be a student group and have like officers and everything and actually go through the annual budget, but since this is a DSG-led project the first year, we're going to need money from surplus. In terms of appropriate use of surplus, yes, because this is a DSG-led initiative, a lot of the products that we're asking for in terms of sexual health products are going to be used a lot of the time for demonstrative purposes, and in terms of like, people are really afraid of the word giveaway when it comes to surplus, but we've like had t-shirts passed out through surplus in the past, and this is more about, having these products is very necessary for the well-being and for the future of the center. Yeah, this center just needs this money to start off. So why PASH? In general, it's to improve student sexual health on campus. One of the big things that surprised me was Duke has the smartest students, and first semester, freshman year, my best friend got like an A in Orgo, but didn't know she could get most STIs through oral sex. And that's a problem, because we're in an environment where people come from very different states with very different sexual health education, and sexual health education is important for people throughout their lives. And to facilitate STI prevention, to encourage greater student communication on student relations, to foster a sex-positive environment that is accepting of all, instead of this center would not, since we have this really great opportunity to start it, Stanford's had problems in the past with it being very heteronormative because it started in the 80s and they didn't know how to not make it heteronormative, so we really want to make this a center that's very open to everyone, open to all sexualities, genders, and to empower students to prioritize their sexual health and well-being, and to have sex discussed in a healthy, positive, and honest way. And something I really like to say is, because after all, how can we as a Duke community even begin to address topics such as forced intercourse and rape when we can't even talk about sexual intercourse maturely? Cool, so that's my presentation part, and we can go to the budgetary statute.
Well, 5 minutes of questions.
Oh, duh.
All right, 5 minutes of questions beginning now.
Did Stanford have places like, I know we have the Women's Center and the Wellness, but then like, do they have places like that?
Yes, and actually I'm really glad you asked that question. They have that, they have like they have so many more centers, honestly. They have like one like specifically focused on HIV, and the importance of the center, and I'm glad you brought up like the Women's Center stuff, is I really do not want the center to be linked to the Women's Center or to the CSGD, and that's why actually it's going to be opening in the Student Health Building.
to encourage everyone to come. It's not, sexual health is not, historically, yes, it has been an issue that like women or like sexual minorities have like been focused on, but it should be. And that's why we're moving it permanently. This is like it's piloting the Oasis, and it's going to move permanently into the Student Health Center in 2017.
Yeah, so when we talk about sexual health products, maybe it's just because I've heard about a couple of things that you're thinking of finding like a couple of weeks ago. So what did you decide on? Like, so were you just condoms or?
So the products would be not only for like, it would be for condoms, it would be for products for sexual health and sexual pleasure. One of the big things about the center is kind of like having like dildos, vibrators, stuff like that. Because one of the big things, and like I really want everyone to like listen to this so I don't have to constantly keep answering questions about this, is that at Stanford, the thing is, sex in general can be an uncomfortable subject to bring up. At Stanford, honestly, a lot of times people don't necessarily buy products. It's almost like a shock value, where people kind of giggle about it and be like, all right, I'm gonna go use my $3 credit, and they see that it's a very open environment that's willing to talk to college students about why they're having sex, and that's not necessarily to prevent STIs. That's not really what they're thinking when they're engaging in sexual interactions, and addressing the elephant in the room, which is sexual pleasure, and be like, we can discuss sexual pleasure, and then we can also discuss sexual health. So one of the big examples I like to share is when I went to Stanford, one of the consultations was talking about, like, someone came in and was talking about like anal intercourse and like what they should use, like what kind of lube they should use, all this stuff, and then afterwards the person was, the educator was able to be like, okay, yeah, you should try this stuff. Also, like, make sure you use a condom, it makes it better, blah, 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 and like talk about sexual pleasure in a way that also encourages sexual health. Also, it facilitates an environment by having these products available in that center. It facilitates an environment where people are allowed to ask questions, talk honestly, and not perpetuate this toxic dude culture that we have, where everyone's doing it, but no one's talking about it. And that's why we have a lot of issues on campus.
Senator Tremancic.
Can you explain in more depth the honoraria fees?
So, that is not going to be in our budget.
All right, okay.
But honoraria fees was for example, like they've been there for like since the 70s, so we're not there yet, but they get to have things like we brought Lacey Green, they personally got Lacey Green to come, but we're not even asking for that. We're like not going into that yet because I really don't think that like the first year we can do that. That'd be very future. Also, we have like SOFC funding and stuff like that we can apply for, which is a different system. So whatever you see on there, just know I'm trying to make a comparison of how little I'm asking compared to how much is spent there. And those individualist items are just showing what they all are spending money on, but ours is very different. You'll see it in like a couple seconds. Good question. Go ahead.
So next semester, this would be in the Oasis in Bell Tower on
Yes.
East. And then after that, assuming it goes well, it would be in the new student health building?
Yes.
And like you've already received confirmation from the student health building? So what's gonna be in the place next semester where this will be 2 semesters from now? Does that make sense? So like where is this gonna be moving into? Like is it just gonna be like an empty room in the new student health building?
Like what is it?
What does it
It's
entail?
always under the wellness center. Under the wellness center. Like, yeah.
Right, but what are they using the space for while this is in the Oasis? Does that make sense?
Because they're not just gonna have like an empty room in the new student health building for a semester while this undergoes trial
Oh,
and Oasis,
I
right?
don't know student health isn't opening till
January.
Oh, that's right. It's not open to the GA yet. My bad.
Oh, sorry. Wow, I didn't make this clear. New student health building.
Yeah. Okay.
The
Gotcha.
new one opening. The new student health and wellness building. The reason I brought up is that this has a permanent location in this new building that's coming up. Great question. Sorry, I did not make that clear. I just thought it was.
Time for one more question. Senator Shaw.
So, sexual health, great thing. The question that I have is, how can we justify to the entirety of the student body, some of which will not be too enthused that we're using their money to buy things that, like, while they're open for everyone to use, like that personally go to benefiting like specific students who would go use the resources here. Like, I'm wondering what our argument is for saying that it's okay to do that, to fund something like, particular like resources. I'm going to be as decorous as I can about talking about this, but like I think that's my one concern with something like this in terms of the funding request that we're putting in. I think that the center is really great, but in terms of where we're paying and who's paying for the money, I think that's the question we need to be able to answer and legitimize, because there is going to be a giant portion of student body that's going to be uncomfortable if DSG is using their money to pay for things like that. That's all.
In terms.
How would you respond to that? I guess, either way.
Yeah, so the center is, first of all, the whole premise of the center is to like change the environment at Duke, right? There's a lot of benefits that come to the center, and I think that in terms of like explaining those products and how they will be encouraging this environment in the center, how they will be help facilitate this environment already created at Stanford, where they have spent student fees on this, will be a justification enough. Also, I think it's a thing, like right now, like it might be a shock, but just imagine being in a university where that isn't even considered a shock. People aren't like giggly about it, uncomfortable with it, and they can just talk very honest and openly about this subject. And that's what we're trying to create as an environment. And this center has much more long-term impact on Duke culture than just these products. So I think it's completely justified for us to make that decision and spend it on sexual health products.
Question time's elapsed unless there's a motion to increase.
Can we just extend it by?
Clarification. Sure. Will there be another amount of question time during the budgetary statute, or is this all?
There's another question
Sounds
time.
good.
Vice President
Can I ask a question?
You have to increase the speaker's time. Is there a motion?
Motion to increase time by 2 minutes.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion before to increase the speaker's time by 2 minutes. There's been a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, 2 more minutes. Go ahead.
So, I think that this is a really, really great idea. The thing that I'm hesitant about, though, is whether or not it's actually going to be used, right? Like, so this is like tucked away on East Campus in literally the farthest dorm from the center of like campus life in Bell Tower. And I just think that we're going to be spending $17,000 and no one's going to ever go there because it's in the Oasis.
So first of all, in terms of piloting reasons, the thing that I think will be very enticing about this place is people are just going to want to know what the hell it is and want to go and check it out. I think there is a huge marketing push that we're going to do. The reason we want it even on East Campus is to have this push to encourage this culture starting freshman year. And having students on East Campus be like, oh, this is the center, and oh, this is going to be a place that we want to check out. Also, in terms of long-term impacts, it's going to be in the new student health and wellness building. Also, in Stanford, it's also, like you could say, it's a big campus, it's tucked away, yet they always get students there because it's a very easy resource. And you'd be really surprised at how many students want to learn about the subject. When I've talked to I've talked to the CSGD, the Women's Center, they've always had, and the Wellness Center, they've had such overwhelming attendance when it comes to subjects that relate to sexual health, because people want to learn more. So I really think that this will be beneficial to the student body, and I really think that they will want to see what it is.
So after next semester, it's going to return to being the current Oasis? Is that right?
Okay, I'm going to explain. Okay, I don't think we're on the same page. This fall,
Yeah.
2016, Oasis.
Yes.
They say that construction is going to end on the student health building January 2017. Yeah. I'm skeptical. Then it would still be in the Oasis.
They're on schedule.
They're on schedule. They're on schedule.
Then we'll move straight. Then just this fall we'd be in the Oasis, and then we go straight into the student health.
So, and then,
Health and wellness.
spring of next year, it returns to the Oasis?
No, it would stay there.
It stays there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, permanent location in the student health.
So when you say it's going to move to the new student health building, you mean they're just going to open up another one in the new student health building?
Yes, this is it's piloting in the fall, and then permanent location in the new student health and wellness building from there on.
So we'll have 2 of these next year in the spring. One at East, one on West.
Okay, JP.
It's gonna leave the
Their
old center and
pilots.
go in the new one.
Center flies away.
Once the new building is going to have a location.
Center stays.
Yeah.
Does that make sense now?
Question time.
It's just a pilot. It's just a pilot.
Question time's elapsed unless there's a motion to increase the speaker's time.
Motion for 30 seconds, please.
All right, is there a second? There's a motion to increase the speaker's time by 30 seconds. Right, by 2 minutes.
Hey, can you guys not get pizza right now so we can finish this ahead?
We can move for unmoderated caucus afterwards.
Yeah, can we just
There's now a motion on the floor to increase the speaker's time by 2 minutes. There's a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, 2 minutes.
So, this is my question about your budgetary statute. So you have very specific account costs all the way through until the last line, which is sexual health products, and it's $15,000. That's a blank check. Now my biggest thing is all the rest of this stuff, totally fine with funding it, and it's actually not that much. If you look at where your budgetary statute asks for $17,252, the rest of the stuff is not that much money. But my question is I would fund those specific things if you tell me exactly what you're spending it on versus give me $15,000 and I'm just going to purchase sexual health products. That's my biggest thing with like the budgetary statute here, where like if we can do that later, we can buy all the other things, and then if you can come back next week and say, here are the specific costs for each thing and break that down, then I think it's a lot easier for people to feel like they're more comfortable, because it's a lot of money for us to spend. And so if we're just saying we're spending it on sexual health products without telling people that's what we're doing. So this is probably just a speak of like, can we think about this moving forward? But I'm wondering why is it $15,000?
To be very honest,
like what are we doing?
to be very honest with you, because I think that I just worry that the conversation, especially in this like politically charged place, would move from like certain products, and it wouldn't be very constructive. And also, this amount of money will be used. And the thing is, you're not just writing this blank check. You're writing us this check. We might not even use all the money because we're going to be working with the wellness center and having those itemized. And in general, like having that decided now, we need to work with the wellness center this summer, figure out deals, all this stuff, but I don't think it's like possible right now to do that. And I also don't want this conversation to go from understanding the greater impact that the center is going to have to itemize things and be like, ooh, that's like weird. Like, no, we don't want that.
But I think that's a valuable question. Like, so, the thing, but, okay, that's fine, I won't engage in debate, but I think that people care about that question. And I think that like, for us not to actually discuss it is irresponsible.
Speakers have the
If I may, just like one kind of addendum comment. Sure. So it seems to me that like one of the missions, and I think it's a very noble one and a very important one of this, is to make conversation about not just sexual health, but sexual pleasure more open on Duke's campus, right? And it seems to me that we're neglecting that responsibility and just having a bulk $15,000 instead of line iteming it, right? Because by line iteming it and by actually listing the items that we'll be buying, we work towards achieving that goal, even though it might be uncomfortable to have those in line items. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Yeah. We're currently in negotiation with a couple of both like essentially sex toy and like contraceptive providers to see what sort of deal we can work out with different companies, particularly local ones. So that is like a pretty big ballpark number because like we're essentially trying to figure out like what they can do for us, what we can do for them. And that like it's like, and we don't expect to use all of it. And there will be surplus if not. And also we're trying to figure out a way to like figure out the budget in a way that it would continue to feed back into surplus almost, like the first part, because we're going to create a credit system where people come in and use money, and then if they don't fill the credit.
Okay, so speaker time's elapsed. At this time, I recommend a motion to move toward unmoderated caucus for 5 minutes.
Motion to open moderated caucus for 5 minutes and 5 seconds.
All right, 5 seconds.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor to move to moderated caucus for 5 minutes and 5 seconds. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right.
I want to get rid of the
Do you want us to
Like, we'll call them in for a hearing next week. But for some reason, they won't get funding in time, right? Yeah.
I believe a lot of my
Yeah, we would do
Here, so let's do basically just. But I usually don't though.
I said too much.
The thing is, it wouldn't have mattered because he lost by the second by
Yeah, I forgive you. Oh, wait, what is this meeting Sunday? Okay, because Hey Jeff, you'd be annoyed by Jeff. You cannot hate Jeff. Always Facebook messages me during DSG because you're on Facebook. And it's like, he doesn't say anything substantive. I love it. Like, okay. Yeah, we're talking probably not until
Why don't we ever get latest news?
Oh, I'm just kind of in an argument with Adam Lemon.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, so I had an argument about with him about costs of Bernie Sanders spending plans.
Saying it costs too much and saying it doesn't cost that much?
He was citing the Wall Street Journal article that was in Leslie Cost, which had issues.
So citing Huffington Post?
Yeah, well, just to annoy him.
He's an arguer, alright. He's an arguer, alright.
I got my word.
Everyone please take your seats.
Longer just wants the story.
Okay. So the third candidate is right.
Everyone take your seats. At this time, guys, Eddie, Ted. At this time, I recommend a motion to move the budgetary statute funding PASH to the top of the agenda.
So moved.
All right, there's a second. Yeah, there we go. There's a motion on the floor to move the budgetary statute funding PASH to the top of the agenda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, 5 minutes meeting now.
Please.
Unless you want to throw this.
Yeah, you guys can see it up here.
5 minutes of question time. Any questions?
Can I say Okay, so I've been taking account a lot of people's questions that they had during this unmoderated caucus. So, one of the things I want to explain is like, I can give you guys like a list of like products we're gonna buy. That's not really what I'm trying to like hide. It's more like we're in the negotiation phase, so it's difficult for me to say like exactly what. But for example, like if you want to know the list of products, we are basing it off the Stanford Sexual Health Resource Center. It's going to be like dildos, vibrators, anal beads, Tanga eggs, and those are like what we have, and no rings. That's what we have right now in terms of like a basis, but we're like figuring out how to do, figuring out how to have those negotiations. Second of all, this amount is a ceiling of like how much we think the most we can spend based on like the discussions we've had. Honestly, we're probably not going to spend that much. Another thing I want to mention is that how it works at Stanford is you get this $3 credit, but it's heavily subsidized products. But then, if you go over your $3 credit, and we're figuring that out as well, if you go over your $3 credit, then you are paying your own money to get the products. So in this, like, in essence, we would be giving back to surplus. Yes, no, it wouldn't be as much as we're putting into this, but there would be still something that we get out of it, at least for the first year that we're using this as the funding. And then later on, I would hope that we can make it more self-sustaining when it goes. This is just like very initial cost. Another thing that was mentioned is, in terms of having this as a lot of money for the first year, that makes sense because a lot of the purpose of these products is to be able to facilitate an environment to have these conversations. And a lot of times when I was there, like shadowing them, people would come in, ask about a product, ask how it works, and then be like, all right, I'm gonna order mine as well. And people would come and be like, I'm gonna get that product exactly. So it is a way that honestly, like, just having it in the center, and like, we might not go through everything, but just having it and creating this environment is also very important. And that's why first year costs may be a little more than in the future. Cool.
Any questions? Questions from the top?
So in essence, how this works is, we buy like, I don't know how much vibrators, like $30 or something. We buy like, what's not that, 500 vibrators or something, or like an assortment of goods. People can come buy one for like $10, realize the $3 credit they paid over 7, and basically they get to keep it, right? So my question is, I'm like a little confused. So one, right? What exactly are you trying to promote by selling them on campus as opposed to doing an event talking about like vibrators and dildos with a couple samples and then like showing people websites where they could get them?
Okay, that's a good question. So the thing is, we don't want to make it this like special event every couple months where we really talk about sex on this campus. We wanted to make it a very institutionalized center that has shown to be very effective in other schools. We're one of the few places that don't have a sexual health resource center that like, many schools have this resource. And having this resource where people, it's a very normal thing to go in, it's a very open environment where there's trained educators who have been endorsed by these major centers on campus that can like talk about sex and sexual health in a very healthy manner regularly. It isn't just an event that a lot of people don't come to. People can drop by and check it out at any moment of the year.
Senator Jordan.
Are you buying male sexual health products as well? Or like, I mean, they're more than just that.
Yes.
I mean, for straight males.
Yes. Tank eggs, and like other different. Yes.
I mean, it's fair. Like, I don't understand why that's an
that's a bad question. Yes. We're getting totally fine with that. We're getting tank eggs. We're getting lube. We're getting there's other products that are going to be. That's actually really glad you mentioned that because I really do not want the center to be just some place that sexual minorities and women go to. It's not going to be. We're getting products that are a wide range and that can appeal to all students on this campus.
Senator Curtis.
All right. So, assuming that these aren't going to be rentals.
These are not going to be rentals.
We're going to need to buy these every year, correct? What is that?
I want to write some political article on this video. Please.
Guys, no, hold on. Curtis, you guys in the back, you guys on the left, one person speaking at a time. Curtis, did you finish your question? Curtis, did you finish your question?
So, I guess I missed something.
Okay, so two-part question. One, so you're like, okay, this is the center we can drop by like whenever. So just really quickly on that point, like, what are the hours, who's staffing it, and how are they getting paid? And then on the second part, why can't it just be like you can go into Brookstone and you can like see the array of vibrators, or you can like go into certain types of sex stores and like see the array of things and like, you know, put it on your back or something and see if you like it, and then you can purchase it separately. So is it possible that we can fund like $500 of resources where anyone can come in and like look at and play with and like see if they like and then buy, and then we just don't subsidize them like $20 each?
So first of all, a lot of those products are going to be used for that. That's a good point. We are going to have, it's not going to be just like you come in and you buy, you can talk to people. Yes, there will be, but also we want to have those products available for students because it isn't like the craziest thing in the world. Other schools have done it. It works really well to be able to say, here you go, you can use this product, let's talk about it honestly. What was your first question?
What are the hours?
Yeah, okay, so I think you missed that at the beginning too. We've trained 15 peer educators this semester. We're teaching this house course again in the fall. It's been very successful. We've gotten endorsement from CSGD, Women's Center, CAPS, Student Health, and Wellness. And Title IX, thank you. So we're having all these centers who have trained and endorsed this center. Major centers on campus. We've been working very close with the Wellness Center. And we're going to have those trained educators in those centers. Next semester, I anticipate to get another full class. This semester, we actually have 16 educators, if you're about that, because we had an overwhelming response of people signing up for the class. We had a wait list of 10 for a house course with a cap of 15. So there is a push from this student body, like wanting to know more, wanting to learn, wanting to be part of this project. And so we anticipate to get another full class next semester. So at the end, when we are moving from piloting in the Oasis to student health, we're going to have 30 people running the center. Plus 2, 32.
Senator Taranchi.
Could you talk a little bit more about the actual conversations that will be going on in this? Like if I went in and said like, I know the basic like sex ed stuff, like can you tell me more? What would that conversation look like?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So we've trained them on different types of conversations that might come. So for example, at Stanford, a lot of things that come are like birth control counseling, pregnancy counseling, also sex toy like counseling in terms of like asking what to want. Also, a lot of the times, the thing is, there's those conversations that people might want to have, but a lot of the times people just use this as a resource that is like a guaranteed place to have contraceptives on campus, like the condoms, the lube. And a lot of times, I was very surprised, especially if people are like worried about like this catering to a certain population on campus. Although, yes, I'll be honest, the people who are getting trained in this are women or sexual minorities. The people coming in were very 50-50. Obviously, I don't know like their sexual like preferences, but they were very like 50-50, if not more male than female, which is very interesting to me. So a lot of people are using the center, and it's not necessarily just like sitting down and like having a heart-to-heart chat. It could just be coming in, grabbing condoms, and leaving. So it's just also because honestly, a lot of times resources on this center like advertise that they have these products, but a lot of times run out. And like the one reliable place that I've seen really on campus has been Student Health. I've gone to Women's Center before, and there hasn't been, or the Wellness Center sometimes has to like create these packs beforehand, and they're so overstaffed. I mean, they're so overwhelmed with so many things that they have to do because they do not just sexual health. And that's a big thing is we really want to create a center that's focusing on sexual health, putting a priority on sexual health, and putting a priority on communication between sexual partners.
Thank you, Bianca. Speaker's time has elapsed unless there's a motion.
Motion to amend.
Motion is a motion to amend first.
I'd like to amend the sexual health products line to $5,000.
All right. Is this friendly?
No, not friendly.
All right. Jay, will you set yourself and do this month? Okay.
Okay. What? I mean, because, okay, so I'm going to make my argument for $5,000.
So I like to treat this as like we're funding a startup. Basically, that's what this resource center is. It's a startup that like we're going to see how it works and what it does. I think the better way to fund startups is you give them a floor for how much money you're willing to give them, and then if they need more based on negotiations or business deals they have to, they come back and ask for more. I don't think we should be writing a $15,000 blank check, especially at this point in the year. And I think that's my key point. I know people in the room. And I know people in the student body, a lot of friends, who would be very uncomfortable with the fact that DSG is using student money to fund the specific products we've been discussing. And that's, due to, okay, calm down, what's happening here, people? And that's due to, personal beliefs, religious beliefs, whatever else. And I'm not going to pass a judgment on that. But I don't think we should be putting those necessarily into this discussion, but we should be able to acknowledge that that is, it is student money, and so that you have input in the process of what's happening there. So I think it's important that that's in the discussion, but I also think we should be making our decision based off that. So in this specific case, I think the net benefit of having this center is extremely much better than not having it. And having the products there makes the center much stronger. But I also think that our best way of testing something is to do low risk in terms of how much money we're putting in at first. And then if it needs more and it proves that it needs more, we can continue to fund it.
Okay, how about
that's my main
10,000 instead of 5,000?
I feel like they were just spitballing numbers either way. That was my other particular thing is maybe we just strike, and that's what my other point was, maybe we strike this and then come back with a more detailed budget as to what you would need but you can't do that, as my question I kind of asked, we don't get this during the break, because these deals are still being negotiated. And I do think it's fair for us to sort of allocate a specific amount of money to say, right now, we're willing to give this much. You come back to us after negotiating and say you need like $2,000 more to really start up, then that's fine, we'll go ahead and do that. But I think the biggest thing is when you look at the budget lines here, it's $2,252, everything else they're asking for, but then so much more for the actual product side of things. And I think it's much better to go smaller and proportional in terms of how much money we're allocating, and then from there, if we need to give more, we will. That's my main point. This is how, this is startup venture funding style.
Questions?
Tim.
So, yeah, so I have a two-part question. Part one is, talk about startups. If you slice this by 2/3, do you think that maybe it actually won't have the potential at all to get off the ground in the first place? And then secondly, do you think that it's salient that because students are literally purchasing these products, it becomes self-sustaining and actually is not a money dump? And if they don't purchase them in the first year, for example, and over time they do, then really we're not wasting money, it just becomes self-sustaining.
So your first question is one that I think you should have directed to the people who came up with the center, because I think the one thing that's most important is we shouldn't be passing a determination about how much money these things cost. So we shouldn't be saying we're going to give you this much money because we're going to give you this huge window, because you don't know, you haven't been able to, you at this point do not have the information to be able to tell me how much money you actually need. So let me give you a big blank check. When I've asked that, when I've asked money for people, they laugh. Show me a detailed budget and I'll give you money for that. So I think that's one thing where that's not how we should be funding in this specific case. The second thing is I agree that it can be self-sustainable, but I think right now what we should be saying is we're willing to invest a specific amount of money. You go find out some more information for us about what you might need. If you need more, then we go ahead and do that. But I don't think that just throwing $15,000 and saying that's what we're willing to pay for and you can use as much as you want of that is the best way to go about when you start something new. And I agree with you that it's more successful when it has more things, but if you can show me how to do it, that's the best thing. I think the other thing that is making people nervous is they're not quite sure how much use you're going to have. And there's no real way to market test and pilot test it. And that's what we're trying to fund is that pilot test. But I also think that if we pilot test it and we spend a ton of money and students don't really use it, then it's really hard to justify that spending in the end. Versus we can do smaller testing and do A/B testing with less money and find out how we can actually make it better and what services people actually want. Now that's a startup strategy that I use when I start things. That's something I would hold this here.
Quick follow-up, right? So, to the first point, and I'd be curious to see what your response is to that, right? It's we think people on campus want lemonade. Let's create a lemonade stand. We're going to fund them for 1 cup of lemonade on a small table behind a tree and see people want lemonade on campus. But nobody goes to the lemonade stand, not because they don't want lemonade, but because you get 1 cup, right? So that's the analogy to giving an adequate startup cost. And then secondly, so to the point of we're not going to fund them this huge blank check, instead we're going to give them less, we don't know what they want. Is it your impression that we're funding them a blank check, that they don't know what they want or need, or rather that they're saying, this is X volume of things that we need to be successful, but we don't know the specific line items yet because we're negotiating, therefore...
I don't think they've proven to me that that's how much they need to be successful, because they don't have the specific numbers to even give a grasp of the spectrum of things they need. The second point I'd make is there are ways to do market testing that don't require you to throw $15,000 at it. And I think your analogy about like buying 1 cup of lemonade is not actually the point. Like I think you can spend money on those specific resources and do them and do market tests in ways that like the pilot's going to be in Bell Tower, but you can still set up things. You can go do things in the plaza. You can go set up on West Campus and go to CSGD once a week. Like there are ways you can do that without necessarily having to put all the money in at first. And I think you want to prove and validate the need, first of all, and prove and validate the market would exist and students want it, and we know what kind of products students want before we then go invest in the broad sort of panoply of the things that we can buy. That's my biggest point, that like I would rather us have the information to then make smart financial decisions versus, okay, we're going to just allocate money and see how we get there.
Any further questions?
JP.
Hold on. Any further questions?
Yeah.
Alex has.
Vice President Nakachi?
So I'm just going to try to phrase this question. So say you go into this center, right? And you want to get something that on like the ordinary market costs $30, and you have like $10 of credit or whatever, right? So you pay like $10 for it, and Duke subsidizes $20 or something like that, right? So pretty much Duke subsidizes a sexual pleasure device of some sort, like close to 70%, right? Trying to think of other things that Duke subsidizes that much, right? We don't subsidize textbooks 70%. We don't subsidize women's tampons or health products 70%. We don't subsidize really anything that are kind of vital that much. So do you think that we should be subsidizing sexual pleasure devices?
I think it's fine. I think it's actually a good thing to have this kind of discussion, both in terms of creating a good consent culture and also a better discussion about sex on campus. But I do think that my biggest thing is I'm willing to make that investment when I know it's worth making. And that's partially what I'm concerned about is, regardless of like whether or not you're going to use $15,000, when you know you have that much, you're willing to spend more. Like that's a thing that like, I don't know, people have had that situation when they're budgeting. Like when you have more money, you're more willing to be more flexible with how much you spend and things. So that's more my argument here. I think the actual utility of the center is great. I think the purpose of it is an important one. I'm more arguing that I think the money that we're throwing at it is not the right amount, and we don't have the adequate information to put a good funding allocation here. And I'd rather go smaller to find out that more information and then come up with a better budgeting plan from that point forward, rather than just saying, here's money, go do it.
Right, the speaker's time's elapsed.
Motion called the question on the amendment.
There's been a motion to call the question on the amendment.
How many people are going to be on these things?
In which case, there's time for
Before that, can I ask another question?
I do agree with
I know, I'm talking about
it was a point of information. But no, it's fine.
Sure, so I kind of want to reiterate what this cost is going to be used for and where it's going. This is a $15,000 earmark through our surplus. We're not saying we're going to spend it all right away. It is a reserved portion of our surplus, which we already have. We know we have a $100,000 cap we want to hit, and this goes towards that. They are capital expenditures. Money will be kept in this center. We are planning on having pop-up tables through campus. We are independently paying for T-shirts, saying things like safe sex is great sex. We have these 30, or right after the team, will be 30 people who are really excited about implementing this and making sure these products and this information is transmitted healthily and with an educational and medical purpose. And really, this is just an earmark, and it's kind of DSG's way of saying, this is our project, we're committed to seeing it through, and we're going to make sure that over the long term, it has its seed money to flourish. So that's really what this is. It's an earmarked amount of seed money. Might be used, might not be used. We're working with several different vendors to kind of figure out money-wise how much things would be, buy things in bulk. None of the products we're buying are going to be high-end or super expensive. We're looking at things that retail $10 or less. So we're talking small scale, large quantity, and we'll probably be even more so because we're trying to negotiate things. And everyone wants to be associated with kind of something new and startup. Stanford has a $66,000 budget. We're asking for not nearly that much. So that's kind of where we're at right now. It's earmarking, seed money. I can yield my questions now.
Why are we arguing? Yeah. So a quick question, and it kind of goes off of my
my assumption of what you're trying to do with this money. You're trying to make it so that students feel more comfortable with purchasing these kinds of products. Is that correct? Or have more access to these kinds of products?
Access to and information about to create a more sex positive and sex healthy culture.
So then my question becomes, do you believe that because these $15,000 would go towards, aside from buying demo products to explain and teach with, right? This would go towards subsidizing students' costs should they decide to purchase one of these products. Do you think that the inhibiting factor from students attaining these products is the cost, and therefore subsidizing is what's going to make them want to use these products or have these products? Or do you think it associates more with the stigma and around some of these products? And if it is the latter and not the former, that the cost is prohibitive, do you think that subsidizing these products is going to make the difference?
Sure, so I think you actually hit the nail on the head with all of those comments. Accessibility as a whole is the biggest issue. And accessibility comes down to social accessibility and social inclusivity and accepting environments. And it is a cost issue. Some of these products, like in order to access, you have to drive down to Highway 54 in South Point. And like if you don't have a car and if you can't afford an Uber, you're not going to do that. If you come from a more conservative background or perhaps one that's not necessarily as sex welcoming, or if you don't have that education, you're not really going to know where to go or who to turn to. So having this kind of has both the cost and the accessibility factors that I think do play in. Having them accessible easily for students, both financially and location-wise, is something that will in turn reduce stigma.
Okay, a quick follow-up.
Would you not agree that this also incentivizes, the subsidies also incentivize people?
I strongly agree with that.
Senator Sullivan? So if a student group that wasn't DSG asked for $15,000 without clear info on what their costs would be, but said, as an earmark, trust us, we won't spend $15,000, would we fund that?
Oh, I think we have funded that. I mean, we're going to fund that in our annual budget tonight. Not everything's an exact line by line, some is just a general kind of travel expense. In terms of $15,000 from DSG, we did that for surplus too. We have these large allocations. We might not necessarily get massage chairs or whatever, but we have them earmarked for when we're working with UC to get them. I think the fact that it is a UC account through DSG for a DSG initiative, like I know for E&O we've had surplus requests before for things that we haven't spent, like a photo exhibit that we never got permission to put up, and that was $800 earmarked. That was just not spent, that went back to surplus, and now we would spend it probably on massage chairs.
Further questions? Senator Bilger? Really quickly, so $15,000 you said is the ceiling for what this will cost, or for what this costs. What is the guess? Like, what is this most likely to cost? How much are we looking at?
That's the thing, we are really not sure right now. There are a couple of ways this could go. One is that we don't spend any of it because some vendor wants to just give us products to sell because they're excited about Duke having a sex positive culture and having their name on campus. Another option is we spend it all because we aren't able to negotiate that deal right away and need to prove something. I don't want to make false promises. I will tell you that the number that I gave one of the vendors that I emailed last week was $5,000 for 500. No, that's wrong. 5,000 for something like that for one of the technically advanced things we're looking at.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Sorry, no. Senator Curtis.
So I'm kind of concerned about the precedent for what kinds of things are going to be spent in the future. Like, I'm all on board with sexual safety products, creating a safe sexual culture. But as far as subsidizing sexual pleasure, as has been mentioned, we don't subsidize textbooks. And in the future, if we set the precedent that we were going to buy these sexual pleasure devices, as JP said, that's going to be like about $15,000 from the annual budget every year. It doesn't go to other things from the presentation that was read.
Yeah. So the way that this is going to work over the long term is that it'll be self-sustaining. Because when students buy in, we're able to get things cheaper in bulk. Economies of scale kind of buy into that. And we just imagine eventually being a self-sustaining thing that is funded not by students. The Stanford Center has a lot of sources of funding, including it's like basically student health. Long-term goal is to make this, and talking about on campus, that it does get out to funding. Brianna and I are looking into grants right now for like totally outside organizations for things in terms of the long term. When I say seed money, I very much mean this is seed money.
Senator Farrell.
So how do you justify ceiling versus floor?
Oh yeah, so the way I see it is that like the ceiling, it's in an account. If we can't go over that amount, And if we don't use it, then it just goes back, and that's a win for everyone. Whereas if we don't, we're going to keep coming back and asking for more and more money, and there's not going to be an easy cap, and we might be back every week asking for this. When you have a ceiling, you kind of have a set amount to go from, whereas a floor, like, it is essentially giving unlimited reason to come back and keep asking.
Can I give mine to Alex?
No,
You can move on. Well, my thing was, how, do you know how Stanford does for funding their center? How that works?
Yeah, I'll kind of defer to Riaka. They have a $66,000 budget, but they have a lot of buy-in from a lot of different like campus mainstays.
In terms of, yeah, so for information, their budget is from like, basically they graduated from like the seed money, right? And they're like a student group, so they would apply for like annual budgeting and stuff like that. And they've gotten a really positive, like in terms of like a lot of questions that we've gone about, like sexual pleasure, all this stuff, like even centers on this campus that I have discussed about this topic, and if this is relevant to this university, have endorsed this center. And like centers working on sexual health, and I see why, I don't see why it wouldn't be relevant to this culture, especially because Stanford is very, very successful running the center with more money, but we just need this as the starting to see how it goes.
Senator Sullivan, final thought there. I just don't, okay. You have yet to prove the concept that it works, and companies ask for seed money, organizations ask for seed money when they've proven that a market exists and that they can size and give us a sense of what that might be. And I am confused as to what, yes, I'm confused as to what your justification is that shows, like, can you tell me that what you're expecting the usage of this to be, not what Stanford is, because Stanford is a different place with different numbers of people, but what you're expecting it to be here justifies $50,000 of seed money. That's my incongruity here, and that's why I propose the amendment.
Yeah, I'm just for Riaka.
So one of the things I think that's really being missed in this conversation, it seems very repetitive, is that we are working with also the Wellness Center, and they are mostly in charge of sexual health on this campus, so this money has been discussed with the Wellness Center in mind, and with them also helping us through this process and deciding things. So this isn't just necessarily us being like, let's put something out there, we're creating a ceiling and we're doing negotiations, but we're working with a very reputable center on this campus.
And then in terms of buy-in from students, we had a couple hundred people show up to Sex Fest. We had a wait list for our class that filled up, like on top of the normal class size. We have interest from a lot of other student organizations, ranging from Know Your Status to Peer For You, a lot of other groups that do have that kind of same tangible buy-in. And then in terms of like campus community, like there is a niche that needs to be filled. We have a safety crew that like Marco's putting together from LDOC. We have dozens of sexual assault and gender violence prevention organizations, but there is a distinct need to have like sex positive and healthy sex-oriented conversations. So in terms of like buy-in and the need that is demonstrated that can be filled by $50,000, it's there.
It's just that's different than a market need.
Unless there's a motion, increase your time. Is there such motion?
No.
How long? All right, there's a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to increase the speaker's time by 5 minutes. Second. Silence. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nays have it. Okay, at this time, would anyone like to speak in the affirmative?
For this.
In the negative.
No.
This is for the amendment for
He was in the affirmative for the amendment. All right. Seeing none, we move to a vote. Hold on, wait. One of information to the bill's co-sponsors. Sexual health products, does that include dildos and dildo beads? Yes?
Yes, wait, whose question is that?
Oh, that's mine.
Yes.
I was just clarifying. So for everyone to understand, guys, so sexual health products involves anal beads and dildos, and Senator Sullivan's amendment calls to reduce the funding by $10,000, correct?
But reduced by 10 to $5,000, and then
to $5,000.
That's my idea of what would be an appropriate seed grant.
Okay.
Until they improve marketing.
Do I have the attention of the Senate? Fantastic. We will now be voting on the amendment. Remember, a vote in the affirmative is to reduce the funding for sexual health products, which includes dildos and anal beads, to $5,000. A vote in the negative is to maintain it as it is. As such, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Hand raised. All right, I think the nays have it.
I think the nays
Very well.
What? That's
At some point, it's gonna be very confusing.
Which means it's not changed.
I just forget what I
All right, we will do this once more. All those in favor? What is it?
Nikhil, would you fund this if it came to you through SOC?
It's different than SOC.
No, because they don't do
That's a
capital
relevant
expenditures
question.
and give away.
Nikhil, you're allowed to
Annual or
answer.
subsidized.
In the annual budget, we do fund capital expenditures,
Yeah.
like always, costumes are at capital expenditures, but anyway.
Okay, perfect.
I don't think we fund 15,000, but we fund this, yes.
Thank you, Nikhil. So once again, voting the affirmative, I'm not going to say it, but voting affirmative is to reduce the spending by $10,000. Sullivan?
Wait.
Senator?
Voted
Sullivan?
on.
Senator? Sullivan? There's a motion. Someone call for hand count. Reduce it by 10,000 or 5,000?
Going down again. But let's just
Reduce it by 10,000 to 5,000. So $5,000 for sexual health.
All right. You can hear me clap once. You can hear me clap twice. All right. Raise your hand if you are in favor of the amendment. Wait. Raise your hand if you are raise your right hand if you're in favor of the amendment reducing spending on sexual products. Just like all right, guys. All right, you cannot do this if you're not going to stay silent. So I'll stand here all night if you're going to keep talking. Curtis, Alana, Bullock. Good. Once again, the amendment is to reduce the spending by $10,000 or $5,000 for sexual health products. Raise your hand if you are in favor of this amendment. All right, raise your hand if you are against it. All right, the amendment fails. 12 to 26. Lakita, feel free to write that in the chronicle. There's a motion on the floor to call the question. There's been a second.
Yeah, we.
Right. They can still call the question, that just
Right, they can still
means
do it.
they have to do protected negative action,
Right.
but nothing else.
Unless there's someone who wishes to speak in the affirmative of the entirety of the legislation.
They already did.
All right, seeing none.
Wait,
to
yeah.
vote.
There has been a negative.
Point of clarification, right?
Yes.
So there has not been a protected negative against this. Correct?
No,
I gave a speech in
In affirmative of
In
the
that case, that's
subject.
my mistake. In which case, we're now in line to protect the negative speech against the entirety of the legislation. We're now in line to speak against it. Seeing none, we move to the vote. Yes? Oh, thank you. Okay.
It's not.
Privilege, like that's really like both disrespectful and like probably not the most productive things. Like just
Right.
let's all. I mean that goes for you,
You're
but
right,
also
you're
for
right.
everyone.
You have my sincerest apologies.
So it's not like a strong negative, like I don't think that we should have this. It's just like a couple things that I think haven't been said that just at least think about when you vote. Because I think this is like a cool idea. I think that the center should totally exist. I think they're talking about like what is safe sex, what's good sex, what's open sex is important on campus. I will say that like just recognize the opportunity cost of $15,000, right? And like if you compare it to like something like massage chairs, even then I kind of think that the opportunity cost is skewed towards like the benefits of massage chairs because like I frankly think more students will use them for longer. But keep in mind, like, especially with this year talking about like diversity issues, talking about like socioeconomic issues, I do think about the opportunity cost of subsidizing sort of these products. Like imagine a criticism that could come out about like, okay, you subsidize dildos, like how come we don't subsidize textbooks for low-income individuals, or like other things, or like a lot of people have posted on Fix My Campus about like how come we don't provide like free tampons in bathrooms, which like other places like do, right? So like I would say like really think about that opportunity cost and if this is worth it. I think the second thing about like, I think it's a little bit of a misrepresentation to say that other places do this because Brown does it, but the student government doesn't pay for it. And Stanford does it, but the student government pays very little for it, although we don't know how much. I doubt that it's this much money. So I would say like, or maybe it's the same amount of money, right? So then one other university that's a peer university does it. So I also think like, if we want to be the first university to have sort of service, I think that that's fine, right? I think that we should like, but just consider that, I wouldn't say that like the majority of people do this, and by not doing it, we are hurting our students in a specific way. So I would say like, those two things are just things that I was thinking about when I make my decision calculus, and like, I'm still not totally sure how I feel, but I do think that those are things to think about, opportunity cost and peer advocacy. And what they do.
I would now like to ask questions, beginning with Vice President Lofton.
Yeah, so I think opportunity cost is a really interesting point. My question is, does it sort of reduce your anxiety about that? Like it's a self-sustaining funding model. So because we provide this capital expenditure now, we create a system that changes campus culture. Potentially, we hope is the case, right? But that we don't fund every year. So do you think it's fair to sort of levy this 15 grand opportunity cost and a one-time upfront cost that presumably lasts for several years in a row?
Yeah, so I like was doing a little math before, because I remember on my and the idea of like, okay, we give people a line of credit of like $3. We give people a line of credit, so we only subsidize it. So we subsidize it and then give a credit, which is a second subsidy, and then we charge them, right? Like, I would say it's like pretty fair for me to say that a sex toy would cost us $20. Do you think that's fair? Maybe a little bit less. 15? Should I say, well, I'll go with 15, right? 15, we subsidize them at least like half, or $5, like at least half, right? I don't know. $5, so another $10. So like, I still think, right, like there's no, like, it funds itself over time, but we still definitely lose the 15, right? Like we're never gonna make back that money because that money will be reinvested into more sex toys, I think, sexual health resources. Like the way that the math works in my head, we definitely lose this 15. Now, even if that means that, no, that's a good point, right? Like we might only ever lose 15 or spend 15 one time and change a campus culture. I am a little skeptical if this is really going to be a one-time expenditure, and also skeptical if it's going to have a huge impact like you're saying. One thing that we could think about doing is like having a smaller stock there and subsidizing them like less. Like I think a person that would pay $8 for a dildo will probably pay $14 for a dildo or something like that. Like maybe we should subsidize them, maybe we should just provide that for a cost, but have it like make it a loan so we get the money back. I don't know how that would work in here, but that's a possibility. I'm just like kind of throwing out things that I was thinking about so that you guys think about them.
All right, any further questions? Senator Sullivan?
So you agree we should fund the center, right?
We
We're
should
just
fund
we're
the
just
what?
we
Oh,
should
yeah,
fund
no,
the
I
creation
think
of
we
it,
should
right?
fund
So
the
like
center.
all these things on there up until the only thing we're really disputing is the last line. Everything else we all kind of agree on, or you agree on, like we should fund all that, right?
Yeah, no, I think the center's cool. What is the iPad? Whatever, I missed the beginning of this. So yeah, I mean, I trust that the rest of it makes sense. I think we should fund the
Okay.
center.
Senator Lewis?
Why not?
Do you understand that if you fund everything but the sexual health products, it undermines the basis of the center that has proven to be so successful in peer institutions?
Okay, so I'm gonna say no, right? Because I do think
Like one without
I think that
the
with like
major part of this.
yeah, I think that if the sexual health resource center did everything but sell them in-house, like I think that if you still had anyone could drop by at any time to learn about them, to talk about them, to try them, like on their hand or something, right? Like I think you did like workshops, and you did like focus, and like just like constant events. Like I don't think you have to subsidize and sell them in-house. I think that you can be like, here's a website, and you can use a Duke discount and get 15% off if you use this website, or like 20% off, and use a line of credit that will give you to like minorly subsidize them. I don't think we need to like sell them out of the Oasis in Bell Tower. I just don't think that we need to. Like I don't know.
Senator Michael Burnett?
So I'm wondering, if they're selling these products, does that mean they have to, pay taxes and keep financial records and stuff like that?
Maybe, I don't know. It feels like kind of irrelevant to me. Like I think that Realtor knows how to like use it.
Yeah, point of information, like, in terms of figuring out this budgetary stuff, we're working with people on this and figuring out negotiations. And also, the big thing that's really being missed here is like, incentivizing people to go. I don't think just having it there like would do anything. Like really, what has incentivized people to go is actually be able to get products, actually be able to see them, and not just like touch them, but like actually be able to get the product and talk to someone about it very openly and really change that climate that's created. Also, the thing with sexual health, if we just create a sexual health resource center that's like STI prevention, no one's showing up. That's not how you engage college students on a discussion about sex, because that's not why students are having sex.
And by having these products and addressing that we can head-on approach this issue of sexual pleasure and promote sexual health, we really are encouraging this sex-positive environment.
Yeah, and I think that's a really fair point. Like, I think the idea that like people will come and talk about sex if there's something that they can get or can get for cheaper. I think that's actually a super fair point. The one thing I would say to that, well, again, something to think about is like at Stanford and at Brown, it's also subsidized by their wellness center, by their sexual health center. So like, I mean, have they been asked, like, what are they donating, like, how much money are they contributing? Because the Center of Sexual and Gender Diversity is just drowning in money, I think.
So, and that's,
Can she respond?
Sure, go ahead.
okay, so big things I want to say to that, like this phrase that the Center of Sexual and Gender Diversity could fund this. I don't want that center to fund this. I want this to be a center that is going to be open to all, like that is given, the priority is given to every student on this campus to take charge of their sexual health, not just people who use the resources of the CSGD. Another thing, in terms of like having these products, I think that it's been shown to be effective in creating this campus climate, and I think it's completely valid for us to fund this, and please pass this.
Okay. Point of information? Yes. Is there any way we can find a way to negotiate a number? Like, is there like a parliamentary procedure thing? Because I think we're like dancing around the concept that people feel uncomfortable with 15,000, but are unsure about what number to get to because we can't negotiate. Is there like a way we can do that?
No.
We can go into.
Okay, at this point, are there any points of motion?
Well, I mean, there's no parliamentary procedure of any sort that we can use to like have a small negotiation of some sort.
Is that for a
You can move
caucus?
it.
Wait,
It feels like
No, motion to table.
Yeah, second.
Can I explain? Point of clarification. All right.
Hold on.
Okay.
And this is kind of just a question. There are a number of organizations who told me, where exactly did the $15,000 sum come from? Like, who quoted that?
That was discussing the different products. We were like, we didn't discuss the exact like 15,000 because that was like that. We discussed that ceiling based on the products that we discussed with the wellness center, and then based on these negotiations, seeing how far we think this negotiation could go. Worst case scenario, we have 15,000.
So the wellness center said it could cost up to 15,000. It will not cost.
The wellness center gave us the different products, and then we made them.
So can we see the population?
It's the thing is, it's hard, yes, but like it depends. Like, right, we're in the point of negotiations. It's not like we can.
But like, can we see the rough ballpark? Once again, of course, like, we see the rough ballparks you made, and the calculus you did to get to
It just okay. I don't know. It feels like unnecessary for me to just write down the numbers again, but along the way.
Just a point of information. Is it possible? So, yeah, this is for you. Is it possible? Like, I'm fine with, you know, having a better talk about sex on campus, and if this is what's going to accomplish that, like, I'm all for it. My concern is that we're writing you a check for 15 grand and saying do whatever like you think is best with it, right? So my question is it possible to propose the statute at a later time once you have that breakdown and once those negotiations have concluded for the $15,000, just so we know what you're spending 15 grand on, and so we can say like, yes, absolutely, this is necessary, and we're not just writing you a check and saying like, I hope you use it right.
So,
like, can we propose it later, or is
we can
it postponing the statute?
Yeah, like we're through the negotiations. We can give you guys like product names, but like even then, like we're working with different organizations, so that's difficult to tell.
So my question is it okay if we postpone this until we have those numbers, or if we at least like create, you know, give you everything, start it in motion to create the center, but then wait until you have those numbers to give you the $15,000?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and respond to that. Again, the reason why we don't have those numbers is because we're in the middle of like live negotiations with wholesale retailers.
I'm not asking.
Guys, no more back and forth unless there are continual points of inquiries or points of inquiry.
Yeah, it's a non-responsive. It's a non-responsive answer.
Point of information on behalf of Vice President Luckman.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in response to that.
Please go ahead.
Speak. Can I do that? So this is in response to that question.
Well, there will only be an affirmative speech after Senator.
Point of information.
After President-elect Gonzalez votes. So would you like to share?
Yeah.
But not in response to that, but.
Okay, there's another.
Everyone pay attention?
Yeah, so guys, I know that like this has gone on for a long time, so I'm gonna try to be succinct so we can just like vote, so like people are ready to vote. It seems like to me the main concern is that people are just think this is a blank check for like a lot of money that we don't know what's happening with. And I think the point that has just been reiterated over and over and over is that in collaboration with, I don't know how many dozens of groups across campus, how many like pieces of evidence of interest, like how many conversations with people who know what they're talking about with this issue have said, in order to create a successful center, we need probably about this much money, and with probably about this much money, we have to conduct live negotiations with contractors to provide the appropriate amount of capital expenditure now so that this gets off the ground and is functional. And I think it's been proven like kind of over and over again that like this is not a blank check. This is not an ill-informed decision about like what we want to like sort of spend on generally. This is rather like they said, this is the space we're going to use. These are the groups on campus that we've collaborated with. These are the pieces of evidence that have shown that people want to do this. This is the price of materials that are out there, and this is the volume of things we have to buy. And in order to do that, we're going to need about this much money. That's what they've shown us, and the conversation instead has revolved around, like, we don't know what they're going to do, like, we don't think they've talked to anybody, we think they just want, I think that's just clearly not reflective of what the conversation has been. And I think if we take for granted the fact that, like, they've done extreme due diligence in figuring out what's best for the center, and they know what they're, like, frankly, like, they've demonstrated over and over again that they know what they're talking about and that this is not a leap of faith, then we should vote on this sort of on the presumption, again, that that is true, and whether or not we believe that this is going to be something that positively shape this culture. And like I think that's kind of the end of the discussion. So if you have any questions like that haven't been hashed out, I'd love to respond to those. But if it's again just reiterating the fact that like we don't know if they've done due diligence or not, then I'd really sort of ask you to think critically about everything you've heard today from like 6 or 7.
I will soon. I'll probably be with you there too.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to.
What do you think?
So, what you mentioned the proof that they've provided over and over again. What concrete proof have they provided to tell us that they need $15,000 worth of dildos, anal beads, and whatever other sexual health products they sell? Yeah. Where does it say we need $15,000?
Right. So this is the whole point. Right? So they said, okay, we believe we're going to create a center on campus that's going to serve X need. Let's look at what peer institutions do and what peer institutions provide. Let's look at the space that they've allocated us and what reasonably fits in the space in conjunction with what that demand is going to be. Now, let's go talk to the 15 stakeholders on campus who know like both the demand for sort of sexual information, right, demand for sort of contraceptive services, groups like Peer for You, right, like the whole gamut of these sort of organizations, figure out what they think the need is, and then from all of those pieces of information, come together and say, we think this is the order of magnitude of supplies and capital expenditures that we need to sustain this space. If you're asking, what's the specific cost of XYZ product, and like let's multiply it out and see exactly what happens, I think that's missing the point of like the broader due diligence that these groups have done to figure out again what is the broad base of like what they need to function, and then that's what they're going to pass. And also, I'll repeat again, what we've said is that if this turns out to be too high, if the ceiling is too high, then they're not going to spend it all, right? So like it's not a blank check, it's a reasonably informed guess that they've made by doing everything they possibly can and have come to this conclusion and then have said, even if this isn't enough, which we think that it clearly is, we'll give it back, right? And like, I don't know what we can possibly offer. Like in addition to that, right? There's nothing else.
So this is just a question, like, we're looking at the Stanford website now, and it's saying that it gives a $3 credit each quarter to undergraduate and co-terminal students. So like, how does that compare to what the plan is for this one?
Right, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like the subsidy scheme like hasn't been established, so like, is that correct? So if it's the case that they look at this and think, this is not financially feasible, given the model we thought was going to work this year, and we can't keep asking for this money, then presumably like they would adjust the subsidy. So that's not what we're debating. It's like, again, under the presumption that there's flexibility retained so that any future financial sort of decision making is like reasonable. So that's a really key point.
Yeah, but this is a new thing, like they don't subsidize theirs.
No follow-ups. Sorry. Senator Sullivan?
So I am lost as to how talking to a bunch of groups and all just agreeing that 15,000, like I have not been shown that there were concrete things people said that gave me the number of $15,000. No matter what you say, if they talk to these many people, you have not shown me, this person told me this much amount, and this is not about individual line items, it's about like the ballparking number. Like it seems that no one has been able to say this is where we got the number from, and that's what concerns me about the number, and I'm trying to ask, can anyone identify for me where you get this number? Because that's the most important question here. Like beyond just talking to people and then saying, we think 15,000 is enough.
Yeah, I think
like that's not concrete. Where are we getting the number?
Sure. So from again, like the professionals who are part of these organizations that they consult, right? Who say, okay, so here's
which professionals? Tell me which professionals, and I will answer.
I'll answer the question, right? Like it's just there's a lot of angst right now. Okay, so because again, like when you say I don't know what the numbers are, but here's the thought process that goes into this. Because let's be really clear, right? X number of students access contraceptive service on Duke's campus. X number of students access reproductive health services via student health and the other centers on campus. X number of students are involved in, these different sort of sexual health groups on campus and are actively involved. X number of students participate in the house sports. Given the breadth of information and the consultation of professionals who, again, work on Duke's campus in a specific area all the time, they say, this is what we think we need to create the Sexual Health Resource Center. If you're asking, like, what is the literal cubic feet of shelf space, and, like, how do we multiply that by, like, how the volume of a dildo, and, like, I don't know what to say, but, like, that is the only way to do due diligence here. And I know you want to follow up, like, I think we all get that.
But you're using X, you're not using actual numbers, Tanner. That's very different. You're using variables, not numbers. And that's something where I'm not seeing the due diligence that you say that they've done.
Sure, let me follow up, right? So I didn't use numbers because I give you X's because I don't know the specific numbers. Because I'm not a health professional and they didn't consult me. So like, if you ask to like sit in on all of the meetings that they've had for the past year and like really look at what all those things are and then like be part of those conversations, like you should do that, but you should also know that those are the conversations that have taken place and that's the informed process that's guiding this number, right? So that's the most important thing that I hope I demonstrate.
But as representative,
they have to show me. Once he's finished answering, are there any further questions? Oh, all right. Senator Curtis, you may ask your question.
Right. So I think there are two really valid arguments going on here that I see. One side is we don't want to have fiscal spending on our center that doesn't get used. The other is, well, they're not going to get used if we go actively start them up. And I think the large concern in the first argument is they're going to, and bear with me, there will be a the large concern about this wasting money is that what happens if it doesn't work and that they reapply for subsidies. So I'm trying to think, I would like some kind of amendment to say that after the year, we're not going to subsidize more than 30%.
Yeah, we've been talking about different ways to do
Sure,
this.
yeah. No, and here's why I
For now, this works.
last week. One, the presumption is
For now,
that
this
this
works,
funding
so
stream
it's
is not
enough
going
of
to
a
be through
difficult
DSG
challenge like
indefinitely.
this.
This is an upfront cost that we're funding, so it's kind of irrelevant, like, what we decide in terms of contingency. Two, in terms of pilot, like, the very purpose of this is to see whether it's something that students are going to buy into. If it's not, then presumably this is an incredible time to fund this before we move it into the new location in the new student health building, because it's now going with these campus. So actually it seems like the most responsible and arguably cautious approach to funding the student health center. And then in terms of the subsidy itself, again, like if it's determined that like whatever scheme they come up with for the subsidy is not financially sustainable, given the level of funding by other departments, then now we've given enough flexibility that that can be adjusted so it is self-sustaining into the future and does not become an excessive recurring cost. And I've seen pretty extensive evidence of that being
Time is up, so there's no questions.
Motion to extend the speaker's time by a minute.
Second.
Second. 1 minute.
All right, there's a motion to increase the speaker's time by 1 minute. There's a second. All those in
There was
favor,
four
say
seconds.
aye. All opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. 1 minute.
Okay, so pretty much you gave a silhouette of an answer to Jay's question, right? Because he asked, what are the specific factors that led to $15,000? And you responded with like a very nebulous outline of pretty much any project's procedure that can exist ever, right? You said you said there were like X number of students who needed this. So what we want is for you to fill in the variables, or for Rianka to stand up and fill in the variables, because all we're told is that supposedly professionals were consulted and they came up with this number. We haven't been given any specifics about who's been consulted, why aren't other offices paying for this, given that that's what happened with peer institutions, or any of the other questions that Jay asked.
So, yeah, in response to that, like, I'd say, one, they actually have given discussions of like what those departments would fund in the long term, so I don't think that's a valid concern. But two is that like, if we believe that it's incumbent upon every presenter to sort of like rehash specific conversations with presenters, and that's fine. What I'll do now though is like defer to Rianka if she wants to like fill in some of those blanks for you. But again, I would caution against like that being the sole metric by which we determine what is valuable based on the precedent we established time and time again.
Sure, so I just don't want you to mischaracterize some of the concerns as you want us to recreate the entire negotiation process. We're just asking for a few specifics so that you can kind of just fill in the dots that have just been kind of abstractly there for us.
Speaker's time's elapsed, unless there's point of information you have to react to.
Yeah, so I'm just going to, for reference, give a number, an example. $15,000 buys you 3,750 Tanga eggs, which are masturbation sleeves for penises. That gives one of those to every penis owner on campus pretty easily. Obviously, all $15,000 would not be going to that type of product, but that is an example of the scale of which we'd be looking at. And that's like a pretty mid-priced product for what we're looking at. They retail 6 for $24. What we're kind of trying to negotiate right now is to get them for like 12 for $24 or 24 for $24, because we're a super elite university with a super interested student body and a lot of buy-in on this type of center, which is brand new on the East Coast and could be really innovative. So that's the type of kind of scale we're looking at. Again, we don't have the numbers because we're still in those negotiations.
All right, there's a motion to call the question.
Call what question? The legislation? Wait, they're calling the legislation?
Hold on. There's a motion to call the question. We will be voting on the entirety of the legislation. There is a second, and we will now be voting on said motion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. We will now be voting yes.
Wait, point of order. Point of order. Isn't there a time for protected negative after this?
We already have had it.
After the second.
The first speech that was given by Senator by Vice President Tanner, and then Vice President Brian Dinners made a motion. The motion is seconded. We have not voted on it. And in turn, we'll not be voting on it by hand. All right. We'll now be voting by hand raised on the entirety of the legislation on the budgetary statute reducing government to fund PASH. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Wait, this is for the entirety of the legislation.
Correct. Correct. Is there anyone that doesn't understand? Okay, everyone please put your hands down. Once again, for anyone who doesn't understand, and if you don't understand by now, you should be paying attention. We are now voting on the entirety of the legislation of the budgetary statute. And if you're paying attention, you would have understood that. Now, raise your hand if you are in favor of the legislation.
Motion for a roll call vote.
Okay,
No, that's fair. Come on, it's $15,000, guys.
Second.
Yeah, 17,000. I want everybody. If you're voting for $15,000 on a blank check with no numbers, you have to go on record.
Senator Wells?
Aye.
Senator Brown? Aye. Senator Gilbert?
Aye.
Senator Grant? Senator Gottlieb?
Abstain.
Senator Jane?
Nay.
Senator Moneta?
Aye.
Senator Sullivan?
Nay.
Senator Katzen? Sorry, what was that?
Nay.
Senator Speed? Aye. Senator Shaw? Aye. Senator Gambardella?
Nay.
Senator Glasser? Senator Latorno?
Abstain.
Senator Hardy?
Aye.
Aye. Senator Key.
Aye.
Senator Dellinger.
Aye.
Senator Yango-Passey. Senator Bissell.
Nay.
Senator Taranchik.
Aye.
Senator Colorado. Senator Curtis.
Nay.
Senator Moore.
Aye.
Senator Good.
Nay.
Senator Palmisano.
Aye.
Senator Bullock.
Aye.
Senator Mangley. Aye. Senator Farrell. Senator Hess. Aye. Senator Leddy.
Aye.
Senator Bartlett.
Nay.
Senator Yearly.
Nay.
Senator Torres.
Nay.
Senator Raffendale. Aye. Senator Brunetti. Oh, he went to the bathroom.
You went, yeah.
He went to the bathroom. Nay. Senator Caldwell. Okay. Senator Wilson.
Aye.
Senator Pro Tem Hopkins.
Nay.
Vice President Lukachi.
Nay.
Vice President Norwalk.
Nay.
Vice President Betzel.
Nay.
Vice President Wyson. Aye. Vice President Lockhead.
Aye.
Vice President Melgar.
What was that?
Nay.
George Crowder.
Like a horse. Nay.
Nay.
It's only a 50%.
Wait, where's Brunetti?
Go to the bathroom.
Can I vote now? Sorry.
What did you say?
Can I vote? I was in the bathroom.
Yeah, yeah.
We're voting on the entire thing?
Yes.
Yeah, aye.
Alright, where's Brunetti?
Wait, where's the?
We should wait like.
How much president would like? So, Nikita, what's the headline?
The budgetary statute passes by 2 votes.
I'm waiting for someone to read it.
Guys! Alright, anyone have any questions for exec?
He did. I don't, I'm not the president.
So before this, it was 176,000.
Wait, no, JP, because,
When you told me yesterday.
no, I know, because they haven't made the purchases yet. Like, the accounts are not, the only time the accounts are for DSG are reflected well, so he has the best record.
You made 47,000.
47, and we funded 10,000 for the art annex. Because this.
So ballpark in about 110.
It's around 100.
Thank you.
But then after this, it's going to be around 90.
I rated a bottle, what it is.
90K, I'd say. Okay, that's what I know. Oh, is that big?
Okay, anyone have questions?
Any update?
So the Food Fair Fair was a good success, despite the fact that that literally the 2 hours this week that are going to be rainy, the rest are going to be beautiful for the 2 hours of Food Fair. We can still have like 700 or 800 people come. We'll be emailing out to you the evaluation form. So if you raise your hand if you win, even. Okay, that's like.
Wait, what?
Where was that?
It was
I went.
I live off campus.
Guys, order. So we're gonna end up spending about $5,000 of the $10,000 that was allocated. So I'm $5,000.
No, he didn't count that in his 5, so it's 85,000 now. We have around 85,000 left in surplus.
There's also like a lot of other surplus expenditures that I didn't necessarily.
Yeah, that's what's already accounted for 10,000 for our clinics. I think there was another budgetary, so we have around 85, maybe, maximum maybe 85 in our account.
Yeah, so anyway, if you did go to the food truck fair, please take like the 2 minutes to fill out the evaluation form. By the amount that was paid, this is Billy the DF, by the way, if everyone doesn't. Okay. Dusty Donuts ended up taking most tickets, but also because American Meltdown had like a huge sale, so really. Anyways, anyone wants to talk about the food truck fair, find me out.
I have a question for the audience. Does anybody know what happened to that mural fest that we funded? Did that happen?
It hasn't happened yet.
Okay.
And it was funded through surplus, but it's like April 20th, it's next week.
Oh, I had a question.
Anyone else have a question?
Yes, indeed.
Val's got a question.
No, it's around.
Do you have an update on which project?
Yes, it's done.
It's done?
It's done.
Okay.
You did something?
So what were the outcomes?
Joshua.
What were the outcomes?
He did something. Down.
No,
Guys!
Like,
The grand announcement.
Cool. Guys.
when is the grand announcement?
I said, you'll see.
But what?
Next question. Senator Cassidy?
Wait, what is going on?
Any further questions? Senator Jane?
So the Chanticleer was passed, so
Yeah,
how does that
and I'll make a comment on that from SOC's committee, and I think a lot of other people. I'll be bringing this up when they're discussed next week, but personally, the committee thought that a few things were wrong with it. One, in the question, it was worded in such a way that individuals who have no idea about this and the implications of funding it just thought the question was, do you want a free yearbook or not? Which is, I think the question was worded really poorly. And the second thing was, SOC funds the Chanticleer, and we were not consulted at all for any of the question, for any of the research, or anything like that. So we're going to be presenting kind of our rationale next week when we talk about the Chanticleer. But just keep in mind that even though this passed, look at the question again and think about what you would have answered if you had no idea what SOC was, where this money was coming from, and if someone asked you that question.
Any further questions? Any other questions for exec? In which case, thank you, exec.
Motion to move the budget status document.
Motion to move the budgetary status.
I did.
Guys, there is a motion on the floor to move the budgetary statute to fund IDA to the top of the agenda. Order! We have a winner. Yeah. All right, so we have a bingo winner. The prize by popular request was mystery liquid. Congratulations, Senator Renata, for winning the yellow mystery liquid. Moving on, there is a motion on the floor to move to everybody. Please, let's go along. I'm not gonna yell. There's a motion on the floor to move Senator Gabriella's budgetary statute to fund IDA to the top of the agenda. There's been a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right.
Okay, so to start, IDA is essentially a design thinking conference. Thank you, sir. And the only reason it's coming up to now to take money from the budgetary statute is that there's been a backlog, as Nikhil will touch on more, in the SOFC charting of groups. So basically they applied to be a student group about 4.5, 5 weeks ago, and it's simply just taken this long for them to get approved. Nikhil said they will be approved sometime this week, so that's not a worry. But because their conference is in 8 days, 9 days, they need the money now to start really making moves for that. So again, the goals of this are to teach students the importance of design thinking in tech and business. Not so much just designing in Photoshop, but just cross-industry. Design is increasing relevance, as you can see. I'll let you read this stuff. But the big thing here is that they're bringing in people from some top companies throughout the country, Google, Box, Slack, And these are primarily Duke alumni who have left undergrad and gone on to take jobs these places and are coming back now 5-10 years later to teach what they've learned and really help give back to the community. So it's a 2-day conference on Saturday and Sunday. Basically, again, workshops, panels, talks like that. And right now, they have 192 people registered, and that's without their big marketing push, which is beginning, I believe, tomorrow. They received 52 signups in the first 5 hours, and they're anticipating, they originally anticipated 250 when they first came to me to try to work on getting some money for this event. Again, it's open to all members of the Duke community, so all students. They originally said 250, now with 192 right now, I figure the majority of them actually show up. They'll probably reach 300 by the end of the next week when the conference is on April 22nd and 23rd. So yeah, basically what they're asking for is $4,000, which will go towards food and beverages for the 200 people now, maybe more, as well as money for the speakers to come in from across the country. $2,500, $1,500 to bring into that. Any questions?
Is this a DSG project?
No, so no connection to DSG. It's actually run by the same people who run Hack2, and they're trying just to get more of that entrepreneurship, design, thinking going on campus.
But are we trying to surplus?
It would be surplus because they have not been chartered by SOFC, which they will be in the future. Just simply so many groups trying to get chartered as the backup. You should have
Just the point of clarification, if the group hasn't, this is a question, like, if the group hasn't been chartered, it is impermissible to give them funds from programming, even if that funding is allocated specifically by budgetary statute.
Oh, that's true.
Is that correct?
Yeah, so DSG would basically be like planning the conference. And I think Dylan would be like the rep. This is what I'm assuming.
That's fair, exactly.
Because it wouldn't be there's nothing to transfer to. You're correct.
All right, that makes sense.
So yeah, if that's the case, I could definitely be the DSG liaison. If I were to cover that with love. I can talk to you about that.
So what kind of, are we funding dinner or lunch?
So it's basically, it's not going to be one big sit-down meal. Over the 2 days, they're just trying to provide basically snacks and then drinks to the people.
Okay.
I'm not sure what form that would take.
Yeah, so just given that this is something that if they were a chartered group would otherwise be funded by SOFC, I think that we should probably fund them in accordance with SOFC guidelines, which would mean changing it from $10 per student to food to like 4 or 6. And Nikhil, maybe you can. So lunch is 4, snacks are 2 per person. So what we should just go to the upper estimate, I think. So maybe we could lower that to $1,000, or maybe even like $1,250, just so.
So you're saying for one lunch?
Just so we're consistent. Just because it's by number of students. So
Okay.
if we're gonna fund like $5 per student, it would be like $1,250.
So does that not take into account the amount separate days? Having 250 come on Saturday, 250 come on Sunday.
Oh, is that what we're
It's a
expecting?
2-day conference.
That's so you're expecting
So it's
250
food
each?
for 500.
Yes. Well, essentially, if that's, I mean, I can't say.
Okay,
that
sorry.
it'd be different.
So he's going with the state number, just in case of like a larger amount.
So they were blown away by I'm sorry, it's not.
Okay, yeah, so it was 250 twice.
Yes, that's what I was going.
Okay, cool.
All right, further questions? All right, in that case, thank you, Senator Grandin.
Thank you.
Wait, where's
So we are now in line to protect the negative speech against legislation. Would anyone like to speak against the legislation?
Wait, can we just wait for the table to get out? To clarify something about the kill.
Nikhil,
Yes.
come over here, please. Tara.
Wait, so they have 250 students coming, or like, okay, it's a 2-day conference, so I guess they think that 250 students are gonna come each day.
Yes.
So how much would you have funded it for food, for lunch?
What are the meals that they're getting?
Lunch,
2 lunches.
I guess.
We'd be funding $8 times 250 because it's $4 per person for lunch. So
That's 2,000?
So it'd be 2,000, and then we'd be funding the speaker travel cost in full.
Can we change it to 2,000?
Yeah.
Is that a friendly amendment, Dylan?
I was told they needed 4,000. I'm sure they could make do if they were short 500. So I'm going to take the liberty and say yes.
All right, we are now in line to protect the negative speech against the budgetary statute. We would like to speak up against legislation. All right, seeing none, move to a vote.
I'll see how much is in programming.
No,
what is it? The point of clarification, I guess, the motion to amend total should also be reflect the change in.
Thank you, Senator Curtis. All right, we move to vote. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right, the ayes have it.
So we were going to just start with the two new groups. They're both really easy. The first one is Do CrossFit. They've had many meetings this semester. They have 60 interested individuals. At their meetings, they have around 25 people. They need to be chartered because they're going to need like costs of renting Wilson and the IM gyms for any events, for their training. And also for like any, I guess weightlifting things and things of that sort. But as of now, they just want to be chartered so that they can reserve spaces on campus. And Wilson Gym won't recognize you or let you reserve space without being a recognized group on campus. So we thought that they fit all the requirements and they fit a need on campus.
All right, any questions? All right, seeing none, we're now like to take the negative speech against the recommendation of CrossFit Blue Devil. We're going to speak up against it. Seeing none, move to a vote. All those in favor of approving this new group, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. All right.
Great. And the other group that I think, what is the official name? It's like Duke Club Improv.
University.
DCI.
It's DCI.
Are you kidding me?
So DUI, if you guys know what DUI is, obviously, they're an extremely selective group on campus. They don't, if you want to learn improv, that's not where you go. They're for people who are already funny. Duke Club Improv is open to everyone. All you got to do is show up, and they'll include you in their skit. They've had meetings every single week where 12 to 15 people go. They're super open to having anyone come. Once again, they need to reserve spaces on campus. But it is very different from DUI because DUI performs and things like that. Duke Club Improv is more if you want to learn how to improv and be funny. I don't need it.
What a guy.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, we're now going to take the speech against Duke Club Improv. Would anyone like to speak up against the recognition of this new group? Alright, seeing none, move to a vote. All those in favor of approving Duke Club Improv, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Alright.
Alright, great. So we're moving on to annual budget, second reading / FOAC.
Motion, hold on. Can we do the last resolution first before we do annual budget?
I didn't know there was a second.
Second. Alright, there is a motion on the floor to move the resolution in opposition to the proposed women's center to move to East Campus. Is there a second? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
He didn't read. Anyone else?
Senators McCooley, Gottlieb, Smith, Sullivan, and Torres, would you please come down?
Something, now we're on the unit in front.
I agree with the center.
Hi everyone. So this is a resolution Duke Student Government supporting the Women's Center remaining on West Campus. Currently, because of cultural groups being moved into the lower level of the BC, the UCA's Office of Leadership Development and Social Action is supposed to be moved into the current Women's Center, and the Women's Center is being proposed to be moved into what is now the Wellness Center on East Campus, which is in the basement, or the very lowest level of the Kroll building, below the coffee house, backside of the east, if everyone knows where that is. We think this is really detrimental to the Women's Center's image and access, and as a place that is extremely valuable to this campus, it should have a very prominent location, right, on West Campus, right next to the bus stop. So this is an amendment opposing that move and asking administration to try and shuffle around different spaces to keep the Women's Center where it is.
And there's a couple issues for the reason why the Women's Center needs a bigger space. Right now they've outgrown their space in Few Quad, or Few Federation, apparently is the actual official name for it. Fun fact. But they've outgrown their space in terms of staff. They need more staff. They're seeing over like 350 students a year now for counseling and different services. Like, there's a lot of reasons why we need a prominent Women's Center. We also need a Women's Center that's adequately staffed with enough space. And the challenge of moving into East Campus, as we know, many of us are upperclassmen, that moving back and forth, going to East for something, it means it's not as prominent. It's going to be in the basement of a building. So that's one primary thing. The second thing we talk about a little bit in the resolution, but I think is also equally important, is that's the same building as where student conduct is, which is where if you were ever to file a report against a perpetrator, that's the same place that you're holding a hearing, that's the same place you're going for interviews, that's the same place that person is going. So to think that the Women's Center, which is now in a really great space that's safe for any person to go to if they ever should feel threatened, then being in a building that is associated with trauma, but also is one where people that may have caused trauma to individuals would end up being at the same time as those who have survived sexual assault, I think is a very bad thing as well. So we have a couple different rationale for why, but what we really want out of this resolution is to just state from DSG that we think the administration should reconsider the move, and additionally that they should find any way to maintain the prominence the Women's Center plays on our campus. The fact that it's right at the West Campus bus stop is a crucial thing. It's one of the first things people will see when they walk onto campus. Moving it to the back of East where no one walks, literally no one walks unless they're walking off campus, is a completely different shift in things. And the other key piece that we also sort of understood from working with other students and student organizations is that no students were really consulted in the process of this move. It was a process that was only done from the staff level and then was told to students, and students were all like, well, we all kind of oppose it. So that's partially what the motivation factor of this was that a lot of the student constituency groups that use the Women's Center and call it home all felt that it was a bad decision as well.
And this is also supported by the Women's Center entrance.
Yeah. At least the entrances. We can read through it, but I think it's a really long one, so it's just going to take a while to read through. The most important thing would be, scratchers. But we can read through the resolve statements if you want to see that, but I would suggest reading through the whereas statements. We can kind of just summarize what those say right now.
Do you guys use it for your time?
Can we just get out of the resolve statements real quick? So the be it resolved, Center Duke Center Government, we support the continuation of a prominent West Campus location for the Women's Center that is accessible to all students, maintains a safe environment for reporting sexual assault and gender violence, and sufficiently provides space for the expansion of staff and programmatic exit for programming activities. Then we recommend that the administration and leadership engage the relevant constituency groups, which they have yet to in terms of understanding that move and why they openly criticized it. Then we talked about how we recommend the administration make every effort to determine a plan that actually keeps it on the West and keeps it in a prominent location, and that, at the end, we just commit to maintaining our commitment to these specific issues with the student government. But that's kind of the summary of it. If people want to change language, we're more than up for it. We've been workshopping it throughout the week with lots of different input and voices, including all the people sitting there.
All right, 5 minutes for questions. Anyone have questions? Senator Shaw.
So I have two questions. First, so from what I've heard, it's the Women's Center themselves that has to be moved. So, I guess first off, why is the Women's Center entrance? You guys disagreeing with what the Women's Center
Okay, not Women's Center entrance. Don't take that up. There's no official motion. That's what I'm allowed to say.
Yeah, there was no endorsement.
I just see them.
But your question of why the Women's Center asked to move, right?
Well, I'm just wondering, it'd be one thing to, in my mind, if the Women's Center just was being kicked out of their current space because they asked to move. Why do you disagree that? The second thing, is, so statistically, people are most likely to be sexually assaulted in their first year of college. If the Women's Center is on East Campus, it's more accessible to them right where they live. Why is it better to have them west further from East Campus than have them there?
Yeah, so the second part is very, very pertinent to all the stuff that I've done this year with the Sexual Health Research Center. The Wellness Center is actually where the Women's Center is going to be moved, and talking to freshmen and even talking to people who signed up for the house course to be sexual health peer educators didn't know where the Wellness Center was. So it's not, yes, theoretically, yes, it's on East Campus, it can be accessible to.
They're not.
No, because it's tucked away and people don't really know about the resources. The Wellness Center passes out pamphlets, puts different like workshop things outside of the library, like people know there's a wellness center, they just don't know where it is, and we don't want the same thing to happen to the women's center, especially because there's such a big resource, as you were saying, for first years who are like sexual assaulted in the first
Also,
year.
it's right below, like 2 stories below the same office where if someone were to be sexually assaulted and want to report, or report, that's where that trial would be heard. And so that's extremely problematic, right? Because the trauma of reliving, that sexual assault would be right there, and we don't want people to not feel like they can go to the women's center because their alleged, assaulter could be upstairs.
And to answer your first question, I mean, I guess, the first question, so they did ask for more space, and that's because they need more staff.
Yeah.
And they also prefer to have their staff all nearby each other versus having them separated. But I think the biggest thing was that was a decision that was made by the staff of the Women's Center without consulting any of the students that use it, or any of the students that are leaders within organizations that function within it. And I think that our key point is that, if you're going to make that decision, that service, the Women's Center, is supposed to serve students, and it's supposed to serve the Duke community. And if the Duke community isn't consulted into the space decisions about it, I don't think that that's the best decision. And when those people openly have said that that's not the best thing, when individual students have said that's not the best thing, we use those resources, then I think it's worthwhile us then making.
So are they choosing?
It's okay. Yeah, let her ask her.
I'm sorry. So that resolution basically urged Duke administration and the Women's Center staff to explore options that, aside from moving the Women's Center over to East Campus. So options that would allow them to expand the future.
So, I think that last point that you made, Jay, is kind of curious, right? Because it's the staff work with each other 10 hours a day, the entire year, and they feel that fundamentally they cannot do their jobs when they're separated across from 2 areas, which would basically be the only thing that they could do if they existed in their current space. And so, I get it, you want to have that area where people can go hang out, because the Women's Center is more than just staff offices, right? It's a center for people to go see. But I wonder, forcing staff who don't think they can do their job when they're far apart from each other to try to do their job when they know that they can't, it's kind of a strange thing. And so I wonder, have you guys contacted or sat down with the staff that asked for this move and explained to them why you're frustrated and if they would reconsider, or have you not actually even talked to them personally? Because it's kind of pretty silly, I think, for us to pass a resolution when we haven't even talked to the people that want the change, especially when it directly and most affects them.
So I think, Tara, you're presenting sort of false options. I think their preference is to not have a satellite campus, a satellite set of offices. It's not necessarily that they feel like they could fundamentally not do their job. And I think part of what but I think that's what your question asks. I think that's
no, that's what I said. And I think that they believe that, which is why they need to.
Okay, we got to go ahead.
Also, so another thing is we are Duke student government and we are representing. This resolution is coming out of the fact that we've heard petitions on Facebook, that we've heard so much uproar from people who are I don't think this is a good idea for people who identify as women on this campus. This wasn't a move that took students into account. I don't think we're necessarily making a stance for the faculty. We're really representing the student voice and what we've heard as senators. And look at the range of people up here. We all have heard this very similar discourse among the campus to not move the Women's Center.
All right, speaker's time is elapsed. All right, is there a second?
Yeah, second.
All right, there's a motion to extend the speaker's time by 3 minutes. There's been a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? All right, 3 minutes it is.
So just to sort of follow up on that, right, I think that there's sort of a mischaracterization of the staff, right? Someone who spends all day, every day working on undergraduate sexual assault cases, fundamentally, the first and foremost thing that they care about is students, right? And so, the reason that I suggest you speak with them is say, we are concerned students, what was your thought process? And I'm assuming that the thought process then is, we can do our job to help students better once we have them. That's why I just place a lot of trust and faith in these individuals, because they have the best interests in students in mind above everything else by far. So that's why I'm not saying that this isn't a good idea or this resolution shouldn't pass. I just think that you really should do your due diligence of speaking with the staff first and at least hearing what they have to say, or giving them your perspective. Maybe they'll change their minds just hearing what you have to say. We don't have to pass the Student Affairs Office hates resolutions like this. They hate them. And if you don't do your due diligence with the Student Affairs Office and their subsidiaries before you do a resolution like this, I'm telling you it's not efficacious. I think that this is going to be offensive to them, and that's my point.
So one of the things that, in response to that, I think that we personally have not gone and talked to them, as I know, but people that we know, including people who work with them, like in any capacity, not just interns, have, and they are putting this pressure, and they're wanting us, other student groups, to also put this pressure on them to try and change the decision. It's not that there has many student voices talking to them. Some of the students who are closest to them have been talking to them, but they need more support from us. It's not necessarily our job as DSG to just march in there and think that we're the students who are the ones that they need to talk to. They are talking to students who work with them a lot. So
one thing I would say is that a group of students who work very heavily in and with the Women's Center circulated a survey. They got about 500 responses that overwhelmingly showed that students who use the Women's Center services felt that moving it to East would mean that they either wouldn't use those services or they wouldn't find them as accessible, and that that was presented to the staff. I know they've been in discussions with the staff about that, and the staff has sort of said like our hands are a bit tied at this point. So part of this is us just putting a little bit more public pressure on the specific issue. I think it kind of got sucked up in the DSWS movement because the news was announced in the middle of that the occupation of the Allen building. So I think what we really want to see is a better discussion across campus about this issue. And really what we're asking for in this resolution is recommendations to actually go and work with those students and have a more public discussion about where it goes. The second point I'd also make is that a couple things about where this location is that we think is extremely, just to go back on those points. One, under student conduct, which is extremely bad for people feeling safe about going to report and going to use those services and feeling like they're going into a safe environment. That is a really important factor for me. The second point that I think is also really important is the Wellness Center office really isn't that much larger than the current Women's Center. Like if you've gone down there, it's not that much larger. It's not like they don't have a nice big room like the current Women's Center has that can be used for programming space. Like it doesn't have the same qualities that the current Women's Center space even has that makes it like comforting, a good space to be used, and a space where people can feel safe going to report and get counseling. You know, the reality is if you look at the numbers, guys, most people might go see counseling about a particular sexual assault, but they're not going to actually go through the reporting process and actually file a claim. The overwhelming majority of people that seek Women's Center resources are just going there for counseling and not are actually going to go through the student conduct process, because that is an extremely long and very emotionally taxing process. And to put it in a location, for the Women's Center in a location that is associated directly with that long and emotionally taxing process, does nothing to make it better for students. And that's our key point here. I think we can go back and forth about do we talk to Women's Center staff, but fundamentally, it makes sense objectively. To put it right where those things are happening is not a good idea. And I think we should be able to say to the administration that we should have a better discussion about this than you just making that decision and not engaging the Women's Center.
Okay, speaker time for last. We're now allowed to protect the negative speech. Okay. There was a motion. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I mean, two of them made the motion.
I had 2 minutes. Alright, move second on my motion. There's a motion on the floor to increase the speaker's time by 2 minutes. It has been seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it. We are now in line for protecting negative speech against the legislation. Would anyone like to speak up against the resolution? Seeing none, we move to a vote. All those in favor of a resolution in opposition to a Women's Center being moved towards East Campus, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it, the bill fails.
Well, wait, that was very close. Do we have a hand raise?
The nays were pretty substantial.
Just do a hand raise.
Can you just do a hand raise, Alana? All yours.
Wait, what hand
What
raise?
happened to the hand raise?
Hand raise vote.
Oh, I thought you withdrew it.
No,
Okay.
no, I said we do a hand raise.
All right, fine. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand.
You were saying?
All right, the bill passes 24-13.
So were the names all stamped?
Male voices said nay, and their deeper because of baritone.
Yeah, so it sounded a long time ago.
That was pretty funny.
Does anyone have an ESPN account?
All right, so today we're splitting, guys, so we're splitting the annual budget second reading this year into 2 different meetings so that we don't have to stay super late one night. We're gonna stay kind of late both. So what we're gonna do right now is that all the publications and Chanticleer and Club Sports are gonna be presented next week, and we'll try to get as much done today as possible and finish the rest next Wednesday. Does this make sense? Great.
So no things we do in terms of funding are dependent on funding from the organization?
No. Cool. Okay, so what we're going to start out with is that this weekend 17 groups filed appeals for the annual budget. 2 of them are, or 3 of them are publication related, so we hear those 3 next week. But right now, since we have the mock trial representative here, we're going to start with the mock trial appeal. So once again, I think John Taranchik either posted or bumped it up in the DSG Facebook page. Go into that site and log in. Then once you've logged in, click on behalf of, and then all of the budgets will start coming down. Do you guys know what I did last time? Yeah? Okay, so then go search Duke Mock Trial. I think it's titled FY17 Duke Mock Trial, and then open that up. Okay, so I'm going to open this up on here too so that I can use this for the rest. It's just go to your post. Duke Campus budget. Sorry, give me a second to open this up. Sorry, what's the link? John, sorry, I'll go mine.
You can go on mine.
Duke.campslabs.com/budget.
Okay, duke.campslabs.com/budgeting. Good.
Wait, are we doing the FOAC first, or do we do the normal budget?
I mean, we're just going to combine them. Does that make sense? Like FOAC appeals are in regards to what we've allocated, so they're obviously the most contentious ones to begin with. Since Billy's here, we're going to start with mock trial, what we funded, what they've appealed, what FOAC said, and then
we're voting tonight, or voting?
We're voting. This is the second reading for the particular groups that we're choosing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This is a second reading. Okay. 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 So, mock trial was awarded $20,271.50 this year. Last year they were given $24,000 with a little bit of change. And so they appealed. So basically the way we funded was that we subsidized their trips. And then the trips where they have paid for airline tickets, we don't pay for rental cars because when we pay for flights, in general, for every group, if you pay for flights, we're not funding rental cars. If you're driving, that's when we pay for rental cars. Does that make sense? Great. So we subsidize their travel based on which conferences they said were the most important to the least important, and we tried to base it off of precedent. But also, as I said, this year we received $900,000 in budget requests. Last year we allocated $480,000 in annual budget. $60K from that came from surplus. $420 was from the regular student activities fee, which left $280 in programming, which was around like $70,000 less than the previous year and the previous years, which led to me obviously like coming here and like saying that we ran out of money in the fall, obviously. So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to cut the annual budget to $380,000 this year. Sure, yeah, it will like type it up or something like that. So it's actually in our, it's in our presentation. It's in the presentation. Go to the SFC folder, go to the presentation, it's in there. Okay, so does everyone understand that? In 2014, we were requested $650,000 in the annual budget. Last year, $800,000 was requested. This year, $900,000 was requested. The amount given in 2014 was $330,000 in the annual budget. the amount given last year was $480,000 in the annual budget, 60 of which came from surplus last year. So 420 was actually from the student activities fee for that year. And then this year we have $900,000 in requests, and our target is 380, which is 50K more than what it was 2 years ago, just based on the fact that we have a lot more requests, but also with keeping in mind that we believe the programming fund is more valuable than the annual budget in some senses, based on the fact that it's open to the student body for every single thing that we fund. The annual budget is capital expenditures, trips, and things for that group specifically, so obviously it doesn't provide as much value as what a programming event could to the student body. Okay, so moving on, that's why we made cuts across the board. You heard DERA come in today. We cut them by $2,500, and then mock trial is, by the way, the most funded group on this campus. Wrong. This year by SOC. Duke Debate is funded by alumni, but not by SOC. But by SOC, mock trial is significantly more funded than any other group on this campus. In fact, the second most funded group this year was DERA with $11,700. So, just to let you know that this is $8,000 more than any group has received on campus. We subsidize their travel and their registration fees, and we cut that by $4,000. What they did this year, based on our recommendation, is that they put in, I don't know if you guys remember the contentious when they had a mock trial, they hosted a conference back in the fall, and so this year I told them to apply for that in the annual budget. So normally they receive money for that from programming, but we realized that this is very barely a programming event, so they applied. We gave them $2,800 of the $20,000 to host this conference, which, by the way, they host for free instead of, right? Is that true? You host it for free?
No.
Okay, so then that's a debate why we were even funding it at all. But anyway, we have $20,271 from last year just for conferences. We cut them $6,000, but guess what? They still have $8,000 more than any other group on this campus in this annual budget. How many members are on Duke Mock Trial? There's 25 members on Duke Mock Trial. So, obviously you're thinking, wait, why are we even funding them this much? And you know, that's a great question. That is a great question. And we're going to raise that question next year. But for now, for them to ask us for more money, in my mind, is questionable at best. And that's where FOAC leaves it in a unanimous decision to reject. They asked for more money in, specifically, can you go to the wording? Because I don't want to be labeled as... It's in the Google Doc. Gorka, do you know? Oh, right here.
They have no, they sent us.
No, it's not
Yeah.
coercive terrorism. It's a requisite level of funding to have one of the most elite.
Because Billy sent us like.
Oh, they said it's a PDF. Can you open the PDF?
You have the documents queued there. I'll forward it to my Gmail. It's not there, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, please.
Wait, you have it?
I don't know.
Oh, you have it.
No, we do it every year. We try. She comes in here and begs like
No, it's not there. I'm forwarding it to you right now.
You're forwarding it to your Gmail?
Well, I'm forwarding it to myself.
Okay, why do they look at me? What's the point?
Because Billy wants to be fancy.
All right, it's there.
So why is it
It's there?
No, it's not.
Refresh. No, I'm not.
Go to the rest of my email.
It's still up there.
Refresh. Refresh. Stop.
I just refreshed at the top.
Got it.
We are.
You can move your inbox and no, it's not there.
There you go. There you go. Okay. So specifically, this is the amount that they requested for particular conferences. This is the amount that we granted, and then this is the appeal. So in total, they're asking for how much at the bottom in the appeal? Just scroll down. Yeah. Billy, have you totaled this up? What is it, 4,000?
Yeah.
It's 4,000 in appeals that they're asking for on the conferences that we either didn't fund.
Hey, stop chatting!
Sorry, I know this is a longer one just because it's in a PDF, but they asked for 4,000 for the conferences that we didn't fund because we asked them to prioritize the conferences that they said were most important to least important, and we just didn't fund the ones that they said in the hearing that were the least important, and then the rest of the cost we subsidized a little bit less than we did last year. Anyway, that is FOAC's rationale. It was a unanimous decision to reject their appeal and to stick with the 20,000 and not fund them anymore. I guess, what's the procedure to let
Billy talk.
I'll recognize Citizen Silk or we can.
Wait, so how does this work? So how do we motion?
So basically what we're going to do procedurally.
Guys!
This is a little different because Billy's here, but once we go back into order, we're just gonna do kind of a brief overview of like, this is what we're funding.
Yeah.
We're gonna start with all the FOAC ones. And FOAC will give a recommendation, some of them we're changing the amount, we'll vote on the FOAC recommendation, then we'll vote on the full budget. For everyone who did not submit an appeal, we're gonna go right to this. I'm first to ask for speakers against. If there are no speakers against, we're going to move right to a vote. At that point, when I ask for speakers against, you guys can also bring up amendments if you want to amend. And I'll go over this again, but right now, we're basically going to be in that speaking against versus amendment stage. Got it? And it'll be by majority vote.
So, point of clarification,
Yeah.
there's no mechanism to amend the funding level after the FOAC request is made without voting up and down on the FOAC recommendation. So, like, in what world can we ask, we want to amend to add this much money?
So first you need to vote to like approve the FOAC, but you can amend FOAC's recommendation. Or you can just vote down FOAC's recommendation and then bring a new.
Yeah,
cool.
We can also do that like concurrently. Just take FOAC's recommendation into account when you're doing those pause speeches for the sake of time.
Okay, so then in that case, motion to amend and recognize Billy Sill.
Yeah, we can recognize Billy. So Nikhil went over just FOAC's recommendation. We'll take that, so Billy, if you want to come up, I'll give you 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Alana, and thank you, Nikhil, for portraying us in that specific light that caused a lot of laughs. But now I'm going to talk to you about the truth. So what we're looking at today is a trial. I'll go over generally the way that our program is run, what value I think we add to the student body, and then why his characterization of the funding cut was actually quite infinitesimally smaller than what actually he cut us this year. So first I'll walk through what Duke Mock Trial is made of. So Duke Mock Trial is a group of 3 competing teams of about 8 to 10 students, so a total of 25 students who compete around the country 3 times a semester at elite invitational tournaments and American Mock Trial Association sanctioned official tournaments with the goal of capturing the national championship, which we did 4 years ago. Now our peer institutions are primarily funded by academic departments and schools overall. One of our main rivals, Miami University of Ohio, has a $150,000 budget out of their poli-sci department. We are, to my knowledge, the only one of our peer institutions. All the Ivies, Stanford University, all of them are at the elite level, top 15 in the country like us. We're the only ones who has to come here and beg you guys for this level of funding every year, which is only even half or a third of our operating budget which we get from external sources. So the reason that we're here tonight asking for $4,000 extra is not to restore us to last year's budgeting level, which we're already scripting and saving by just to make it to nationals this weekend. We're actually asking you to cut the cut in half. So what that looks like is this. Nikhil has funded, or SOFC has funded us $20,000, but they've included that programming, that tournament that we put on every year that was funded unanimously by the DSG Senate for 10 years, including this one, in the annual budget. So net, our total funding from Duke student government for the past several years, the precedent, $28,000. So we now functionally, however way you slice it, have $16,000 to fund our tournament expenses. Now the reason we only have 16 is because of what SOFC did. They cut out every single tournament for every single team that's not our A team, taking a program that is the most selective club on Duke's campus for competitive forensics from allowing to have 25 members to 8. That's a substantial cut, and we absolutely could not survive if you don't at least take our cut and cut it in half. Now, I know there are a lot of people in here, as Nikhil was trying to portray it, well, you have $20,000 divided by 25 students. That's way more than other clubs get. That's correct. But fundamentally, I think it's illogical that you equate a dollar amount with impact and value of an organization. The fact that something's open to the student body, that it tangentially touches a larger number of students, overlooks the value and the impact that a small or medium-sized organization has on its students. The impact we have, 10 hours of practice a week, 3 weekends away competing. I'm going this weekend to spend 4 days, including my birthday, at the national championship in which we're currently seated 4th. It's a lot more time and effort than I put into anything else in college, and I can guarantee you that every single member of Duke Mock Trial will tell you it is the defining experience of their university experience. So when we have $900,000 allocated, it first seems like a large amount of money, and then we divide it up and we get into these decisions. $4,000 here or there. Now to us, this makes all the difference in the world. Getting back to our funding level of last year, $8,000, we don't need it. We can cut out the rental cars, we can sacrifice the safety and liability the administrators asked of us 2 years ago. I'll drive my Camry to tournaments as an alum. But we cannot get by, we've run the numbers, we can't run 3 teams and still compete and represent Duke at the level that all of our peer institutions do if we don't at least get 4,000 more. If we get 4,000 more, we can get by. We've done alumni donations. We ask for funding from UCA, Stephen Nowicki, Larry Minette, and we get those alternative funding sources. But this is our last resort. We absolutely need this to survive. I'll take any questions on our specifics. EVP Court.
Are you aware that mock trial is an organization that brings more notoriety, success, and accolades than literally any other non-athletic club at Duke University?
In fact, I am. We are the only, so we are the only university-sanctioned activity, to my knowledge, to have won a national championship in the past 4 years. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. There are 650 teams in the entire mock trial circuit competition. We won 4 years ago. We've been to nationals every year since, placed 9th last year, and are expecting to do even better this year. And that's a function of how much time we put in. Some of the clubs up here who are getting $1,000, $2,000, the members might meet once a week. That's awesome. We love that those clubs are here. But this club, for most of us, is our only or one of 2 activities. And that's why we end up being so successful.
Alana's going to call questions, sorry.
We'll do Tara, then Renee.
Okay, so two-part question. So the first thing you started off by saying is that this only represents a third of the funding. You guys get alternative sources for the rest of your funding.
This is half of our operating budget.
If you could articulate for for the rest of your operating budget where that money comes from, and what alternative sources you get and who you ask this year. But second, if my math is right, to compensate that $4,000 by 25 people, you each have to pay $80, which, like, to me, like, I'm on a dance team, I dance 10 hours a week, we won nationals 2 years ago, and I paid $250 to go to California last year for
yeah, easy answer to that. So there's a 2-part question that can easily be answered, so I'll start with dues. We already paid dues. So every member of our mock trial program pays $100 in dues. Now, this year, I personally subsidized 3 of our members' dues because they're on full aid and cannot pay. They cannot pay those $100 for dues. It might seem like a small drop on the bucket for some of us, but for those students, it made all the difference in the world. Jacking that up by almost double to cover this difference, we're probably are going to have to raise dues. Just by increasing it $4,000, we still got a $4,000 gap year over year that we're going to have to cover somehow. Go to the administration. We do alumni fundraising every year. To answer some of your question, weather be funding is a little bit, administration, Stephen Nowicki helped fund nationals last year, alumni donations, dues. That's primarily where our other source of our operating budget comes from. We're probably they're gonna have to raise dues a little bit next year. I don't know how they're gonna do that because we already have so many members who are on payment plans just for that $100. We're a tremendously diverse organization in a variety of ways. Half of our members are people of color, split down the middle gender-wise, and we also are diverse socioeconomically, which is fantastic. But that could be decreased if we continue having to raise dues, and in every information session, we get questions in August about how much dues are. And the trepidation that some of those kids try out or not, because they don't know if they'll be able to pay on top of the price of Duke, the $100 to compete in this elite activity.
So just remind me, weren't you here last semester too asking for money for a tournament? Yes or no?
So this is interesting. So this is the first time that we've hosted this tournament in Durham every single year for the past 10 years. And that's been unanimously approved and voted upon by SOC and the Senate without a single question for 9 years until this year. For whatever reason, the current leadership saw fit that it was not an event they wanted to fund. So I had to come here and beg you guys for the funding because we were told when we applied for an annual budget the year before, no, apply for it in programming like you always do. We thought 9 years of precedent shouldn't be a problem. It was a bit of a problem, but we got it through. The value it adds, just to add some edification onto the tournament, the way it works in mock trial is you host a tournament and invite other elite teams. Quid pro quo, they invite you to their tournament. It's space limited. So by hosting our tournament here, for example, we invited 2 teams from the University of Georgia and Columbia University. They invite 2 teams to their tournament. They're at the elite level. We are top 50 programs in the country as well. Oh, sorry.
Will?
Okay, so now that that is put into your basic budget, does that make it proportionally even lower to go for traveling?
Yeah, that's sort of what that's. Yeah, so that's the point I was trying to make up front. What the 20,000 allocation versus 24? It's actually 24 versus 16 or 28 versus 20, whichever way you want to look at it. $24,000 that we were funded last year for traveling and tournament expenses, precedent set from the year before. This year, it's now down to 16. Hosting that tournament, that 4,000 is getting up to 20. So yeah, it's back a lot lower, and that's why this is so dire. If we had 20 to fund our tournament and travel expenses and got a $4,000 cut, representing a sixth of last year's budget, we'll make it work. We'll figure it out. If some of that's going to come out of my own pocket when I leave this year, that'll happen. But at $8,000, 33%. I don't know how to go on.
We have time for 2 more questions. Luke?
So peer institutions, as you said before, get more funding from outside sources, not like
Yeah.
And so what prevents you from going to those outside sources now and getting more funding?
Nothing prevents me from going there. I do. What prevents me from getting the money is the fact that I don't get it. So, right. So, like, I was just explaining, so Miami University of Ohio, a professor is their coach for the Poli Center program. So he prepares $150,000 for it. The University of Virginia, incredible program, 2-time national champions. We were just up there last week scrimmaging. Toby Heitens, clerk of the Supreme Court, is now a law professor there. He gets their law school to pay hundreds of thousands for the program. They have a secretary that books them flights from Virginia to Ohio to go compete. You know, so like we just don't have that luxury. We haven't gotten the institutional support in terms of dollar amounts that like Duke Debate has, that Club Sports has on the club level for athletics. The other like funding capital intensive clubs, we're the last one left that doesn't have that institutional support. We've looked for it, it hasn't happened yet. We're looking. I would love to never come back here again. But I mean, I like you all. I like that I'm on the bingo. But I would love to never have to beg, but I've had to do it twice this year, and I suspect, based on some of those comments, that my success will continue to be next year. And that saddens me immensely.
All right, last question. Jackson?
Well,
Josh?
I think someone else.
Grace, yeah.
So, given some discussion for the strategic mock trial program at Duke University, which I heard when I was in high school, do you think it would be possible that if this cut were sustained your annual budgeting, it could give leverage to you to ask other Duke institutions like the admissions office to put pressure on departments with the funding?
That's a good one. No. I mean, I don't think that I can walk into the admissions office and say, hi, DSG gave us a huge cut this year for whatever reason. Can we have more money? Because, like, when I was applying, we won the national championship. It influenced my decision to apply or to go here. Like, yeah, that happens. Like, people know about Duke Mock Trial. I don't know that they're going to lean on anyone to give us more money. I can try that angle, but like I said, we've been down this route. Every president, as far as I know, going back, has gone to administrators. And they give us stopgap funding, right? Like, what we get every year doesn't usually fund nationals. Next year, the reason our application was so high, they're in Los Angeles. We've got to fly there for 20 people. This year, they're in Greenville, South Carolina, so we're driving. Sometimes they'll fund that like $2,000 difference at the end of the year as a temporary thing. But in terms of long-term institutional support, we just don't have it, and we've asked. We're still looking, but for right now, like, I don't know, I guess the program goes into hiatus until I find it if you guys don't pass this.
Okay, that exhausts our time for questions unless there's other point of motion for more. Okay, seeing none, thanks, Billy. You can go ahead and put it down. So that was our protected negative. We are online for an affirmative speech, which upholds FOAC's recommendation. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of FOAC's recommendation, which cuts the budget and rejects the appeal?
Tara, do you want to
wait?
So I wasn't at FOAC, so I can't.
Oh, that's true.
Someone that was at FOAC.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we're not voting like up and down FOAC's recommendation versus like the status quo prior to the recommendation, but rather FOAC's recommendation versus the amended extra $4,000.
No, we vote on FOAC first, right?
We vote on FOAC first.
Sure. So if we decide not to, point of information, if we decide not to fund FOAC, then it reverts to the pre-FOAC decision, which is like within a couple $100, right? So then we just...
No, FOAC didn't cut them, or I guess yeah, FOAC cut us $200. Yeah, $200 because of the rental car fee, but it's still 20,000.
Yeah, so essentially, an affirmative speech says, I agree that we should reject the appeal and we should cut them $200.
Which is not...
The reason, by the way, is that if the reason we cut the 200, just for clarification purposes, is that it was a mistake on SOC's like just initial budgeting part that we didn't see that they had requested rental cars with the airlines, and it's just something we never do together. So it was just clarified to me. It was a mistake. It wasn't like a discussion. It was just a mistake that we applied to every single group. But yeah.
Okay, Tim, I'm going to give you one more question, then I want to see if there's anyone wishing to speak in favor of this.
Yeah. So barring that, I would motion to suspend the rules and just vote the FOAC recommendation versus the extra $4,000, assuming no speech. That way we can just execute.
Second.
No.
Somebody can speak.
No. Okay, we're going to vote on FOAC's recommendation to reject the appeal, and then you can bring up another.
Is anyone proposing to speak? If not, I'll speak.
I was going to do that.
I mean, you already spoke.
Yeah.
You weren't here.
Speak against or for FOAC's recommendation. It doesn't have to be a member of FOAC.
Okay, if someone else wants to speak for it, go ahead.
Curtis is done.
Curtis,
I'm
go.
gonna speak against the recommendation.
No, but there was already a protecting the right?
Curtis is speaking.
Is there one more?
Yeah, it'll go back.
So, is it my race?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You can protect the agenda.
So if we do, wait, hold on. So if we don't speak about this in the affirmative, there's not another negative speech?
Yes.
In my opinion, I don't think we need another affirmative if that means there's going to be another negative.
Curtis, you want to speak?
No, because if there's no affirmative, there's no.
If there's no affirmative, then we're gonna move on to a vote on FOX recommendation, and then we'll do pro and con speeches for the full.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so is there anyone wishing to speak in favor of FOX recommendation? Seeing none, we're gonna vote on
Motion
FOX.
for a roll call vote.
Second.
With just about the 200.
Point of information, this is a $200 vote, right? That's the point. This is a $200 roll call vote instead of a $4,000 roll call.
Because you can do that right after that.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, fine, never mind.
Great.
So are you redacting your, okay.
I got you.
So, all those in favor,
Wait, and also it's not it's a $200 vote with the rejection of the appeal.
Yeah, FOAC, this is.
With the reject, wait, it's not just 200. It's rejecting
FOX
appeal.
appeal,
No, it rejects the appeal up or down.
Really?
Sorry.
everyone good?
Wait, if it rejects the appeal, then roll call.
No, sorry. Go
If
ahead.
we reject FOX appeal, then we go
No,
back.
not, you mean mock trials appeal.
Sorry, if we reject FOX recommendation, that means that we go back into debate and we accept mock trials appeal. If we reject mock trials appeal, that means you're accepting FOX recommendation, which means the amount of money that SFC originally allocated is just docked by 200, and then I'll take amendments to fix that number. Everyone clear?
You vote yes.
This is a weird situation.
So
because it
voting
doesn't-
yes for FOAC means you are rejecting mock trials appeal. Does that make sense?
Yes, but then amendments are okay.
Yes.
Yes.
But if you vote no,
Then you
your
are,
appeal is accepted and it goes up 4,000.
yes. Right, because
So
they appeal
no is
for
up
that.
4,000.
Yeah, so if you vote no to FOAC, they get $4,000. If you vote yes to FOAC, they get subtracted 200 and then you can make amendments. Does that make sense?
Yeah, motion
No is
for
4,000, yes is
Minus 200.
minus 200, and then
Amendments.
amendments if you need to.
Motion for roll call vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Need a second.
We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Everyone's clear on what they're voting for, right?
No.
That's like the big difference?
Yeah.
Right, Victoria, can you go through all that?
No.
And again, FOAC and annual budget poll is going to be by majority.
By the way, once again, a yes vote means you support FOAC's decision, a no vote means you are against FOAC's decision.
You
Is it
can't
out of order to
abstain.
ask a question right now?
Yeah, you can ask one question and we're going to start voting.
Okay, so, sorry, this is good, since it's
Fine.
Is there an opportunity cost for this money? Like, are we gonna have?
It's taking it away from programming.
Yeah.
More money.
Okay,
From what we
please be
allocate
silent
for
for it to be a roll call vote.
Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Alright,
Yes
go
is
ahead.
down 200.
Of course it's an option, yes.
Yes is down 200.
Senator Brown.
No.
Are people here on everything?
Yes means you support FOAC's decision to not give them 4,000. No means you are rejecting FOAC and giving them 4,000. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Senator Wales? Nay. Senator Brown? Yes. Yay. Senator Gilbert?
Same.
Senator Gottlieb?
Yes.
Senator Jane?
Nay.
Senator Moneta? Nay. Senator Sullivan?
Aye.
Senator Katzen?
Yes.
Senator Speed? Nay. Senator Shaw? Nay. Senator Gamardella? Senator Latorno? Yay. Senator Hardy?
Nay.
Senator Smith? Aye. Senator Kadapia?
Not here.
Senator Carrington? Aye. Senator Key?
Aye.
Senator Dellinger?
Aye.
Senator Diego-Passy? Senator Bissell?
Nay.
Senator Turanchik?
Not here right
Senator Pecoraro?
Nay.
Senator Zhang? Senator Curtis?
Aye.
Senator Moore? Aye. Senator Good?
Nay.
Senator Rockwell? Nay. Senator Brunetti?
Nay.
Senator Skokas? Senator Thompson? Nay. Senator Caldwell? Senator Wolfcheck? Senator Pro Tem Hopkins? Vice President Lukachi?
Aye.
Vice President Norwalk? Vice President Mansell?
Aye.
Vice President,
I can't vote.
Vice President Lockhead?
Nay.
Vice President Melgar?
Hell no.
Vice President Dinner?
It's not here.
Terrain.
Nay.
Alright,
Wait, is there one more vote? You need people.
As the chairman of FOAC, nay.
No, no.
Oh!
Wait, so it's more than just step down there who wants to vote?
Alright, the nays have it, so Contrast funded an additional $4,000 for the programming fund.
What was the final vote?
Why don't we just do that?
Alana, what was the final count? What? The final count?
Oh, wait, how to?
What's the final vote?
Oh my, people didn't.
Can I just say something?
Yes, okay, just for future clarification, any addition to annual budgeting does take away from the programming fund.
Yes. Point of information for the
Yeah.
chair. So I think everyone needs to understand, hey guys, can we get some order? I know it's late and we're tired, but like there's two things that I think are really important to think about for all these different decisions that we're making with annual budgeting. The first is that certain people and certain organizations have a disparate amount of influence in DSG because they know how to use the system to come present to us these specific amendments and changes, and other organizations don't. So I think it's one thing we should be like taking into account about these things is like those who have the ability to have a voice and appeal and have friends who are been in DSG and can come make an appeal to us, like there's a difference in that. So when we're thinking about all the different funding allocations, we should take those things into account is one thing. The second thing is we should really be paying close attention every time because as Alana noted, and as Nikhil has noted, that's $4,000 out of the programming fund for next year. That's $4,000 that cannot be spent on some other event. That can be spent on 4 or 5 other events that can be open to all students. So I think that's one thing we have to make sure when you're actually paying attention. This is why this is so important.
Yeah.
I just want people to know that because we're not paying attention.
That was out of turn.
I don't really
We're
care.
gonna
You can
go
censor
ahead
me,
and continue moving on through the budget. Is that question? Yeah.
How close is that vote?
That vote was 17 to 23.
Well, I just, point of information, not that it matters, who realized after they voted that you voted for 4,000 and didn't mean to? Just your answer.
I'm sorry.
Come on.
Alright, Tara, what? Hey!
Guys, just another point of information, like, I don't remember the last time that someone personally came in to ask for money and we didn't give it to them. And like, I think that it should be noted that like, it feels, and I'll use this term, like DSG is easy to manipulate. Like anyone that comes in, if you have a friend and you're like, okay, I'll just come in, and your friend's like, oh, just come in and ask for it. 100% of the time, we fund them. Whereas like, if Billy had not come in, would we have funded that? Probably not. Maybe that's because we wouldn't have heard a really legitimate explanation, or maybe that's because we wouldn't have been like basically manipulated by someone because they were sitting in front of us and like knew how to talk to them because they've been on the issue for 3 years. So like, really think about for the rest of these recommendations. You might want to vote completely against what FOAC recommended, just like you did this time. But think about it, like actually analyze it. Don't just make a decision based on is someone here to advocate for the group or not advocate for the group, because that is like, it's like we're just so easy to.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. This is like, we talk about needing funding for more cultural groups, and
But we need to keep going. We have done one annual budgeting request, and we need to keep going. So we're gonna go back.
This was probably the most contentious.
To reconsider the motion on.
No, Josh.
Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We can bring it up again next week, but we're gonna keep going tonight.
Okay, so now let's just start at the beginning of appeals. All right, so we also had Dira come in and speak today. I mean, I'm going to try to convince you. So basically, I was treasurer of Dira last year, and I've been on Dira for 3 years, so I absolutely understand their finances probably better than they do. I know that they've gotten $3,000 average in grants every single year, and we gave them $2,500 less than we gave them last year. Once again, it's just to subsidize their conferences. Another thing, they do make some money off of each conference that they host. They host a high school conference and a collegiate conference, one in the fall, one in the spring. So they do have, once again, they self-fund. And finally, what was the other point that they made? Like, we made cuts all around, so it makes sense that we're cutting an organization from 13,000 to 11,700. I mean, everyone, like, once again, they have like 25 members who travel. When I travel with them, I have to pay $100, but Duke is not supposed to pay for your entire activity. It's supposed to help subsidize. So once again, they get an average of $3,000 in grants from the Weatherby Fund every year, and they're asking for us to fund $2,500 more in their appeal. So I mean, to me, it just doesn't make sense.
Okay, that was the affirmative speech. Is there anyone wishing to speak against FOAC's recommendation?
Anyone from DIRA?
For DIRA. Against FOAC's recommendation. Trey, could you raise your hand? Okay.
Oh, really?
All right, seeing none, we're going to move to a vote on DIRA's appeal. All those in favor of,
On FOAC's recommendation.
On FOAC's recommendation.
Yeah, on FOAC's recommendation for DIRA's appeal. Again, we're voting aye means that we reject FOAC, or we reject DIRA's appeal, and voting nay means we give them the extra.
$2,500. No means $2,500. Yes means $0. They have been awarded $11,700 this year. Last year they were given like $13,500. Okay.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, guys, have it.
Hey, there's time funding.
For
the
we're gonna do that next
week. Yeah, now there's.
Now it's like, we broke it. We can only be manipulated by Billy's social capital.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We're gonna move on to the next FOAC one. The Muslim Student Association. So if you open up their account, one of the largest reasons that we did not fund the Muslim Student Association is because currently in their account, they have $6,300. I have the proof with me. Sorry, I left it here. The MSA currently has $6,635 in their account. If you go and look what they've requested, not only does it not meet SOC guidelines because it's programming funds that they're asking for, but we're sticking with our guidelines completely with our retreat with $20 per person. And once again, for the rest of the money, they don't even have to look for outside sources. It's currently in their account. They have $6,630 in their account. That's not the reason for the appeal, by the way. But it's a supplemental reason.
Can I ask, so basically, and this is the question I raised a couple weeks ago when we started this, or last week when we started this, feels like an eternity ago, that we were changing,
can you not talk?
we're changing the retreat allocation amount this year
from $20 per person for all.
And so like we've changed that now, and so like this is the first time they're groups are seeing that,
yes.
right? Okay, so their rationale was just that they receive less money, but it's going to cost them that much, and our supplemental information is just that they have that much money in their account.
They have $6,000 in their account, but this is by our guidelines as well.
Okay, I understand. Why did we change the guidelines to that?
I explained at the very beginning that last year we gave $480K in annual budget. The previous year we gave $330. This year, as a result, we had $70,000 less in programming, and in SOC and DSG execs, like rationale, we believe the programming fund benefits more students for the student activity fee because they're events where it's completely open to the student body, whereas the annual budget is clearly as seen in mock trial. Can I go to that mock trial conference? No. But we funded 4,000.
I think we shouldn't use just one thing. I wouldn't use that comparison now for something like this because it's a religious organization. But the second question I have is then like the reason we made that, the reason we changed the guidelines is to allow for more money in programming. Right?
Yes.
So that's the reason. Okay.
100% the rationale.
That's what I'm trying to just get a sense of.
Okay. And this is applied to every single group. Like these rations, there's no inconsistencies.
No, I understand that.
Okay. So, is there? Alana, is there any more questions?
I mean, can I give the? If there are no more questions, I'd love to give the negative speech for the photo.
Even if they have 6,600 in their
no,
account.
because I know, and I work with MSA, and I want to be able to explain the whole situation to everyone. I think, and I will.
Would that? Can we? Does he have like the right to do that?
He has no right to
Okay, do it.
He you have a protected negative. I'm also going to start capping you in a minute, 30 seconds.
That's fair,
Austin.
that's fair.
Jay?
Okay, so quickly, the important thing to note, two things. The amount of money that's in MSA's account, some of that comes from cultural fund money that goes to funding events that they're going to be doing throughout the rest of the semester and through into the beginning of next year. So I think using that as a rationale for where they should pool funds is not exactly the right thing to do. The second thing that I think is extremely important is we just funded a team versus funding a religious organization that wants to host a retreat that any student could go to, whether or not they're like, if they identify as Muslim on this campus, that they can go to a retreat with their peers and have a religious experience. Like that, there's an importance to doing that. And there's a reason why I think the costs also for retreats have increased. To educate everyone in the room, UCAE has changed their guidelines for how retreats can be used. You can now only use specific retreat centers, which means they cost more money. And that changed over the past 2 years, the UCAE guidelines that meant that that meant that religious organizations can't just go rent a house somewhere or something which would be cheaper than going to a religious camp or something which charges a lot more money. It's actually a really big issue for MSA because they have to go to a Christian camp, like a Christian summer camp, in order to host their retreat, which is a huge issue. But part of the thing is I think we're changing the guidelines to save money for programming, but that's going to harm religious life organizations throughout this campus that want to host retreats for all students, and I think we should be funding mock trial and not funding this.
Thank you for that protecting negative speech. We are aligned for affirmative speech. Is there anyone wishing to speak in favor of this besides Akil who already spoke? All right, seeing none, we're going to move to a vote on Philip's recommendation. By this time, does everyone want to understand what it means to vote yes, which accepts, and no, which... Okay? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Fox recommendation's been accepted. Next up
is Presbyterian Campus Ministries. So they have, if you guys open it up, they have appealed 3 parts. The first part is the retreat once again. We gave them $20 per person for their spring retreat and their fall retreat. And so they're asking for more money. Once again, we stuck with our guidelines there. The second part is the registration attendance fees. They asked for $882. We gave them $735. This we accepted because we realized it's only one member. It's only $147, and they do have a good rationale. So we accepted the second part of their appeal for $147. And lastly, they asked for $50 more for their banner, but we don't. $150 is our cap for banners for annual budget groups. So it's just $150. You can still get a pretty damn good banner. Yeah.
Don't you think it's interesting 2 religious life groups are asking about the same problem with retreats?
I mean, in our SOC's opinion, I think the student body should vote whether or not we should be funding religious groups more. I mean, it's not, SOC has a strict guideline in general, and so for us to kind of amend that to religious groups is a larger debate.
But I understand that, but I think the way you changed the guideline, saying that the whole point of changing the guideline was just...
Last year there was no guideline.
Okay,
no more
crosstalk. No more crosstalk. We've exhausted our time for corrective affirmative speech.
We're being so negligent.
So that said,
Presbyterian organization has $3,600 in their account right now. Sorry.
Okay, we are in line for protecting negative. Is there anyone wishing to speak against Fox recommendation?
Yeah.
You have a minute.
10 seconds. This is the same problem you're seeing with another religious life group because we've changed the guideline without actually understanding what that guideline does. And I think that's the most important thing, that we shouldn't be changing guidelines and making exceptions for other organizations when we're not going to look at what students actually need. And that's my particular problem with this. I've spoken to multiple religious life groups, some of which have not actually submitted appeals, but didn't know how to actually submit the process because they don't really understand how to do that, but are having a similar tight money crunch because of the new problem to be able to host retreats for their members. And I think that's something that we should take into account because those are supposed to be open for all students and not something that costs for entry for your religious practice. And that's the last point I want to make. And I'm going to consent in a minute. So.
Okay. Would you all speak in favor of Fox appeal because we're in line for an affirmative speech? Do you all speak in favor? Can you come up? You can.
So I'll actually do like a 15-second speech here. Basically, it's important that we have rules that carry across all food organizations and don't prefer religious organizations. I do agree that this is a problem for religious organizations in the future. And perhaps we should refer by statute to the Equity and Outreach Committee to advocate on behalf of this with the UCAE, because I think that's a more permanent, useful solution than just changing the guidelines at the last minute.
Thank you. We are in line for a negative speech. All right, seeing nobody who wants to speak, we're going to go ahead and vote on Fox recommendation. All those in favor of accepting Fox recommendation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right,
Great. Duke mock trial. It's yours. Duke Buddhist community. So if you open that really, so they basically asked us, sorry, let me open this really quick.
Is it more money, please?
Buddhist.
If it's another retreat thing, I'm literally gonna just get it.
You can do whatever you want.
I know that, but
okay, so we funded them. So they asked for travel and lodging for speaking events. That's programming. They asked for speaker honorariums. That's programming. We funded everything else.
Okay.
So we rejected their appeal. They're programming events.
That's fine.
All right, all those wishing to speak against Fox's recommendation. Seeing none, we're moving to a vote. All those in favor of accepting Fox's recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Great. So next up is Duke ASM. Basically, they appealed because we did not fund their pens and stickers. So we don't fund like pens and stickers. We'll fund flyers, but we don't fund giveaways, and those are both giveaways. And then, is that all they mainly appealed? Yeah, that's all they appealed. So we did not fund their pens and their stickers. And like we just don't fund those.
No pens or stickers.
Unless like there's an explicit reason that you need pens for this certain reason that they do. Cool.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against Fox's recommendation? Seeing none, we're moving to a vote. All those in favor of accepting Fox's recommendation?
Aye.
All opposed?
Great.
Perfect.
Next
I have a
up.
point of information really quick.
Yeah.
Do we just have like a tally of how much extra we've been giving?
I mean, right now, 4,127.
Okay.
Yeah, right now we've only accepted mock trials appeal.
Okay, next up. So once again, we're doing publications next week. Duke Desarrolla, once again, they're asking for t-shirts for $750. And they're asking us $700 for a website developer. And so you can just go to DIDA for that, and then we don't fund t-shirts or stickers. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Classic SOC 101.
Is there?
Okay, does anyone want to speak against Fox's recommendation? Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting Fox's recommendation?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we're going to keep moving forward.
All right,
Chess.
so Chess Club. Chess Club, they asked for us to increase their travel expenses and their lodging. And then what was our overall, is the rationale written here, John?
Excuse me?
The rationale wasn't written here.
The rationale was that they didn't know when the conference.
Oh yeah, sorry. So they didn't know the location of their conference. So we just subsidized their travel at the normal rate. The only time when we consider funding a flight more is when the flight is to California. But since they don't have any information, and the past 3 conferences have all been either on the East Coast or Midwest, we decided to stick with our allocation of subsidizing their conference at the correct rate. Cool.
All right, anyone wish to speak against? All right, all those in favor of Fox's recommendation? All opposed? Okay, please stay quiet so you get through the rest of these appeals, and then we're going to get to the rest of the budget.
The rest of the budget is significantly easier, obviously, because the appeals are going to be more contentious. Okay. So for Zeta Phi Beta, we did accept the first part of their appeal in that within their marketing section, they accidentally only put the monthly rate for their website and not the overall monthly cost, like the yearly cost of the website. So we did agree to fund $144 for the website instead of the $12 that they put down. And then we rejected the second part. Our food allocation for GBMs across the board is $2 per person. And so we stuck with that guideline. And didn't give them the $130 more just because we do $2 across the board for GBMs.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeing none, all those in favor of Fox's recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, I can hear you up here. Please stop the side chatter.
Great. The next up, we have Acapella Council. So any SOC new group that became a group in this year gets a maximum allotment of $1,000 in the annual budget just because they're a new group and we want to kind of give them a little bit of money so they can test their financial intelligence, whatever, like being able to have a budget and things of that sort. And the following years they can actually apply for more money. But so because of that, we find them 1,000 in total. And basically live sound includes like microphones, speakers, things of that sort. So we find them 1,000 in total, and it's like our guideline. We did that for another, like all the new groups that applied this year, including like written and stuff. So that's why we're sticking with SOC's decision to fund maximum 1,000 for this new group.
Okay, is there anyone wishing to speak against? Seeing none, all those in favor of FAB's recommendation, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. The Girls Club. So the Girls Club, this is in your DPS. If you go to SOC folder and you go to the DPS, they're asking us for $3,200 for a field trip that they want to host with Durham children. The thing is, we don't fund service trips because we fund DPS $9,000 in grants every year for service trips in the annual budget. So they're supposed to go and apply to DPS. That's the entire purpose of DPS, and we still fund these service trips. It's just that they have no like plan for it or anything yet, and this is something that we will fund, but through DPS, and we funded DPS $9,000 for service trip grants. Does that make sense?
All right, is there anyone wishing to speak against FAB's recommendation? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. All those in favor of accepting the recommendation say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. So for Duke Best Buddies, they accidentally, or not, okay, they put their dues at the very bottom of the budget past like the normal 2 that you're supposed to, because they're also in the DPS folder, so we didn't really see it. So we're paying their dues, and then for one member or their president to travel to the Best Buddies Leadership Conference, so that's in total $725. So we're funding them their dues for the organization, and we're funding them the one person to go on the Best Buddies Leadership Conference and their Best Buddies. Cool.
Okay. All those, anyone wish to speak against? All those in favor of FAB's recommendation say aye. All opposed?
Great. Duke Ridden. So Duke Ridden just also became a new group this year, chartered this year. So once again, we gave them a maximum of $1,000. And next year they can apply for more money, but it's just like a standard SOC policy we apply to all groups. So we funded up to $1,000, exactly $1,000, but once again, sticking with the same a cappella council rationale, we're not going to fund them more than that since they just became a group this year.
Okay. Anyone wish to speak against FAB's rec? So none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Also, not all of you are voting, so please just try to stay a little bit engaged.
So the International Association applied, and within their GBM section, they put 40 students times $36 at the Watt Duke, and we funded them $80 because it's 40 times 2, so we gave them $80 out of the $1,440 that they had requested for their GBM. So, like, it's just, we don't fund more than that. And then for the retreat, we also gave them $20 per person for 40 people. This is their first year in like 3 years applying for the annual budget, and they have $20,000 in their account from the University Cultural Fund and other things. So, like, they absolutely don't need for us to cover these costs.
Wait, so are we funding the retreat?
Yeah, we are funding their retreat just
Why?
because. I mean, right now we don't have any rule because we don't have any rule for groups that have like get funding from other sources. Like,
I'm just saying, if they have $20,000 in their account, why are we giving them?
Because if that $20,000 is earmarked for something else through the
Did
cultural
you ask
fund.
them where it is?
Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. So 15 or 16 of that is going to be used in Spring International, and then the remainder 4,000 is from Cultural Fund because we asked them about that. And Cultural Fund, like those things, we can't control where they spend that money. Like Cultural Fund may be earmarking it for something else.
So is it a $4,000 slush fund they have?
No, because Cultural Fund also does like they line item what they want. They're not getting funding from the retreat for anywhere else. And it's a standard, we fund every group's retreat, like we'd be going against our guidelines to not do it right now.
So is there any formalities or formalization within SOC guidelines?
No, because we usually,
whereby
we're told that
annual budgeting is conditional
or has some sort of contingency?
No, but that's something that we discussed with UCAE and like we'll be discussing more and further over exec and stuff like that. But it's something we want to start implementing for following years.
Alright, I'm gonna cut off the questions now. So everyone wishing to speak against Bob's recommendation? Seeing none, we're gonna move to a vote. All those in favor? All opposed? None of you are voting, please vote. Is that the last of?
Last of the appeals, so we're going to start with, alright guys.
Wait.
Yeah, okay, at this point, I'm gonna take.
Everyone pay attention.
I'm going to do an overview of what we're about to do, and then I'll take points or motions, alright? So, how this is going to go for the rest of the budget. We have to get through 73 groups.
Not to, like,
yeah,
as much as we can.
We want to get to as many as we can. After an hour or two of doing this, when you start to drift off, then I'll take a motion to adjourn. But we want to get through as many of these as possible. Most of these, we're going to trust SOFC's recommendation.
Since there is no appeal or anything for the groups were notified of appeal twice, by the way.
Yeah. So I'll recognize speakers if there are any. I'm always going to ask for a speaker against first. So there's no one who's going to fight back, but I'm not going to bother with it. So the way we're going to do this, I'll ask for speakers against. Then we'll go to speakers for, and we'll go back and forth if we need to. Everyone's only going to have a minute to speak, and then when that's exhausted, we'll do a vote. All of these have majority votes. You can amend the recommendation, or you can amend the amount of money that's the previous schedule.
Yes.
So that can happen now. This is the forum to do that. So is everyone clear on procedure? Okay, and like I said, if you're going to talk, I'm going to send you out of the room. So please be respectful. Again, this is a priority for DSG. Like we're funding next year's social impact canvas.
And by doing this fast today, next week's meeting, I guess this is a bingo spot, but I swear we'll pay that. But
yeah. All right. So I'll take questions and points of motions. Yeah.
Okay. At the same time, like I know we want to get through this, but can we please make sure we're doing due diligence? Because like with the way we just went through that, like the reason I think you lost half the room here is because people are just like, oh, we're going through this now. So can we please like make sure?
Yeah. No, we'll clarify further for sure.
Okay. So
we're gonna go through the budget. Everyone, do you have the budget open on your computers?
Because yeah, I mean, there's a responsibility on both sides, Sean.
Yeah, so. I know, and I definitely understand that. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, no, we'll be sure to make sure everyone's following.
And again, any of the appeals that you disagreed with the decision, you can move to change that, like at this time too. All right. Any points or motions, Jackson?
So feel bad doing this in a curse out of the room, but motion to bring back up mock trial.
So motion to reconsider. Needs a majority vote to do that. We'd be reconsidering the appeal. That section can also move to amend once we get to mock trial's budget because we haven't voted on the full thing yet. So we're going to do that first. And use it then. Okay? All right. Everyone good? Okay.
We'll talk about it when they're.
I trust her. I trust her. Sit down first.
Procedure-wise, what's going to happen? We're done with appeals. If you disagree with the decision of an appeal by the Senate, you can amend any of the budgets on the board. So say you disagree with, MSA's appeal and the fact that we rejected it. You can move and bring it back up. You can fund them more or less now. And that's just going to be by majority vote to amend. Imagine these as just a series of budgetary statutes.
Tonight?
What?
Tonight or next?
We're voting on these tonight because we did the first reading last week.
So mock trial.
Mock trial will be voted on
Mock trial's
tonight.
going to be voted on tonight. The only things we're doing next week, if we get through this properly, will be club sports, DPS, all publications, including the Chanticleer.
Yeah.
Okay?
Great. So,
Perfect.
guys, I just want to make sure, does everyone have this open? And did everyone click on behalf of, so you can access, you can only see 12 at first. You have to click on behalf of. I want to make sure everyone's there because I don't want a question saying, hey, I can't see this.
All right.
Click on behalf of, do you see this right here? Click this.
Are only the F17 ones now the ones that are available?
Nope.
Nope.
So I'll be telling you what to search every time.
Are we doing half the appeals this week, or that was all the appeals?
That was pretty much all the appeals. But there is going to be a little bit. There may be a few publication appeals that come next week, which is why we pushed it to next week. But other than that, this will be like these are all the final appeals. Publications are the only ones that got this extra little bit of time, just based on discussion and focus.
Okay.
Great. So to start out, let's start with ASM. So we just voted to accept FOAC's decision to deny their appeal. Once again, we're funding them, they're subsidizing their conference, their dues, and then we are not funding their stickers and pens, but we are funding their marketing banner. Any questions? Or sorry, you go.
Okay. Are there, that's what you just presented it.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions on this? Is there anyone wishing to speak against what SOC has allocated them for next year? Yeah, JB.
Just a point of information. So I'm on the Campus Labs thing, and I clicked on behalf of, and I like put an alphabetical order. But like, what should we be clicking on?
ASM annual budget. You can see it, Alana, do you want to pop it up on the Facebook
I
page
clicked on
again?
ASM annual budget, and then what?
Oh, once you get there,
Yeah.
then you go, it goes to budget.
Did I click on budget?
Yeah, and then you just scroll down. Do you see that?
Okay,
JP.
no, I see it, but it just like,
Can someone help you?
No, he's on.
I'm literally on it. I think that maybe next week, because I don't think you should do this now, you should maybe just do literally a 2-minute tutorial of how to like read this. Because it's a lot more complicated than the system you guys did last year. And
No, it's not, it's the exact same thing.
Wait, but last year you guys just had like a big Excel sheet. I mean, like,
No, we did not. Do you want me to
I-
prove that we didn't? Maybe look at the budget from last
I
year.
don't think I'm just like a dumb person, right? I just think this is like somewhat of a complicated
What do you not know?
system.
I mean, then let's take
If
that
you
2
haven't
minute
had
tutorial
any
now.
exposure to it before.
Let's do that
That's
2
what I'm
minute
saying.
tutorial now.
And I think that part of the reason that so many people are zoned out is just because like they don't
How many
realize-
people agree with JP that they can't understand the budget once they've opened it?
I think that's besides the point. He doesn't understand. He's
So
explaining
then
that
can someone go
that it's not
and explain it to him? Well,
Yeah, but I don't think you need a person
Okay.
to victim.
I don't want to throw it under the bus. I'm looking at a laptop in front of me and no one has this open, so they can't even vote on whether or not they know.
Yeah.
They
Okay. Alright. We're going, okay. Hey. A couple of you did not have access to the budget before. Does everyone have it at least open on their computer? Like, I know half of you are on Facebook, but please just open it and look through. Again, this is literally the most important thing DSG does. It is in the DSG Facebook group, open it, close Facebook, and look at the budget.
Okay, I'm just gonna go through it right now. Everyone, be quiet. I'm gonna go through it right now. We're gonna do this one time. So, open up what Alana has bumped in the Facebook page now. It's the Google Doc with all of the groups. Does everyone have that? It's in the DSG Facebook page. Do you guys tell me? Say no if you don't see this.
Posting it again.
She's posting it again. Sorry. Okay, so it's in the Facebook page. You open that. So that's the order that we're going to go in terms of groups. Not only that, the type, JP, you asked for this, so if you're not talking, it'd be great. So, what the Google Doc has the names of the budgets in the request name. So, for example, this one, the first one says ASM annual budget. If you just do a control find on the page, control find ASM annual budget. I get here, I right click it and open it to a new tab. Now I'm on this page. It's called review request and it says ASM annual budget. Then you click to budget. It's the third tab. Right here you can see what they requested in total and what we've granted them. Scroll down, you see every single hyperlink blue is something that they've requested. You go to the right, it says wontons 800, that they've requested $800. You go to the extreme right, we put 200, that's the amount SOC has granted for that particular line item. You scroll down, and there are more of these. Does anyone have any questions? No, ask them now, because... Okay. If no one has any more questions, does everyone understand how to use this budget then? Okay. Okay, so what's next? The arts annex...
We didn't vote on this one.
We haven't voted
On ISM.
Oh, we didn't vote on it? Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, so everyone's clear on how this works? Everyone's looked over the budget? Remember we did a first reading last week, we're already killing over everything? Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, does anyone want to speak against SOC's budget allocation? Okay, seeing none, we're going to vote on the budget allocation for ASM. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Okay. The next is the Arts Annex Advisory Board. They requested $10,950. We gave them $1,050, and that's because a lot of what they asked for, like digital camera, couch, path revitalization, we just with the path revitalization, it seems like more of like a construction project and not something that a student activities fee should be funding. 2, the digital camera. I explained this last week. We have the new DSG program that's going to be in action next year, and a lot of different groups, including DU, have cameras that you can borrow. We funded their retreat, and then their stickers we didn't fund. Okay.
All right, anyone have any questions? Does anyone want to speak against SAFC's recommendation?
I have just a clarification.
Yeah.
For under partition, the equipment, tools, all that stuff, why, does that mean that we're not paying that money for the supplies?
Where are you?
I am in equipment, tools, and other capital expenditures.
Yeah.
So what is that exactly, what does partition mean? And what are we not paying for there?
So the partition is it allowed. They say some are tearing or things like that. Okay. So they want us to pay for 4 of them to separate the space. So we didn't think that we should be funding 4 in total. We think that 1, they didn't say all of them were ripping or breaking or anything like that. And 2, we think that splitting one space into 2 with $600 is already a good use of money, and we didn't think that funding more would be necessary.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions or want to speak against? All right, so now we're going to move to a vote. All those in favor of SAFC's budget allocation, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that also is going through next year. Next is PD.
Point of information.
Yeah.
Sure. So specifically for those appeals that we went through with FOAC recently before, the only options we have for revisiting them or revising when the budget request comes up,
yes.
Or Jackson pointed out the reintroducing those appeals. Or
instead of reintroducing the appeals, when we hit them in the list, I'll allow for amendments to yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Yep. BDU is up next.
BDU is up next. So we subsidize their conferences, and then once again we paid for the registration fees, subsidizing them. We paid $100 for their book fund, which is books related to LGBT issues. We didn't pay for their flag fund just because they told us that CGSD has flags, but I mean, in our opinion, flags were not the most essential since they have flags in CGSD. I know there's a Pluto you guys represent. Guys, I don't want to be talking when people are talking. Then they asked for a Pluto United uniform. So once again, the only group on campus that we pay apparel for is the line monitors, and that's because they literally need it to run their event. BDU, I'm sure this would help them and things like that, but to be consistent all across the board, we fund no other group any kind of apparel. So a Blue Devils United uniform, we thought was not, it's t-shirts or pants or whatever, we thought that was not going to fit with our guidelines. We subsidized their GBN, we paid for their banner, their recruitment materials, and their website, and we thought that the photo backdrop was just an unnecessary expense.
Motion to recognize Citizen Alice Reed.
Yeah, before we do that, Sean had a question, so I'm just going to take that quickly.
Just for future, can you say the name of the request that we have to click on?
It's literally written in
I see that, but as a secondary, can you just say the name of the request?
Okay, just let you know we're following in order.
I'm following too, I'm just saying.
Sure.
It just makes it easier.
Yep, we'll do the whole thing. All right, Rihanna, is there a second for Rihanna's motion?
Second.
All right, Alice? Yeah, Alice, CDH, because of this guest speaker thing, I'm giving you 2 minutes.
Sorry, I don't know if you guys know this. There's 2 minutes for speaking and then we'll do some questions.
Okay, so first I want to talk to the CSGD flag fund. The CSGD only has certain flags. They have trans, general, drag, and bi. They do not have asexual, they do not have genderqueer, they do not have non-binary, they do not have agender, all of which we have had a request for, especially the asexual flag. So it's kind of hard, unless you're queer, to kind of say what is important and what is not. And then second, as to our conference a lot of our conferences being defunded, subsidized, We need those conferences for leadership development, especially in terms of getting out of the Duke bubble, which is crucial to the queer community in that this kind of environment is not safe for a lot of queer students on campus in light of the @Jack death threat, in light of HB2, and a lot of people still, even when they come to Duke, Duke is too close to home that they can't really be who they really are. And going to somewhere far away is really crucial to their coming out experience, and it's really crucial in finding a chosen family, especially if they have a family that isn't supportive of them.
I also want to kind of make a distinction with that flag fund in particular. So I think there's a very important difference between like stickers and pens as like kind of the purpose of a flag. So like in particular, flags are like purposely placed and like given out to decorate the campus and like as these students walk through campus, and like whether that's a tour group, whether that's people that utilize the CSGD, or whether that's VDU members, they see that like by having these flags, it's an affirming environment. So like it's a very strategic. It's not just like, hey, have a pen because it's cool. It's to make an environment that's necessary to feel safe.
And also we like wear them as pride, and they're like recycled. So.
Yeah, we have 2 minutes for questions.
I'm just wondering, you were saying you have these retreats where it's like important for people's coming out experience, but these are executive board ones. Are you saying that, is this for like, I'm confused with what the retreats are, you wanting to know that?
So IBQ and creating change are anybody. IBQ is any queer or allied person from the Ivy/elite institution. So we go, Stanford goes, and then creating change is sort of like a queer-centered social justice conference that was in Chicago this year.
Oh, I see. So those are 2 conferences.
And then exec retreat is just for exact kind of planning that, like how to inspire that like leadership development.
Also, like, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
But during the exec retreat, it's really like setting the stage for the entire year. So like, for example, our exec retreat is this weekend, and like we're talking about like advocacy goals, policy goals, and like ways to do like power analysis amongst campus groups. So like whether that's working with DSG or admin, like these are all planned from the get-go.
And also just another important note, BDU is the only undergraduate LGBTQ group, which is completely unprecedented in terms of like our peer institutions usually have like 3 or 4 to represent the 10% of the student body that is queer, probably higher at Duke. And we are open to everyone. We are not just like for that 10%. The other 90%, if they choose to be allies, are totally welcome in BDU and welcome to go on this conference.
Which I think we saw how many students it affects during the death threat when we had large amounts of students that came as allies.
Yeah. All right, we have time for one more question. All right, seeing none, you guys go ahead and sit down. Yeah, so with, you guys can go ahead and sit down. Because that was pretty much an affirming speech, I would take negatives now. Are there any amendments on the floor in light of that speech? Luke?
I would move to amend funding the flags, but not funding the retreats.
Okay.
And the rationale behind that is just that seeing that the flags serve a greater purpose than just decoration, they serve like a really profound purpose. I think those are important funds. However, the conferences, FOAC and SOC, was cutting back the closed across the board. So I think it's just fair to fund the flags definitely. However, they can search for alternate resources.
So you want to amend 400 for flags?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, the motion was to fund flags.
To fund the flags.
But not retreat.
But
No. He meant like they asked for more money for their retreat, not to defund it.
No,
so,
just to maintain.
So this is adding $400.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's totally in line. I think they're just figuring out which they would prioritize, flags or retreat. So maybe just based on that information, we should decide which one we add money to. Is that fair?
I'm gonna
Just for that, I think that they would know best which.
Yeah, we need to know now because we need to keep moving forward with this. Alice, Steven, are you trying to prioritize what you would rather have funded, or would you put flags?
What's most important?
Like, would you want more money for your retreat? We're not defunding you. We're staying with what's good.
But adding 400 for flags.
Are you fine with that?
Are you saying like one or the other?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we're maintaining everything. There's a motion to increase 400 for the flags. Are you fine with that?
That's not a friendly amendment to change the whole thing.
It's not amendment. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm accepting whatever the hell Senate accepts. So like.
Yeah, so we're just gonna do like a vote on adding 400, then we do another vote on adding more. So.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All those in favor of adding $400 for a flag fund for BDU, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we're gonna go ahead and add in the 400.
We just did.
Okay. Are there any other points or motions? Or amendments?
Can we, sorry, because I'm not looking at it right now. Can we opt to fund, are we funding the registration fees in full for both of them?
No, because if we we're not gonna, we paid for the number of kids we subsidized for the conferences, we paid that number of registration fees, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense to pay more.
Okay, so, and that's consistent across all the organizations
Yes.
that we're looking at?
Yeah, we say the number of people we're paying for, and then we pay for that many registration fees, that much in the hotel, lodging, airfare, etc. So that's why this is consistent across the board. We're funding every single thing, it's just we're subsidizing pretty much every conference and the registration fees and everything.
Okay, so we're just not paying for one thing in full, we're just spending a little on everything?
I mean, not a little, but yeah.
But like, we're paying for part of it.
Yes.
We're not paying for anything.
Yeah. And that's consistent across the board, everything that we've done here. The flag fund is definitely fair, which is why.
Yeah. Okay, that's it.
If you want to, you
Give
can.
me a number.
So, because I'm trying to do the math in my head and it's not working because it's 11:48. What, can I motion to fund the registration fees in full? Not the travel lodging, keep the travel lodging the same, to fund the registration fees in full?
Yes, you can for sure, for the creating, for both the registration.
For both creating change and IDQ.
Okay.
Yeah, let me do the math really quick on that.
No, I have the number on it. It's 2,906. You're basically asking for $1,800 increase.
Is that for both?
No, because this is 1,400 here, and then they're asking for, we funded them 120, and they're asking for 360, so that's 240, so that's going to be around 1,700 they're asking.
Total.
So, yeah, you're going to be trying to increase this allotment by $1,700.
Okay, all right. Let's do that.
Okay.
If people want to suggest one or the other, they're more than welcome to. The reason, can I just?
Yes, me.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. The reason why I suggest this is two things. I think travel and lodging we can subsidize, but specifically in these cases, these are really important conferences. They're major events, and they're really, I think what we should be doing for specifically an identity group like this is trying to limit the financial barriers for students being able to participate and be leaders in that community and experience those things. The travel and funding thing, I don't think we can fully pay for anything in that regard, especially because travel and funding costs always vary, but if the registration costs are the same, I think we should make the registration something that then there's no financial barrier for students then to attend and participate. And I understand it's a bit of money, but I think it's something that's really valuable. These conferences are extremely important, specifically for the BDU community, and as someone who's on the exec board for a year, I understand if that's true, because I know that students have gone on these retreats, or gone on these conferences, and they're extremely important aspects of their experience, and also help translate a lot of the things they learn there to the campus community here at Toledo.
All right.
Yeah, if you want to amend, that's fine.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against? All right. We're gonna go ahead and vote on. You can speak against, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, really quick. I think BDU is a great organization and definitely serve an immense.
I can hear you up here.
And they serve an immense purpose on campus. It's just that we have guidelines that we've applied to literally every single group, where we subsidize the cost of travel, and accordingly we pay for that number of registration fees. To do this would make it so that we would have to, it would be unfair for us not to go through every single organization and pay their registration fees in full. We just have had SOC very rarely has consistencies. This year we've been really trying to make it fair across the board. So although I understand the rationale, I just think to be consistent, we should not fund $1,700 in the increase for the registration fees.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and move to vote on this. All those in favor of allocating BDU registration fees, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, the nays have it for the registration fees.
Okay, so in total, we have funded the flag fund and not increased registration fees, so that's a total of $5,700.
All right. Yeah, is there anyone wishing to speak against the BDU allocated budget? All right, seeing none, we move to a vote. All those in favor of this BDU budget, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right.
Great,
that
we're gonna go to the
passes.
Buddhist. Once again, it's FY17 Duke Buddhist Meditation Community. And so once again, they're asking, the only thing we didn't fund are things that we funded in the programming fund, like speaking events and speaker honor, and it's very easy budget.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to ask any questions or amend this? All right, seeing none, is there anyone wishing to speak against SOC's recommended allocation for the Buddhist Meditation Community? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. All those in favor of this budget, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
So we're going to skip Department of, that's a publication. We'll go to Asian American Alliance, it's AAA Space Annual Budget. And so for them, we've subsidized their conference. We've subsidized, so they have 2 conferences. They have 3 conferences in total, but they told us that the East Coast Asian American one, they haven't attended before and it's the least important. So we subsidized their 2 remaining conferences, the Asian Core Conference and the Asian American Studies Conference. This is their first year in like 3 years applying for the annual budget as well. So we're funding them a total of $1,700.
Yeah.
Do you know if we've funded them in the past?
I have just last year, and they didn't apply for the annual budget last year, but they've been part of the organization for many years. So I don't have the information of me for how much they applied for, like 2 or 3 years. Yeah.
Do you know if they're a political organization or cultural group?
They're definitely a cultural group, I would say.
Oh.
But, I mean,
That's not their endorsement said.
okay.
All right, let's
Anyway.
go back to value judgments and groups. Okay. Is there anyone who wants to amend or speak against this?
I can.
Okay. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Members of the Senate, we just heard SOC Chairman Nikhil Gavai declare that the Asian American Alliance is not a political organization. In fact, it is, and I've learned that the hard way. In fact, in all seriousness, 2 out of the 3 members of their executive board who I remember interacting with in the past few weeks were members of the Allen Building occupying protests. They are a political organization, yet they masquerade themselves as a cultural group, which is fundamentally unfair. Furthermore, they undermine the institutional progress of our school by. Is it 2 minutes?
No, but you.
I'm
please
not.
refrain from making value judgments.
Fine. In which case, ultimately I don't think we should fund this group because their organization's aims are misconstrued and aren't clarified to Nikhil Gavai. And if our own SOC chair does not know the true purpose of this group, then there's something fundamentally wrong with the way that they describe themselves. And I urge you all to either abstain from funding them or to simply vote against them in entirety. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of this? If not, we're going to move to a vote. All right, we're going to move to a vote on the Asian American Alliance annual budget. All those in favor, please say aye.
All those in favor of what?
All those in favor of approving SOC's budget allocation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, that passes. Next up, we have the Desarrollo annual budget.
We got Desarrollo. So basically.
Okay, hey! Okay, everybody, pause for a second. I want everybody to stand up right now.
Can we do like up and down and
Everyone stand up. Mom is waiting.
PT time.
Let's go.
This is not an unbond. This is not an unbond.
Everyone stand up.
Oh wait.
Okay, get pizza, stand up, stretch, and go back to your seats. I say you're too talkative, get it out.
What were we saying?
I have
You unusually chicken
I know this one.
Okay, everyone take your seats. Please sit down.
JP.
Yeah, so I just want to make the point that while EDP Clark was speaking, both moderators behind him were like laughing, and it's like whether or not you agree with what you're saying, or like where you lie on the issue, like I just encourage moderators to be a little bit more professional in the way they treat people who speak against particular pieces of legislation.
That's fair. That's fair. Thank you for that point. Jay. Alright.
Okay.
We just want everyone to sit
Yeah,
down.
so everybody sit down.
Everyone get a seat. I don't know his name, but can you sit down?
We get that this is really tough and long, but like, please just pay attention.
Great. So, Gilbert, sit down. So, we're on this area, and we looked at their appeal, and once again, we are funding. We're like funding them a conference. Their summer travel fund. They just like said that they wanted to do service trips, which once again you apply to TPS for those service trip grants. And then we didn't pay for their $700 whatever web developer. We paid for their GVM, and we didn't fund their stickers and T-shirts. We funded their banner and website. This is once again this other way.
Okay, anyone wish to speak against or make an amendment? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of accepting SOFC's allocation for the budget, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Next we're at Duke Aero. It's Duke A.E.R.O. Society. And so we decided to fund them $625 out of $925. The only thing is that they told us that they put in how much they need for competition materials, and after looking at how much they retained from last year, they only need $200. So we reflected it accordingly. They obviously didn't appeal because they agreed with that, and so we're giving them $625. Are there any questions, amendments? Great.
All right. Everyone reading through? Okay. All those in favor of accepting SOFC's budget allocation, please say aye. Aye. All those against?
Great. Next up, we have Duke Africa. It's FY17 Duke Africa. And so they requested $1,832. Once again, they're a group that didn't apply for the annual budget last year. The things that we didn't fund is that they asked us for a camera. And so once again, through the DSG camera fund, we hope that they have other resources to do so. You can also borrow from the link. And once again, DU also has cameras available to them. So that's why we decided not to fund their camera. The speakers, you can rent speakers, and we don't trust groups to groups ruin and lose everything over the summer. We'd rather than rent speakers, and then we subsidize their food.
Okay. I'll let you read through. Does anyone want to speak against this? Yes. All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting SOFC's allocation? Aye. All opposed?
Great. Hey, is there people in the hallway?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. You keep going.
Okay, great. So next up, we're on it's called annual funding for Duke Asian Music Ensemble. It's for the Duke Asian Music Ensemble. And so what we did is we subsidized their musical scores. And then the other thing that we did is that we paid for kind of half of their costumes for the performance. We didn't pay for their sound system equipment because once again, we don't really believe that groups can maintain this well over time based on precedent. So we'd rather them rent it for whenever they actually have their showcase. And then for instruments, we decided that we were going to subsidize them, but they told us that there was no way they could get the instruments needed for Tunes of China, whereas they could find other places to get the pop concert one. So that's why we decided to fund an instrument for Tunes of China in full. We didn't fund them t-shirts, we didn't fund them stickers, we subsidized the general body meeting. So once again, this is $3,482 for the Duke Asian Music Ensemble. I'm going to let you guys read through it just for a second. Are there any questions or amendments?
JP?
Yeah, this came up last week. Did you re-articulate the rationale for funding half of costumes? So is
Yeah,
that like
so
only
for-
half the people can participate at a time?
No, so once again, we fund the dance capital, $3,000 in total for costumes. And then what we do is that we fund groups half for costumes, just like we subsidize for trips. We should be subsidizing, like cutting costs wherever necessary. And for dance groups, we think that if they have a set of costumes in a particular year, then we believe a few, may rip or something like that. And then there are some seniors leaving and new members coming. So the large center of the group should still retain the costumes that they had that year. So because of that, we fund half of their costumes. One, because we think it's like the best way for these groups to stay sustainable, and two, we think that it's like something that's actually feasible for them to, like, if they, like half of the costumes all across the board will allow them to continue to perform while still cutting costs.
So I'm just confused. So if you're a group and you need a new set of costumes,
yeah,
like what do you do?
I mean,
you just get half of them.
Yeah, you get half of you, but also they tell us that when groups apply, they say we're going to keep these. Like when Tara was here, she said, let's say it only applies every 5 years because that's what they say, right? So these groups come in and say, we're only going to apply once every few years. No, they apply every year. So because of that, we fund them half of their costumes based on the fact that they already do have costumes. Also, just like any other group on this campus, we don't pay for them in full. They subsidize. I had to pay $100 to go on Model UN trips. Like, it's okay for students to have to pay for things. DSG is not supposed to pay for every single item.
No, I know. In the particular case of costumes, funding half.
No, I mean, we fund the dance council $3,000. We funded this across the board. In fact, we've never funded costumes.
No, yeah, I know you do it across the board. I just think it's across the board wrong.
I mean, if you want to do that for every single group, that would amount to around $20,000 increase.
Yeah, but you just do it every other year, so it balances out.
So if they apply, they applied all last year, so in fact we should be funding them zero.
The fact that they're applying this year, though, is based on the fact that they only got half last year.
No, last year a lot of them got full. This year we're making sure. Yeah, I mean, I can show you.
Then why
Last year I got full.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to speak against or amend this budget proposal? Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. All those in favor of SOC's budget allocation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Next up is FY17 Duke Campus Keepers. This is another really easy one. The campus keepers are like, they do work with like the lawns, the gardens, and so what they're asking for is reusable work gloves, and then for the reflective harness, they basically said that they requested 20, but that they'd be fine with getting less, and that like they'll share, they'll like share between the group members. We funded half of that, and then we funded them their banner.
Okay.
The gloves were obviously necessary for every member to use, to literally, and this is their first time applying for the annual budget.
Okay. Has everyone read over? Does anyone want to speak against or amend the budget proposal? Bless you. Okay. All those in favor of SOC's budget allocation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. I can hear some of you speaking.
Great. Next up is
Duke Ballet Company.
Duke Ballet Company.
FY17 Duke Ballet Company.
FY17 Duke Ballet Company. So we granted them $3,346. Once again, we subsidized half of their romantic tutus. They accidentally applied for it twice. So that second line item is zero just because they were supposed to put it down once. That's what they told us. We subsidized half of their tutu bodices. We funded 7 tutu bags because we funded 7 romantic tutus. We funded their costume storage based on the fact that the reason their costumes have ripped over time is because they're maintained in like the trench basement where they're like easily damaged. So we're paying for them a storage so that we won't have to pay for costumes at all next year, and that's like a significantly more believable way to do that, and we're going to keep track of that for next year. We did not fund their leotards because they already have a lot, and they said it was like the least necessary of the things that they're asking for.
Point of personal privilege?
Yeah.
Can we request that any side conversation that goes on happens outside the chamber?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, that has been the rule for the night. I think that's why we have several people not in the room right now. At this point, we might start removing people because we have a little over quorum. Also, if you do need to go outside, actually go outside to CMOS because we can hear people in the side hallway.
Also, John Terenzi, Julia Bellantoni twice. She responded the first time for annual budget, so I know that's a correct email. Okay. Then moving on, we funded hangars, we funded their GBMs, we funded them a banner and website. And not stickers, not photo shoots, not professional trailer. So that's a total of $3,346.
All right, everyone reading through?
Amendments, questions?
Anyone wish to speak against? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of SFC's budget proposal?
Aye.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Great, we're skipping the Catholic Center, they'll come in next week. We have the Chess Club annual budget, so it's called Duke Chess Club, Duke Chess Annual Budget by Kevin Fu. I'm opening it right here. Once again, they appealed for more money in flights, but since they didn't know where they're flying to, we're sticking with the 200 allotment that we do for most groups. We paid for their registration fee, their dues, chess equipment, and just refreshments for their 1 GB.
Okay, everyone reading over. Anyone who wants to amend or speak against? Seeing no one wish to vote. All those in favor? All opposed? Okay.
Great.
Point of information, can you go?
Yes.
Will we be voting on DERA's budget tonight?
Yes. In fact, did we not already? Oh.
No, we haven't already.
Okay. Yes, we absolutely will be voting on DERA.
DERA is 7 away.
Okay. The next up is it's titled 2016-17 budget by Yash Bhatnagar. I'm opening it up right here. You can also search Duke Consulting Club in your Control F. So this is the consulting club where they told us that they needed 1,200 miles, but then after doing some consulting math, they realized that they over-applied. So they actually only need 600 miles times 25 cents, and this is for when they do go to like local high schools and things like that. We funded them with case interviews that they use throughout the year. Subsidized food for their 1 GBM per semester. That's why we didn't fund the other one. We funded their website, and we funded them flyers for year-long marketing. This is once again the consulting club, titled 2016-17 budget, proposed by Yash Bhatnagar.
Everyone read through that question, yeah?
If they haven't had like a general body meeting like last semester, this semester, like, what do you guys think about that?
You can speak against it.
I mean, it's just new leadership every year, so they told us they're having a GBM, but that's definitely, I mean, if you are part of the organization or if you know it really well and you think that we should not fund the GBM just based on that, I mean, that's up to you, but we stuck with the fact that the leadership told us they're having 2 GBMs.
Okay, well.
Do you want to make an amendment, or are you just?
Speaking it.
I would make an amendment to only fund 1, but if they're gonna have new leadership, that's better to.
Yeah, I mean, that's what was told to us.
Alright.
So do you still want to make the amendment?
Nah.
Okay. Anyone wishing to speak against?
Seeing none, we're going to move to a vote. All those in favor of accepting SOFC's budget proposal, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against?
Great. Next up, we have the FY17 Dance Council, and so that's right underneath the, yeah. So FY17 Dance Council, they requested $10,000. A lot of this was programming money, so at the bottom you see Fall Dance Showcase, Duke Dance Council Block Party, both of those are open to the entire student community. The Duke Dance Council Ticket Fund, they want us to pay so that like even though the event is free, you still have to get a ticket from the box office, and so we thought that was kind of an unnecessary expense. But last year we funded the costume fund for them in full, $3,000. This year, therefore, we decided to fund only $1,000, based on the fact that we hope that we don't have to continue to fund this fund, and that they'll be able to retain costumes over time for groups, and that was the entire purpose of them asking for this money last year.
Okay, everyone good? All right, all those in favor of accepting SOFC's budget proposal, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great.
Okay, next up we have FY17 Duke.
Ridden. So it's RHYDUN. They're the dance group that appealed, but they just became a group this year, and so we fund them a maximum of $1,000, and so we just like divvied up the cost so that total of $1,000. Once again, they appealed, and you guys accepted our rejection of their appeal, so we're funding them a total of $1,000.
Okay, everyone good? Anyone want to speak against? No? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Next up, we have...
Duke Democrats budget request / Adam Beyer.
Okay, Duke Democrats budget request. Oops, there we go. So they asked for $1,776, and we gave them $1,244. We subsidized their driving and hotel, and then we paid for the College Democrats of North Carolina convention because it's a really cheap per person, just $15 per person. We funded them clipboards, but not the pens. The clipboards they need for when they go to the local, or for when they do like voter registration, things like that. And they go across campus with like registration materials and things like that. And it's only $20, and they want to get 10, which is like a great cost. And then we pay for their banner.
Okay. Everyone read? Everyone feeling good?
Yeah.
All right, all those in favor of budget, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
All right, okay, bring it in. Next up, we have Duke Democrat annual budget.
Stop. Okay, Duke Democrat, and this is submitted by Boris Walani. Guys, please be quiet. Please be quiet. So they requested $20,800. Last year they received $7,000. They pretty much the exact amount. What we did is that we asked them which competitions would they prioritize. We subsidized funding for them. Once again, we subsidized the competition fees and registration fees. We paid for their costume bags. We didn't pay for traditional equipment because last year we funded them $1,600 for traditional equipment. And they said that was something they didn't be using over time. Are there any questions?
Anyone wish to speak against or make an amendment?
This is the Duke Democrat, so it's $7,900.
Okay, seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of accepting SAFC's budget allocation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Next up, we have the FY17 Duke College Republicans. And so they requested also for a conference, the CPAC conference, which we subsidize, and they have a local conference which we paid in full because it's extremely cheap. It's only like $11. I mean, for like 12 people to go, it's really inexpensive. We subsidize their CPAC tickets, which is their registration fee. Then we subsidize their GBM money. Yeah.
So what's the rationale they give for going to CPAC?
I mean, they tell us it's important to their organization. I'm not going to question that. I mean, if you disagree that Republicans don't need to go to CPAC, then I don't know. I don't even know what CPAC is. They explained it. They said it's.
Can we ask our resident Republican?
No, I mean, if you want it to be explained, do you have a problem with it?
I mean, I know them and like I know what they do there, so like I don't think it's all that valuable, but like.
I wonder what the Democrats do at their retreat.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that.
Okay, this literally for some reason.
Yeah. And this is not the floor to have an argument on the floor. If anyone wants to speak against Senate or against SAFC's recommendation, you can do so now. Does anyone want to speak against it or amend it?
Okay, if not, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those against?
Hey.
Yeah, also, you all need to start voting. I heard like 4 voices that time, and the fact that I'm hearing more of you talk to each other than vote is a problem. Again, most important thing we do all year, fund the rest of the groups on campus.
Yeah.
Please pay attention, please vote.
The next up, we have the Duke Ethiopian Eritrean Student Transnational Association annual budget submitted by FAMI, F-A-M-I. So they requested $5,769. What we did is that we funded them the retreat in the general body meeting section, which is why it says 0 in the first year off campus. They requested 2 retreats just in the fall, and one is called first year off campus, and the other is first year welcome. We funded the first year welcome retreat in full, and then because we only do one retreat for like one semester, we did not fund the second one because it's in the fall and it's redundant. We did not fund t-shirts. We subsidized their general body meeting, and then their Destin Alumni GBM homecoming weekend, we told them, and the Havisha New Year GBM, we told them that instead of making these GBMs, we can make them like open events that and apply through the programming fund because it's a better use of money and they can attract more people to their organization. So therefore, we're funding them zero. Yeah.
For the on-campus retreat that they said, could they have just like put that under a general body meeting instead of full retreat?
No, because a retreat is different in that a retreat is like an all-day event. And then you spend like, well, the GBM is just like an hour-long meeting from what I usually suspect, but if someone calls it a retreat, it's an all-day event.
Okay. Does anyone want to ask any more questions or speak against or amend? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor of accepting SOFC's budget allocation, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Great. So next up, we have
DIRA.
the Duke International Relations Association. So FOAC Senate accepted FOAC's decision to reject their appeal, and so that's once again on a few bases. So once again, we funded them $11,970 this year. Last year we funded them like $13,700. And so the reason that we rejected, like we're not funding them more, we subsidized pretty much all their conferences, and then the one thing we definitely did not pay for was some projectors, which is they want $3,500 in projectors. The thing is, these projectors are used in the high school and college conferences that they host, and they charge money for. So since they believe that they don't like they should be using their revenue from that conference to fund the items that they need for the conference, especially since this year they turned a profit. So like these are things that they should be self-funding and it's not like should be in their annual budget, but everything else we subsidize. Once again, they get an average of like $3,000 from the Weatherby Fund, which is another source of money. So overall, we thought this was a very fair amount of money to give them.
Okay.
I move to recognize citizens rising each year to speak.
That's in order. Bryce, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, friends. Some of you met me earlier tonight. I've had to change my attire because did not know I was going to be returning, but I feel comfortable and ready to go. I'm here to appeal the decision that you all made a little bit earlier. Specifically, I'd like to request funding for the UVA conference. The UVA conference is the University of Virginia MUN conference again. MUN is predicated off of this budget. Without the budget, we're not able to do the things that we have to do, which in particular is debating. Going around and giving our members the opportunity to debate around the country and to learn what parliamentary procedure is like. Specifically, we're requesting funding for the UVA conference because that would allow us to hit our at least minimal of 4 conferences per year, though generally we get 6 conferences per year. Specifically, we're also requesting the UVA conference because the 3 conferences right now, 2 are funded for the fall and only 1 is funded for the spring. UVA is also a cheaper conference and a local conference. This meaning that we would allow far more members, we could allow more members to go to this on a tighter budget. So that is why I'm requesting specifically for you all to look amenably towards the $12,000 allocation for that UVA conference. We also would like to, there was mention of the Weatherby Fund earlier tonight, but the fact that we've already been docked $2,500 from last year's budget means that whether or not that Weatherby Fund comes in, we may or may not be able to fund up to 4 conferences. Again, if MUN is about the experience of the members, being able to go to these conferences to learn and to compete with other universities and also allow Duke to be on the college circuit of MUN, we serve far more members than mock trial and mock debate through our conferences and through through the things that we host through our collegiate conference on campus and our high school conference off campus. And with that being said, we're hoping to work off of this tight budget to serve as many members of the Duke community as possible. Thank you.
Okay, I'll leave 2 minutes for questions. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Citizen Max here. All right, are there any amendments on the floor for Deer in light of that speech, just like we did for BDU?
Yes, I move to amend to reflect the requested amounts that Citizens Rising Better was requested.
Okay, so that's to fund the UVA conference.
Is that it?
Jody?
Yes.
Just you did? Okay. Tara?
Is this just like, I?
Yeah, so can you comment back?
Yeah, you can comment back. We'll do, because it's technically, it feels like budgetary statute, so we're gonna vote on it. But if you wanna respond, we can do, like back and forth right now. I'll just leave the
comment. This is just a comment on like, this is the same thing that I said literally 2 hours ago, where I said when we were voting on, voting on Dira's FOAC recommendations, unanimously we voted with FOAC that we shouldn't fund this. And so if we wanna fund this now, that's totally fine. Just really think about what I had said immediately before that, which was DSG always funds groups that send a member to come talk to us. Like, we don't seem to actually engage with like the legitimacy of the things they're making. We just engage with the fact that they're here or not here. And I think that that's like, we just voted to not give money to like dozens of groups who didn't send a representative. Think about that if you want. Like, I don't really care.
Okay. With that, we're going to vote on the amendment for the UVA conference. All those in favor of adding that allocation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Hand raise.
All those in favor, please raise your hands.
Raise your hands high, otherwise we won't count it.
Yeah, that's my fault. Yeah, I mean, like, that's my fault, and that's Courtney's fault.
All opposed?
All opposed? I have a vote of 18 to 11, which
Yeah.
is not quorum, so I hope that's not it. But either way, this is
you
not
could
the amendment.
abstain, which is what I
Sorry?
I abstain as well.
Okay, well either way, the amendment does not pass.
Do we actually have quorum?
Yeah,
We
if quorum is
recently
31.
counted. 31, we recently counted.
Okay, so the amendment does not pass, so now we're back to the original allocation. If there are there any amendments or questions? If not, are there any people who want to speak against this? If not, then all those in favor? Guys, Tara.
Please stop with the side conversations or go outside.
All those in favor of funding $11,970 for DERA, which is SOC's allotment?
Aye. All opposed?
Great. So that's DERA. What's next? Sorry. Next up, we have the FY17 Duke InterVarsity Christian Fellowship. And so this is, they titled it FY17. I got you. InterVarsity. So they put, who submitted this? Sorry. Oh, I got it.
Jason Santos.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. So we funded InterVarsity exactly the same amount as last year. In fact, maybe like $30 more. But we it applied for a lot more money. So we funded the retreat at $20 per person. And we funded their spring conference and their Rockbridge conference. We subsidized those. Once again, we subsidized registration fees. We paid for the microphone cables and instrument cables because they play music at literally every single meeting, every single GBM, every single event they have. So they actually will use those instead of having to rent them. And they're not easy. They're easy to maintain. We did not fund them Bibles because they already have like 30. And then we did not fund them markers, pens, name tags. Fall semester GBM subsidized, we paid for them. And then the retreat food, that's all within the retreat that we already paid at the top of $20 per person.
Could I know the Bible thing? What did they say the use was that for?
Obviously to read.
I mean, no, but I mean, like, but I'm asking, like, there's a difference between like buying a Bible, like, give it away.
Oh, they give them away.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
they were using.
So it's not kept by the organization.
Okay, that's what I was wondering if they wanted it for like the organization.
They had 30 for their organization, but they wanted 60 to give to
Okay,
like
yeah,
all
that's
members
fine.
and new
Yeah,
members.
that we have to give away.
Okay, cool. So that's a total of 3,390. Are there any amendments or questions?
All right, all those in favor of this allocation, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Investment Club.
Great.
Duke Investment Club Annual Budget 2016, 2017.
Okay, so Investment Club just became a charter organization this year, so we gave them a max of $1,000. So we paid everything that we could within $1,000, which was like their GoDaddy account, their .com, their MailChimp, their Dropbox. their GBM spring fall, and their, that's it. That's a total of $976, and there's no point in funding like $23 for a conference. So we fund them at most $1,000, because once again, they're newly chartered.
So GoDaddy is just hosting, right? It's not actually creating the website?
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? Anyone wish to speak against or amend? Okay, we're going to vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. So next up, we have
Mock trial.
mock trial. We have mock trial next. So I think you guys know the budget really well. So are there any questions or amendments?
Jackson.
Yeah, I wish we could cut the 4,000.
I moved the table by a week.
So I haven't put it in yet, but I'll keep that. Yeah. So you want to defund everything we just funded in the appeal.
Yes.
Okay.
That's absolutely allowed.
Did you have a question?
No, just about the procedure of like.
Yeah, so basically it's an amendment to cut it by 4,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not so.
For whatever.
And by the way, we haven't put the 4,000 in yet, so this would be the number that you'd be like. If they cut 4,000, it'll be back to 20,271.50. Does that make sense? So currently they have 24,000.
So what did we do earlier?
So
Earlier we passed an amendment to increase it
So
4,000.
what you did earlier was reject FOAC's recommendation. So mock trial appealed for another like $4,000. FOAC said no. You all said FOAC was wrong. We're going to fund it anyway. And now Jackson just brought up an amendment that says we messed up earlier. We shouldn't actually be funding them another 4,000.
Because we never actually passed the overall budget. We just rejected FOAC's appeal. That's all you did.
Kavita?
Is it in line to motion to table this for a week so we can explore other funding options for them?
Yeah, because we just voted on it.
Because we voted to fund them in the first place.
No,
and
but
now we're saying
we
not
didn't
to.
voting like we had answers. Every
The motion is in order.
Okay, so if there's a motion to table, then
No, the first motion was made first.
The motion to amend did come first. We are going to vote on the motion to amend came first. That said, there was a lot of inconsistency in terms of how people were voting, and I think they misunderstood what was happening during that first appeal. So we are going to vote on that amendment.
Guys, stop. One person talking.
What?
Which motion was seconded?
I heard a second for Jackson's, and I heard that one first. So
Also-
that motion's on the floor.
I didn't hear a
Point
second.
of information, there is, I can make if people want an affirmative speech for the.
I mean, we're going to vote on the amendment first, unless you redact it, and then we can table first. That's order.
Guys, stop.
There will be a text negative on the amendment, yeah. Do you want to come speak here for the amendment in 2 minutes?
Yeah, sure. So, I think like many people, I voted for the 4,000 increase on the premise that without it, the organization would fall apart. But if we go through line by line to see this year compared to last year, where we're actually cutting money and what is actually cut. Last year, we funded 11 out of the 13 tournaments that they asked for. This year, we're funding 7 out of the 12. For most of those 7, though, we're funding them more money than we funded last year. The total number of teams, if you categorize teams by hotel rooms that we're cutting, is only 2. Right? So the overall difference between this year and last year in terms of how many people are participating in a given tournament, it looks like based on hotel rooms, and Billy, I'm just doing this based on your line item, so if I get anything wrong, please let me know. Is only 2, which doesn't seem like a catastrophic difference. Also, is it correct that you guys aren't going to the President's Invitational in Irvine, California this year?
No, we're going to Vanderbilt instead.
Instead? Alright, is the price about the same? Because I didn't see, that looked like
No,
something
it's
less.
cheaper because it's in Nashville, but our
Yeah.
nationals are in Los Angeles.
I know, so taking all that into account,
sort of, so like a southern.
Alright,
Sorry.
Alright, no, but overall, if you compare the decrease in teams and the change in that, it looks like we're getting the $4,000 cut, not in some catastrophic way, but really in just preventing 3 teams, those being A, B, or C, from going to tournaments. Which, all in all, doesn't seem like that big of a concession to ask the group to make, given that we're having massive cuts across the board. This is not a catastrophic change. This is simply a change that we're on with every other organization. And when you break down their budgeting line item by line item, given the increases in hotel rooms and gas prices, that change is minimal.
Okay, we have 2 minutes for questions. Luke?
Do you think it would be more detrimental to this club to lose $4,000 or more detrimental to student programming to lose $4,000?
Student programming, please.
Any other questions? Marco?
Why would we choose to defund a club that has brought our school such a great reputation on a national stage through debating competitions in contrast to
Understand.
other clubs
I understand.
that don't
So-
bring our school national recognition?
Totally understand. So on the one hand, we shouldn't be just giving money to 25 students because, like David said, well, we should fund students across the board. But on the other, I want to take issue with your use of the word defund, in the sense that we're preventing 3 teams from attending tournaments across the board. It's problematic. But that cut is very minimal compared to the 7 tournaments that they are attending. Right? The total level of participation in terms of teams, and once again, this is by hotel rooms, this from this year compared to last year, is essentially the same. If the cuts we're making are really that minimal in terms of team participation, I'm not sure this can be characterized as the massive sort of defunding procedure that has been made out to be.
Okay,
Sorry, this is the new amount, just showing you.
Okay, questions? Christina?
Do you think it would be inconsistent of us to fund this considering we haven't, like we just like didn't fund a ton of groups and like literally Dara was just here and we didn't fund like a tournament that they wanted to go to?
Yeah, so there is definitely the argument that I would make, that one could make, that the fact that we're spending, I guess, $1,830 for a 10-person team across the year is like giving this very small group of students an exceptional amount of money relative to their other groups. It's worth pointing out what Barker said, like this is a very successful team and we shouldn't discredit that. And it's obviously meant so much stability, and I'm sure the other people in mock trial, but it's a valid point that does it really give them the validity, just because this is such an emotional experience, to have so much more money than other students who could be given an equally good time at a fantastic talk for $5.
Okay, we have time for one question. Is there anyone who hasn't asked a question yet who wants to ask one?
Well, right in the front row.
Go ahead.
But don't you realize that we are defunding them because we're taking programming that they normally have and putting that in the budget this time, so we are defunding them by adding that programming into their budget this time?
So no more than any other club. Not doing this is giving this group preferential treatment. And it's definitely worth noting that the difference between, this is not something that's going to horribly cripple the group if they weren't horribly crippled last year.
Yeah, but we already...
No cross debate, no cross debate. No cross debate, no cross debate.
No, go down the border.
Point of order.
Yeah.
Lon, I think it's your job to enforce parliamentary procedure.
Point of order, I think you should be in your seat.
Oh.
All right.
That was out of order. That is
no way order. That was out of order.
That was out of order. It is my job to enforce parliamentary procedure. At this point, I got the amendment emailed to me. I'm not going to take that. No crosstalk. Jackson's also out of time. Unless there is a motion to
extend by 30 minutes.
Seconded.
That is in order. All those in favor of extending Jackson's time, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, you don't have an exception. You can go take your seat. So I wish to speak against this and protect it.
Right here. Can I just answer questions? I won't even speak, I'll just answer questions.
Billy, I'm not gonna allow that right now because we are nearing 1 AM and we need to.
Oh, and I'll say that up front.
Do you want to speak against this though?
Absolutely.
You have 2 minutes.
Alright, so the first thing I want to say, just so nobody says it later as if I was trying to hide something, I was on mock trial, and I'll absolutely agree with Billy that it was an absolutely incredible experience, and I'll talk about it a little bit more. First of all, what you were saying, one of the last statements you said was that not cutting them this money would be giving them preferential treatment. They're already struggling to make ends meet by accepting a $4,000 cut from last year. That's if we don't undo this, right? In total, it would be an $8,000 cut. Right? So, and what I'm going to say is, all right, mock trial, the nature of this, aside from meeting 3 times a week for multiple hours, 2 to 3 hours each time, students are putting in ridiculous amounts of time practicing this, right?
Please stop talking.
The only practice these students actually get against other teams is by going to these invitational tournaments. That's the only way that they can actually prepare in a realistic setting for the tournaments that allow them to be such a prestigious team. Having won the national championships 4 years ago, placing 9th at nationals last year against hundreds of programs that didn't even get to nationals, let alone place, and by being ranked 4th, right? They're seeded 4th for the national tournament this year, right? That's huge. Furthermore, with this $4,000 cut, something Jackson was saying earlier that has gotten a little bit confusing. There's a tournament that Duke Mock Trial hosts that already cost those $4,000. So they've moved that into the programming budget this year, which is cutting them essentially another $4,000. So the cut that they're facing potentially is not a $4,000 cut, it's an $8,000 cut. Billy, as representing the Duke Mock Trial team as his president, has already conceded $4,000, and he says they'll try to figure it out, but cutting them another $4,000 will put teams out of tournaments and would cripple the program and leave it in a condition nowhere near like what it is now. So you're taking an extremely prestigious and successful team and crippling their ability to continue to perform at the level that they've performed for so long, and at the level that has won them the prestige, and that has won this university the prestige that it has due to this program.
Okay. You have 2 minutes for questions.
Alright, so once again, so with going mock trial, let's go through this line item by line item and tell me if I'm missing anything. Here are the differences. For the New York tournament, we're funding 1 fewer hotel room. That'll have the number of people we can get, right? If the only difference is the number of hotels we're funding, fewer. That's 1 team down. The President's Invitational, not funded this year, isn't happening, but they have a further away once that cancels out, that funding all makes sense. For the Commodore Classic, we are sending 1 more team now based on hotel rooms than we were before.
We can defer this one to Billy.
Yeah. You're gonna ask about line items for where the 4,000 comes from. I mean,
I didn't.
4,000 is just numbers. Like they add up to 4,000. We can go through where it comes from. Let's do it.
No, so my question is, it looks like we're cutting 2 from regionals 1. You were sending 3 teams last year. You're only sending.
You send 3 teams.
Yeah. You're sending 3 teams regionals. So your teams are going to be cashed out this time for regionals 1. For GAMT, we significantly decreased your funding from last year.
Yeah.
I assume there's a lot of money there. You did the same thing for the New York Cup. And then gas, we're losing across the board.
No registration fees for either of the developmental non-A teams. Our A team is currently the 45th best team in the country. They're being completely cut. No registration fees, some of which were funded last year. Hotel rooms, you've already mentioned. GAMT is a tournament that our A team goes to is cut. They add up to a $4,000 cut.
Okay, Jackson, we're going to pause and wait for other questions. Luke?
So I get that this is a really profound experience for you guys. How many people in here have been in mock trial? I mean, have participated, other than you 2? So 3 people in the room, and so there's 65,800 graduates at Duke, and 3 people in this room of 30 have participated in mock trial. I think that's a little bit of a conflict of interest, but also the fact that, I get it's a very profound experience, but how much of the undergraduate population is this really good?
It's a question that was answered like the first time we spoke. Go ahead.
So are you at all concerned by the fact that of the other teams in the top 14, you have universities with much smaller endowments that have managed to send teams to...
Yeah, man, like there's money from
without funding from their...
Right, like, I didn't come here until 11 shaking that you guys were gonna cut our funding and destroy our program, and then go home and get a text and you guys were gonna try it again, and drive all the way back here, because I could just ask the Duke endowment for more money. Like, we've done it. I said it to you the first time you asked, and we cannot get more money, and cutting us more is not, cutting us more, and me going, oh, they cut us 4,000 extra this year, like, can we have more money now? It's just not the way it works.
The problem is, the other schools have gotten money from other schools. We're just not.
Eddie, you're out of time.
Right.
Okay, are there any questions?
Motion to call the question.
That's in order. Is there a second?
Motion and hand raise.
Yep, we'll do a hand raise vote, and you can go ahead and sit down. Okay, so we're going to vote on Jackson's amendment. An affirmative vote cuts the budget by 4,000 back to the 20,700 number. A nay vote keeps as it is. All those in favor, please raise your hands high. this passes, we're gonna cut it back down, to 20,726.
Motion? Motion to
Yeah.
adjourn? Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Wait, but
I'm not going to rule that in order at this time. I want to get through
Motion
at
was
least the
seconded.
DSG.
The motion was seconded, therefore it's in order.
Move to appeal from the decision.
So you guys, you wanna stay here till 2 AM next Wednesday? Or
Yes.
you wanna delay it until 2 AM?
Because
We also-
we just passed an amendment and repealed the
Stop!
amendment.
We are going to vote on this first. We are going to finish this discussion, then we will talk about adjourning. We have not gotten far enough. This is literally the most important thing we do all this year. I know that this has been a difficult 24 hours for a lot of you. It's been hellish for the rest of us up here. Please pay attention. We're going to vote on this first. I will not address any more motions at this time. We are going to.
Point of order.
You can't.
So the fact that this is one of the most important things that we do all year is precisely the reason I'm motioning for adjournment.
We're
No
going
one's
to
paying
vote on the
attention
mock
to productivity.
trial budget as a full before we finish any.
Literally just finish the
other-
one vote.
But I motioned to table it like 20 minutes.
Yeah, she motioned to table, there was
For
a
a week.
second,
We had a second.
and that motion
And it
was
was-
not acknowledged.
Like, we just finished our trial.
It was not at
order.
the
Right
meeting.
now, looking at numbers.
We're gonna vote, no, I'm ruling all these dilatory, we're going to vote on mock trials as a full, and then I'll take motions to adjourn if you really want to. But we're going to finish voting on this particular budget, or we're going to forget what we did this year. Alright,
Keep going.
Yeah, just.
we're moving to a vote. All those in favor of the mock trial budget on the screen, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Alright, we're doing hand raise. All those in favor?
Motion for a roll call vote?
That's an order. Second.
So the yay means we're sticking with 4,000, we're at 20,000.
$4,000
It's totally out of order.
Because it's so
And
late.
grounds for a lawsuit.
I don't think we should cross switch it. Like-
Sue him.
Yeah,
You shouldn't
that's-
be here.
sue
You
us.
can't even sit in that seat.
Sue us.
Well, neither can Alice read.
No,
which is
guys,
so good.
at 9,
Yeah,
we're
but
supposed to do
she-
something, and now we're going crazy and going back on it, and we should not do that. We
Yeah.
should either keep it or like, do it another time.
But I think
I
that's
totally agree.
consistent. We didn't find zero.
We're doing a roll call
We're doing a
vote.
roll call vote. Okay, we're doing a roll call vote on the entire mock trial budget. An affirmative vote accepts the budget as proposed. A negative vote rejects it, means we go back to discussing it and debating it.
Right? Can you make that point?
Which we
I
could
know
do next
work, but-
Point of inquiry?
Yeah,
Which, if we vote no on this budget right now, we can readdress it at a later time.
Yes.
that's correct.
Okay.
But we
If
need
we
to-
vote yes, we cut the program $4,000.
No, we already
Well,
did
that.
eight
If we vote
$8,000.
yes,
So then
We already did that.
Okay, I'm clarifying.
Also, 8,000, that's wrong. That's just,
Okay, done. If you vote yes on this, you approve their $20,000 budget for next year. If you vote no on this, it means we have not approved their budget, which means we must reconsider it because they still apply. We can reconsider it at a later time, we can table it. I would prefer to get through another few budgets this week. If not, we're going to be here for a hell of a long time next week.
Okay.
But we're voting on the 20,000 right now. Everyone good. Victoria's gonna do the roll call.
Senator Wales? Nay. Senator Brown?
Yeah.
Senator Gilbert? Senator Grant? No? Senator Gottlieb?
we're in a roll call vote, sorry.
Senator Gottlieb? Senator Jane?
Nay.
Senator Moneta?
Okay.
Senator Sullivan?
Aye.
Senator Townsend?
Aye.
Nay. Senator Shaw? Nay. Senator Gambardella? Senator Letourneau? Nay. Senator Hardy?
Nay.
Senator Smith? Aye. Senator Kadakia? Senator Carrington? Aye. Senator Key? Senator Dellinger?
Aye.
Senator Gangapasi? Senator Lentz? Senator Bissell? Senator Taranchik?
Aye.
Senator Pecoraro? Senator Curtis?
Aye.
Senator Senator Moore? Senator Good?
Senator Paul Miasano.
No, we already did that.
Oh. Senator Bullock.
Aye.
Senator Bailey. Senator Farrell. Senator Hess. Senator Letty.
Nay.
Senator Bartlett.
Aye.
Honestly, you're not gonna be sleeping.
Yearly.
Nay.
Senator Torres.
Nay.
Senator Raffoville. Senator Burnett.
Aye.
Senator Thompson. Nay. Senator Caldwell. Senator Olszewski.
Aye.
Senator Pro Tem Hopkins.
Aye.
Vice President Kachi.
Aye.
Vice President Norwalk.
Nay.
Vice President Mansell.
Aye.
Vice President Lockhead.
Aye.
Vice President Melgard. Vice President Dinner.
Not here.
EVP Barco.
Nay.
2216 in favor. Okay, we've accepted the budget. Please stop clapping. Okay,
Seconded.
that's in order.
How many have we gotten through, like, number one?
Not nearly half.
Like just as a.
Yeah. Like we still have like 50 left.
We have, we went to.
We went, we got, yeah.
Great job.
There's up to 73.
It was productive.
Hey, we have not
haven't
voted
adjourned
on adjourning yet. I'm giving you some information. We still have another 50 budgets to get through, plus club sports,
And
plus partnership for
Chanticleer.
service, plus Chanticleer, plus all publications.
so unless you want to push Chanticleer to like I don't know what you guys want to do.
So please actively consider that we only have 2 Senate meetings left, and we need to finish this budget within the next 2 Senate meetings. If people are really frustrated, then vote to adjourn. If not, we're gonna power
I would say power through like 12 more
through, at least until the issue.
until DSG, which by the way is uncontroversial, and then adjourn after DSG.
But that said, we're gonna vote to second. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
The nays have it. We're gonna keep going.
All right, let's go. And let's go.
All right, next up.
Duke Lucia.
Duke Moot Court.
Duke Moot Court.
we have 4 in 3 minutes.
Yep.
Wait, can everyone take a seat? I don't know what's going on.
Also, remember, we do roll call at the end of the meeting.
Duke Moot Court annual budget.
FYI, I have an 8:30 Spanish class, so it's not like I'm.
All right, keep going.
So, Moot Court. Guys, can you please take a seat? Can everyone take a seat? Thank you. So, Duke Moot trial, we once again subsidized them. They applied for $19,000. We gave them $6,000 because they told us that they get funding from the Weatherby Fund for their nationals and a few of their other conferences. So we therefore did not give them a lot of their funding. We subsidized their travel by lot and then subsidized their general body meetings. So they got $6,000. They didn't apply for the annual budget last year, but they've been in existence as a charter organization for many years. It just last year they didn't apply.
Okay. Any questions? Any comments? Any amendments?
Anyone who wants to speak against?
Are you funding their high school trip event?
No.
Okay.
Mid-Atlantic, South Atlantic Metropolitan. Cool.
Any other questions, comments, amendments? Seeing none. All those in favor of the budget, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Next up, we have Duke Lucia. It's titled Duke Lucia Annual Budget. Sorry.
Please keep it up on your computer and keep reading.
Okay, all right, so Lucia, what we did is that we subsidized their hotel room and their flights for competition. And then for their practice costumes, once again, they applied for this last year. We funded them in half. We're funding them a half again. We funded every group's dance group, every group's costumes by half, so it's like there's no inconsistency here.
Any questions, concerns, amendments? Anyone wishing to speak against? Seeing none, we're going to vote. All those in favor of last year's budget, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. So next up we have,
The Red Cross, FY17 Duke Red
FY17 Duke Red Cross. And so with Red Cross, we pretty much funded everything except we subsidized their GBM. That's it. So there should be no, there's no questions, amendments. We funded them $20 less than that. Is there anyone who wants to speak against?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Next up.
Robotics.
Robotics.
FY17 Duke Robotics.
So this one is important. Like this one is a more amount of money, so it, like people pay attention. They get $10,000 from us pretty much every year. So once again, this year they're getting $10,000. We're subsidizing their flights and hotels. We're paying for all 5 of their members because it's a 5-person team. And then in terms of the materials that they need, they told us that everything else is like non-essential, but they absolutely need the carbon fiber layups and epoxy and the raw stock material for the robots in the competition this year. So we paid for those 2 items. Didn't fund anything else because we wanted to stay consistent with the 10,000 that we, or 9,000 to 10,000 that we usually fund. And then we subsidized their general body meeting.
Any questions, comments, amendments, or speeches against?
Yes.
Wait, how many did you say were on their team?
5 members on their team.
So we're funding $11,000 for 5 people, just to clarify.
No, there are 5 people who compete on the team. The
Okay,
robotics club is
okay.
open to anyone who wants to join the robotics club.
Gotcha.
Just like how any other group sends only 2
I'm
people.
just making sure,
Yeah.
just asking a question.
There's not only 5 people in the robotics club.
Thanks for your question. Any other questions? That was a good one. Thank you for your attention to the budget. Sean?
No, I was just saying.
Okay.
All right, all those in favor of the robotics club budget, please say aye. All opposed?
Great. Next.
FY17 Smart Home.
FY17 Smart Home. So basically, once again, the Smart Home is like, they have like a lot of techy cool things. We funded them very similar amounts to what we funded them last year. The Smart Home College Invitational is a new programming event that they want to hold, which is why we funded 0 out of 5,000 because that's something they can do in the programming fund. We funded their retreat, and then in terms of their annual budget items, we once again funded, we asked them for their priorities. The Tesla Powerwall we thought was, as a $4,000 purchase, was less significant than all these other things that they could get for literally a total of like $2,500. So we asked them if that was okay if we funded all these other items, and they said yes, that we all these other things are going to be in all their rooms and everything like that. This is very consistent with how much we funded them previously. So it's $3,748 for the Smart Home.
Okay, any questions, comments, concerns, amendments? Do you need clarification on something? Yes,
Yes.
what is it?
Oh yeah, cool. I also have a problem. I'm getting old, I guess.
What's up?
I can see I'm good now.
Okay, cool. All right.
My eyes.
Is there anyone who wants to speak against?
Yep, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Great.
All right. We're gonna do one more.
We're going through just DSG.
We're gonna finish DSG, this is the last one of the night, and then we have a motion.
And then we'll adjourn right after DSG, like 8 o'clock.
But that's like a good stopping point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna start with.
Okay, so everyone, guys, this is important. This is literally your budget for next year, so I would pay attention to this. So we're gonna go search FY17.
Point of information.
Yeah.
So in the case when gatekeepers gets funded, they're gonna have.
It's a budgetary statute.
It'll be a budgetary statute. They would have an account under DSG.
So that it takes a while to get funded. You can talk about that.
Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to ask.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna start with the president's stipend, FY17 president's stipend. It's $2,000. It's every year we do this. Questions, amendments?
All right, does anyone have any questions, concerns, comments about the president's stipend? All those in favor of the president's stipend, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Great. Next we'll do DSG legal fees. $8,000. It's to pay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's bring it in. Again, we have like 17. Okay, Jay and Marco, if you're gonna laugh, step outside. 7 more to go, and then we're out of here.
Okay, so, and guys, $8,000 for DSG lawyer. Cool?
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Great. Next Next up, we have DSG legislative discretionary. We're funding 3,000 out of the 5,000 requested because every year we've given them 3,000-ish, and so there's no reason to give them more.
And then is you.
You, yes.
Question? Questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah.
Accurate.
Yeah. I mean, not something that like you want to openly.
Bella?
When you say 3,000-ish, how much like off do you ish?
So last year you got 2,300 because there's some in your account. The previous year you got 2,900.
Okay, is there a reason they asked for an increase?
Just because, I mean, Kaiser must have told Gwen, hey, I think that we're going to spend a lot on legislative, but I think we should stay consistent, especially when we're making cuts across the board.
Alex, do you have questions? Okay. Any other questions, comments? Amendments, someone want to speak against?
We can vote to give ourselves.
Okay, seeing none, we're going to vote. Eddie, I can hear you up here. All those in favor of the legislative discretionary, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Next up, we have DSG insurance. Okay, so DSG insurance is $3,600.
What is that?
So we're still like TBD on what the insurance fee is.
Oh, it does come out of our account.
It comes, so we're pretty sure right now is that it's our office insurance. But Tara, Kaysra, Gwen, and I have been like pretty much talking to UCE, trying to figure out exactly where this money's going. That's one of the things we're like,
It's absolutely an insurance fee, and it absolutely is used every month, $300.
yeah, and we're pretty sure it's our office insurance or liability.
Tara, do you want to like, comment on this or no?
So we've been trying to figure out exactly what the insurance is for, and if the other like VSA and like those other groups are also have insurance. So we're talking to UCA now. That money is taken out by UCA every month for some sort of insurance. If it's not used, or if we find out over the summer or
It'll
the
go
next
back to programming.
we'll cut it and we'll move it back.
Great. So for the time being, $3,600.
Any questions, comments, concerns, amendments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, DSG campaign. DSG campaign is $1,000.
This is the reimbursement campaign, or the reimbursement fund when you're running campaigns.
When do you want that?
Send me receipts via email if you ran an election, and send them to Gwen. While the field pulls this up, does anyone have any questions about how that
Okay, I got it. Okay. So, any comments, questions? Guys, we only have a few more in the DSG to go through. So.
All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Great. DSG cable we're pushing to next week, but everything else is fine. DSG presidential discretionary. So this one is $2,000 for the president. That's consistent every year.
Any questions, comments, concerns,
Yes.
questions?
What are the line item things like gavel that you?
That's an executive.
Wait, what?
That's an exact discretionary. Any questions? Yeah.
What is this used for this year?
So this year, Kaysra used this for a couple of different things, ranging from like a couple of the things we bought for Senate, like food-wise. We also bought a couple of supplies for like the retreat. We use it for
all of the furnishings in the DSG office, the Black Lives Matter T-shirts, the font.
Yeah, I'm going to a leadership thing over the summer because of it that like student governments are supposed to go to. We were going to use it to fund a couple other like traveling things.
I used to buy the gift for Dempsey.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to vote on president's discretionary. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. We have two more accounts. It's DSG SOC. So we have $780 that's charged by us by UCAE for our email costs and for due groups whenever we use it to send out emails and things like that. So once again, just a line item cost.
Okay, any questions? All right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Great. Last one is DSG executive discretionary. This is a line item. This is President's Conference, the Ivy League Conference, the President's Conference, and they're all really cheap because we also get money from the UCA Travel Fund. And then we subsidize Senate meals and the retreat, and then the Senate retreat. So those are two different retreats. And then we don't fund the placards, we don't fund the gavel, and we do fund the plaques. Then again, like whatever we don't fund.
Hey, guys,
I'm not
last one, please make it.
Yeah, like so. Keisha just wanted to make it a line item. It's pretty much what we fund every year. It's 2180.
Okay, any,
How many people are on the Ivy Council?
3.
Motion to amend that to 2.
Okay. I mean, Keisha.
They're not great.
Motion to amend to fund the Apple.
Fine. Like, I mean, you can amend that. Yeah.
okay, all those in favor of dropping one of the people from IVQ but funding the gavel, please say aye. Okay,
Okay. That's a total of 2080 now.
What? The Ivy Council.
Wait, actually.
I literally just put
Wait,
pages
why are
to
we
what
cutting
you
down?
What? Ryan, what are you talking about? This is what you said.
I can't really see that.
It says 3 times 150 and I put 300 there.
Is that the Ivy League?
Yes, that's the IVQ.
Yeah, okay guys, we're almost done. Alright, that amendment passed. All those in favor of exec discretionary? Please say aye. All opposed? Alright. Then we have
Motion to adjourn. Second.
motion to adjourn, that's in order. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we do need to do an attendance vote before you actually leave. So we're gonna do our last attendance vote. Next week, please behave. Like I'm sitting up here begging you and that's unacceptable.
Well, why the charger? 7-hour charger.
Honestly, what we should do before we debate
Guys,
is
whoa, whoa,
Wait.
I mean, you definitely. There are so many fucking ideas. I can.
Here.
Here. And 2 D.
Don't worry about it.
I don't think so.
You got it. So we funded about 147. 147. Did everything else good?
Yeah, I think so.
JP.
Yeah.
Are you gonna drop her? Because that's why
Oh, here.
Here.
I don't know.
Here.
I don't know what about this. After I don't really know.
I'm gonna teach you.
Senator Bullock.
Here.
The rest of the Senator Beasley. Here.
I'm leaving for 4 hours.
I'm taking this whole pizza, baby.
I'll be back.
Here.
He's here. Vice President Norwalk. Here. Vice President Randall. Here. Vice President Wiseman. Here. Vice President Lockett. Here. Vice President Melbourne. What up? Vice President He literally got cheated. Maybe more. Yeah, got cheated.
You should write in the.
No one.
I really.
What do you say?
People start raising the end. Wait.
Well, I think also when they do it,
Do you know if we can get?
What do you say to people who
And like, can we get cheaper ones? Can we put that? Like, we were going back.
Extra fund based on their personal allegiance.
That was about it. It was like, wait, can we debate this more? Yeah. We're like, no.
I think it's impossible to ignore people's
Thank you so much, Victoria.
say, even for myself, like having been in mock trials, since I saw firsthand what like the impact that money had on the students that were involved, I'm obviously more likely to vote for it. But are you speaking in reference to the people who initially voted yes and voted no, or are you speaking just in general people that were biased? I mean, I think it's important to acknowledge people's inherent biases, but I think that's gonna that can be said for anything that DSG has ever passed and will ever pass. Like we're structured in such a way that we, luckily, I think we are, although there's room for more diversity, we are an extremely diverse group, and I think it would be somewhat ridiculous to expect that bias played more of a role in this case. It might have, right? It might not have. Some people may have done an excellent job at remaining impartial. Some people may have done a really bad job at remaining impartial. But I don't think we have clear indicators, especially having seen that it passed initially and then didn't pass the second time around. Like, there's no clear indication that bias towards Billy Sullivan, towards his fraternity, or towards mock trial in any way played a special role in this case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you still want me to send you if I use anything from that? Or?
Yeah, just like so I know the context in which it's used.
Well, I mean,
Like, yeah, if you guys, before you publish the article, if you could send it to me, just because context can really change this. It's just like taking a snippet of a quote can change its meaning big time. So, yeah, I really appreciate that. Do you have my email?
I mean, I have your directories.
I can give you my email if it makes life easier.
I mean, okay, sure. I'll put it up. What is it?
It's just edward.torgas. So, edward.torgas @duke.edu. Yeah, thank you very much. What did you say your name was?
Nikita.
Nikita. Thanks, Nikita.
I feel like I'm gonna regret my quote tomorrow. Will I regret my quote tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's basically, I don't know. Have you seen UPS yet?
Yeah, all the Dillo jokes and everything?
Yeah.
There's so many.
I think to provide as much context as necessary. Like, I think you clarified that you're not against.
Yeah, that's the key. I'm not against PASH. I'm just against the way they present it.
I don't think many people are against PASH. Like, I'm not against it. I'm against how unclear the money, like, that they didn't tell us what they're buying with the money. Like, that's it. You know, if you told me you're going to buy a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, and it's all important to give, like, provide a full picture of what sexual health is and what, like, a good talk about sex and kindness is, like, I'd say all for it. Like, however much money you need to do that is great. Like, because that's really important. But if you tell me, yeah, we need 15 grand, and I'm like, why? And you're like, sex health, like sexual health. I'm like, yeah, well, what are you gonna buy with it? And you're like, well, we're still not sure yet. Like, I'm not cool with, you know, if it was $150, fine. You know, go nuts with $150, buy whatever you think you need, that's fine. But 15 grand is a lot of money.
And that's kind of the way.
Sorry, that was more venting.
So that's kind of, which is like unfortunate, but I don't know. Like, I'm like actively concerned. It'll be interesting. It's our youngest exec ever, so. Yeah, there's like 3 of them. Right?
Not just you here as well, as she's still here. I think VP Josh said it earlier, as we talked to the large about it, if you read.
Yeah.
It's extremely, not only is it extremely unprofessional, when you guys are laughing behind somebody who's saying, it's very detrimental to what you're trying to say and very unproductive. And if you're covering your face, or if you're totally fine to have an opinion. If you want to give a negative speech, you can. If you want to ask questions, you can. And I hope you're listening to me and not just hearing me and saying because you feel like you need to. But it's childish.
Okay. Thank you for your feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd appreciate it if it was actually listened to, and if you did something to better that next time, because it is extremely detrimental, especially, and it's
very damaging to your credibility, especially something that I noticed that stuck out to me. I had side conversations